Welcome into another edition of the Giant Overreaction, and we got a ton to talk about today, y'all. A lot of overreactions to talk about. We came into this regular season Week 1 matchup against the Washington Commanders with a lot of hype coming out of the preseason. Giants scored 30 or more points in all three of their preseason games. You go out here against the Washington Commanders and you basically get dog-walked. Offense did not even make it out the locker room. Giants end up only scoring 6 points in this matchup, man. Welcome to the Giant Overreaction. I appreciate all you guys being here today, especially after that lackluster performance that we got from the New York Giants. I mean, just all three phases of football, the Giants did not show up in this game. And in a game where the Washington Commanders gave us plenty of opportunities to go out there and get the W, the Giants can't find a way to capitalize on it. And as a fan of the New York Giants who came into this season very gassed up and feeling good about it, I still had this lingering conscience on my shoulders, a guilty conscience. Think of that Eminem video with Dr. Dre and Eminem on the shoulders, right? Definitely had them Eminem vibes where I was telling you guys, like, I'm not going to sip that Kool-Aid until it's completely stirred. Now, it is a Week 1 matchup. You go into the Week 1 matchup feeling extremely hype and you want to get a victory, and this is the time to be very optimistic. But on the preview show that we had here on Thursday, and shout out to all of you guys that were here, we brought up a couple of points, and I went back and I actually rewatched that episode, and at times I thought that we were a little bit long-winded during that episode. But when me and the Beard were talking about the running back conversation between both of these teams, right? Because there were question marks at the running back position with the Washington Commanders coming into this game, with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt being listed on the unofficial depth chart as the fourth string running back. But obviously, as we got to game day, we saw that he had a pivotal role. I had said on the preview show, if you want to run the ball, you have to score points early, and the New York Giants did not do that. We're talking about a team that averaged 16.1 points per game in the 2024 regular season. A year before that, it was 15.5 points per game. And the Giants just have not found a way to get into the end zone. You have to be able to find a way to start early in these games if you want to be in these games late in these ball games. The Giants have not scored a first half offensive touchdown in a Week 1 game during the entire Brian Daboll and Joe Schoen era. That is 4 attempts at 4 halves that we have came away with 0 passing touchdowns. Just 3 points in the first half, just 3 points in the second half for a combined 6 points from the New York Giants. In, again, a game where the Washington Commanders gave us every opportunity to hang around in this game. The Giants have now lost, and this really hurt my heart. The Giants have now lost 8 straight divisional games. That dates all the way back to the end of 2023. 3 straight losses now to Jaden Daniels and the Commanders. And the Giants offense just is not, they are just in cannot get right mode. And we got to point the finger. You know, I mean, Brian Daboll is known as this offensive mastermind coming from the Buffalo Bills. And we got to see Josh Allen last night in one of the most epic historical comebacks I feel like I've ever seen. It was just a game that felt out of reach. But when you have a unicorn at the quarterback position like a Josh Allen, it allows you to be in games late, especially when it feels like you are clinging on to hope. Russell Wilson went out there and tried to play his best, but obviously Russell Wilson is not in that caliber of that category of the kind of quarterbacks that we saw last night on the Sunday Night Football matchup between Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. 9 drives for the New York Giants, 6 punts, 1 turnover on downs, and 3 3-and-outs for the Giants offense. 4 for 16 on third down is just absolutely pathetic. 96 total yards at the half with just 36 rushing yards at the half. We talked about trying to establish the balance, right, early on in this game. We talked about how important it was for teams in the NFL to have a balanced attack. And more importantly, when it comes to run play percentage, that teams are going to have a more effective chance of making the playoffs if they can actually run the ball more. We saw that with 8 of the top 10 teams in run play percentage. 8 of them made the playoffs last season, the Commanders being one of them. And the Giants just could not find a way to establish the running game. And that part of it I really can't really put on Brian Daboll. You got to point the finger at the personnel when it comes to that, because Tyrone Tracy did not have a good day. And more importantly, the New York Giants offensive line just could not block. You're talking 3.7 yards per pass, 3.2 yards per carry, 0 for 2 in the red zone, and we allowed 220 rushing yards, 432 yards to the Washington Commanders, and that was not their best output. you saw it all day long that the Washington Commanders were just hampering their own development getting down the field, right? Penalties, whatever you want to call it. But that was not the best version of Jaden Daniels we've seen. That was not the best version of the Washington Commanders offense that we've seen. And again, I just think that the Giants is hard to point the finger. Normally when we do these Giant overreaction shows, we come up here and we point the finger at where we think the blame was as far as the reasoning for the loss in whatever week it may be for the New York Giants. In this case, it was offense, defense, and special teams. And, Graham Gano had a pretty decent day with the one kick over 50 yards. But when you look at the way that our punt team played on the day, just plenty of opportunities to pin the Washington Commanders inside the 10 and at least inside the 20. And you just punt after punt after punt, seeing the ball go into the back of the end zone and resulting in touchbacks. And somehow, with all that said, the Giants were in this game in the fourth quarter. With about 12, 13 minutes left in the game, the Giants were down by one score. Again, y'all, it's great to see the product that we saw on paper in the offseason and a bit in the preseason, got to see it on the field. But with all the hype coming into this season, it was really, really great to see the New York Giants get out there for a game on the field, because what we saw on paper is not translating to what we're seeing on the field. The Commanders absolutely shot themselves in the foot in this game. 12 penalties for 89 yards. They were 4 for 11 on third down. But I think more importantly, where the Commanders really excelled in this game, because third down was absolutely awful for the Commanders, but on second down, Jaden Daniels was a magician on second down. Plenty of times, and I can't even credit the New York Giants defense for this, but there were plenty of times where the Washington Commanders were backed up on second down, mostly due to penalties and shooting themselves in the foot. But then the Giants could not capitalize on those predictable down and distance type of situations. A second and 18 comes to mind where Austin Eckler converted on a screen, a little check down right over the middle. He took it, got the first down. There was another time where Jaden Daniels was backed up on about a second and 17. He ended up getting like 9-10 yards with his legs on a quarterback draw, which I literally called in real time. And then he ends up connecting with Deebo Samuel down the field for about a 17, 18-yard gain to then get the first down. Third down is important. It's very important. And me and the Beard always stress that over here on this channel. But when you're backed up in non-favorable situations on second down and you have a quarterback like Jaden Daniels that can dig you out of those situations, that's just something you cannot account for. That is not something that is going to be where you can place blame on the X's and O's. And I saw that last night from Josh Allen. When it got crunch time in that game, late in that game, Josh Allen was finding ways to extend plays with his legs and playing off script and doing a hell of a job of doing that. And it just seemed like with what we saw from the New York Giants on Sunday, especially from the quarterback standpoint, Russell Wilson hitting his back foot on the three-step drop and not liking necessarily what he's seeing down the field. And in result, that gave us a quarterback that was not decisive on the day. And y'all know I stress that point. I see a lot of people on social media giving me my props on that quote about a decisive quarterback, being an offensive lineman's best friend. But the part that bothered me the most about it was Russell Wilson is supposed to come in here and be that decisive quarterback. And on Sunday, he just was not that decisive quarterback. So let's get a little bit more in depth. I want to break down some of these units here. I definitely want to tap in with the chat. Make this a very palatable stream for the people that are going to watch this on the replay, because I know that the entire Giants Nation out there needs a bit of a therapy session, because I know I need a therapy session. And as much as this will be able to relinquish some of that pressure for me, at least, to be able to come here on this channel and get some of these things off my chest, I want to know what you guys got to say about this game too and how you guys are feeling, because this was just one of those games where it just was not easy to point the finger at one position group or one unit. It just seemed like everything that could have went wrong for the New York Giants on Sunday absolutely did. So let's get off into this game. We'll break down a couple of these units. We'll tap in with the chat, and then we'll go into 3 Giant overreactions that we're going to tackle today. Let's talk about it, though. The New York Giants traveled to the DMV to take on the Washington Commanders.
He's elevated an otherwise average roster, made him a viable Super Bowl contender.
They have, statistically, I think the hardest schedule in the NFL.
I like the team. I like the chemistry. I like the leadership. We had a good training camp. We had a good spring. Now we're 2 weeks away. We have to go out and do it.
Hand off. Gallup off the right side. Corner across midfield. To the 40. To the 30.
said for some reason with Jaden Daniels, the rookie rules don't apply.
Wide open slate, runs out of attack from the 10, the 5 to 6, touchdown.
All right, let's start with this defense right off the bat. And this was a graphic actually that I used right after the game when we did our immediate reaction over there on Bleacher Report. Shout out to everybody that got a chance to check that out. It was pretty hostile chat, and I know that the New York Giants fan base was hoping that the Giants would come out here and put together a performance that would make this fan base proud, but that was definitely not the case. But the Giants defense, I've been seeing a lot of people kind of relinquishing some of the blame on the defense and saying, oh, the defense played a good game. They held Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders to 21 points. And yeah, that's true, but how much of that was actually because of the New York Giants defense? I think more of it had to do with Jaden Daniels being a little bit off his game. Building that chemistry with the new unit that he had there. We saw some struggles at the right tackle position with Josh Connerly Jr. playing his first game as a rookie coming out of Oregon. We saw Lermy Tunsil getting called for a flag early on in this game and whatnot, and having just not a shaky game, but just kind of getting his feet wet within this system. And I think more importantly, seeing the utilization of Deebo Samuel within the Washington Commanders offense definitely presented an issue for the New York Giants. But we know that the New York Giants defense is predicated on getting pressure, and the identity of this team is supposed to be the front four. I saw De'Illa. I haven't got a chance to really look at the chat, but I did see my dog De'Illa in the building talking about a lot of people calling for more blitzing from Shane Bowen, and a lot of people putting a lot of the blame on Shane Bowen, playing Monday morning, we'll say middle linebacker, not quarterback. And, just judging Shane Bowen a certain way, which I do think that he should be under a microscope, and he deserves some criticism, absolutely, when you have this type of personnel up front. But I do think that there is a part of the New York Giants fan base, and more importantly, I think this comes from national media, doubling down on this type of rhetoric that the New York Giants have a top 5 defense simply because they brought in a few extra players and a few extra, guys that could check boxes as far as personnel goes, bringing in a Debo, bringing in Javon Holland, bringing in Abdul Carter in the draft. Darius Alexander was inactive in this game and whatnot. Chauncey Golston getting a couple of snaps here and having, just a blurry role within the New York Giants defense, right? But at the end of the day, I saw De'Illa say this, and I think this is a great point. You got all of these first-round selections up front. Why should we have to blitz? You didn't see the Washington Commanders having to go out there and pin their ears back and blitz the quarterback to get pressure. They got pressure with 4. And I just want to encourage the entire fan base to go back and just remember the rhetoric that was coming out of the Super Bowl, right? Why the Philadelphia Eagles gave Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs such a tough time, right? All of that had to do with getting pressure with the front 4. And the Giants were just lackluster in that performance. I mean, I thought Brian Burns had a pretty good day. I thought Abdul Carter had a pretty good day. I thought Kayvon Thibodeau had a pretty good day. Each of them had more than 2 pressures. Brian Burns had 2, Abdul and Kayvon had 3. A sack apiece for Kayvon Thibodeau and Abdul Carter, and 2 sacks for Brian Burns that came on 1 drive. Dexter Lawrence, 0 sacks, 0 pressures, 0 quarterback hits, 0 quarterback hurries. We need more out of Dexter Lawrence. When you see on the flip side, and I'm going to get to this, the way that the Washington Commanders' interior defensive line performed in this game, they were a big reason why the New York Giants offense stalled out the way that it did. 5 total quarterback hurries from the entire team, 0 quarterback hits, and 4 sacks. I believe it was 8 pressures on the day from the New York Giants as a team. We knew that this unit was going to be able to get to the outside and try to get after the quarterback, but the question has always been, dating all the way back to when we acquired Brian Burns via trade, was we have 2 speed edge rushers on the outside, but what about the interior portion of that defense? How are the New York Giants going to go out there and be able to stop the run? We talked about this a ton on the preview show, right? We said RTDB versus STDR, and I also saw somebody in the chat bring this up as well. And for those of y'all that don't know, RTDB, run the damn ball. STDR, stop the damn run. The Giants are coming into this season ranked 26th against the run dating back to 2024, where they allowed 136.2 rushing yards per game. I think that everybody can say that the New York Giants defense got better, right? This game did not show that. But when you look at it on paper, the New York Giants defense from a personnel standpoint should be much better, leaps and bounds better. But why is that not showing up in the 3 games versus the Commanders? In the first matchup against the Commanders in 2024, we allowed 215 rushing yards, 6.1 yards per carry on 35 attempts. In the second matchup in 2024, we cut that number down and allowed 149 rushing yards in that game. And they were averaging 3.9 yards per carry, but they ran the ball a ton with 38 rushing attempts in that game. So if the defense got better, why are we allowing more rushing yards in this particular game that we saw on Sunday where the Giants allowed 220 rushing yards? We saw Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, a guy that I warned fans about, that this kid is definitely capable. He was on my radar as a prospect coming out of the draft, even though he only played one game at Arizona due to ineligibility issues that he had. That one game that he had at Arizona was like a 10-carry, 100-plus yard game and a touchdown. He's proven that he is a very capable running back. Now, the Washington Commanders draft him on day 3, and they find a way to salvage a pick like that. And I know a lot of people like to say, like, hey, you know, this was reasoning to allow Saquon Barkley to walk in free agency was, oh, you could just go get a running back on day 3. But it's not as easy. It's much easier said than done. And the Washington Commanders, I think, at least when you look at the week 1 matchup here, have brought in a guy that looks like he's going to be a late-round hit here. He had 10 carries for 82 yards, averaging 8.2 yards per carry. Austin Eckler averaging 4.3 yards per carry. You add Jaden Daniels, 11 carries for 68 yards. He averaged 6.2 yards per carry. And you look at the explosive runs from the Washington Commanders as well. They had explosive runs from Deebo Samuel, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Jaden Daniels, and Jeremy McNichols. Meanwhile, when you look at the way that the Giants run the ball from our starting running back in Tyrone Tracy, 0 explosive runs on the day. And then you can't go without blaming Shane Bowen at least a little bit here. When you have 4 first-rounders up front on this defense with Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, and Kayvon Thibodeau, and then those guys only play, all 4 of them, on the field at one time for 12% of the snaps, that's negligence on the coaching staff. They had 65 snaps on defense. We only saw 8 snaps with the 4 first-rounders on the field. In my opinion, that's unacceptable. We've talked about this throughout the whole entire offseason. We've seen Shane Bowen go up there in front of the media and say that the whole goal is to get our best players on the field at the same time. Darius Alexander is not even active. A lot of people are looking at Roy Robertson Harris's performance, and I think that they just haven't had a chance to look at the tape. I thought he looked pretty decent from what I saw. I got a chance to look at about half of the game before I went live, and I just didn't want to push this live too far back, like around, dinner time and whatnot. I thought that these thoughts were important to get out here around, just around lunchtime. And I wanted to stick to the script of, being around that 1 p.m. type of time. But I want to go back and look at the rest of this game because I thought that from an interior portion of trying to get after the quarterback, we struggled. I thought from an interior defensive line portion as far as stopping the run, we struggled. And if that's going to be the case, let alone the Giants couldn't run the ball themselves. But if you cannot stop the run, I think this will be more of the old. We've seen this story a ton. And if the Giants can't stop the run, it's going to make things that much more difficult on the back half of this defense. And we talked about that on the preview show as well. You're paying guys like Javon Holland upwards $35 million. You're paying Paulson Adebo like $54 million over 4 years. To see these guys put their best foot forward, you got to find a way to get after the quarterback. You want these guys to live up to the contract and even beyond that. And in the situation that they were in on Sunday, I think that doesn't present the best opportunity. We talked about one hand washing the other when it comes to the defensive line, washing the other hand as far as the defensive back unit goes. One thing that I was completely wrong on is Deonte Banks. I thought it was a solidified situation that Deonte Banks was going to be cornerback 2. He did play sparingly on 3rd down. I did see him early on in the game there on 3rd down. But at the end of the day, I thought Cordero Flott played a pretty decent game. Damn near had a pick 6. There were some shaky moments there, obviously, between him and Paulson Adebo and Javon Holland in coverage. He had that penalty later on in the game where he hooked the wide receiver and ended up getting called for a holding penalty. I just don't think that we're being put in the best position for our defense to look the way that we want them to look. And a lot of that has to do with the coaching staff. I think a lot of that has to do with the front 4 just not getting after the quarterback to the extent that we expect 4 first-rounders to be able to get after the quarterback. We'll see. It's just a 1-game sample size. I'm not going to completely overreact. But these were things that we talked about leading out of the preseason, right? That we saw the New York Giants first-string unit not get a sack in all 3 of those games. I want to say in all 3 of the games, the New York Giants as a team only had 2 sacks. And just not seeing the necessary pressure on a consistent basis. What we saw in the preseason from Abdul Carter is what we saw from Abdul Carter in the regular season. I actually want to see him get more snaps. I thought Kayvon Thibodeau had a pretty decent game, but those guys are doing what we know that they can do well. It's the other deficiencies that I think we really need to find a way to iron out a little bit here and find a way to be able to get these guys to be that top dog unit that we think they can be. Now, I want to talk about the weapons here a little bit, but I do think that the weapons correlate a lot to how the offensive line played as well. So I do want to start with the offensive line. The big topic that is being discussed all over social media today is that the Giants' offensive line is still absolute dog water. And yeah, it was. The offensive line was not good. You had James Hudson, who allowed 2 quarterback hits, 4 pressures. John Runyon Jr., who was supposed to be the more safer signing in that offseason, entering the 2024 season after we saw Daniel Jones hurt his neck and then ultimately tear his ACL because of poor offensive line play. You thought John Runyon was going to be the more safer signing in that offseason. Instead, Jermaine Illuminor ends up being the true insurance policy up front on that offensive line, and John Runyon Jr. is becoming a straight-up liability. And, you know, not only a liability, but it's almost like you're looking at your car insurance and there's a deductible there that's just outlandish. John Runyon Jr. has not lived up to the 3-year, $30 million contract. He's basically been a bust for the New York Giants thus far. And when you look at John Michael Schmitz playing right next to him and both of those players putting out poor productivity on the field, there's no way that from the quarterback position, Russell Wilson is going to be able to succeed. Greg Van Roten gave up 1 pressure as well. He didn't look that great on the day. John Michael Schmitz just looking lost out there. And Jermaine Illuminor gave up 1 pressure. I think that the right side of the line played a bit better than the left side of the line did. James Hudson struggling throughout the day. And it just was not a good performance. The Giants offense averaged just 3.2 yards per carry. So even when you look at it from a run blocking standpoint, the holes were just not there. But I'm not going to put all of that blame on the offensive line. Tyrone Tracy looked like a shell of himself in that game yesterday. And the straightforward vertical style of running that we became accustomed to seeing from Tyrone Tracy in the middle portions of the season in 2024 just weren't there in this game on Sunday. Russell Wilson pressured on 50% of his dropbacks. It's just no way you're going to be able to win games like that. Now, before I get off into talking about Russ and talking about Tyrone Tracy, I think it's important to kind of skip ahead here and just talk about the weapons here. And this is something that we've been talking about since January. You know, my approach for the draft was that there were a lot of middle-tier wide receivers that were going to be available on day 2. Even going into day 3, we saw guys like Jimmy Horn Jr., we saw guys like LeJontay Wester, we saw guys like Ricky White, the third, even guys that didn't get drafted, Efton Chisholm, who's being a contributor for the New England Patriots. Just so much wide receiver talent was out there in this draft. Ja'Cory Brooks, who ultimately ended up being released and then brought back to the practice squad on the Commanders. But the Giants instead decide to neglect the wide receiver room and the weapons room in general. You know, I really was hesitant about speaking about this during the draft process because Cam Skattebo is a good prospect, right? There's no doubt about it. He accounted for about 35 to 40% of Arizona State's entire offense. At times, he was dragging their asses to victory, right? But when I looked at the way that the New York Giants should have approached drafting offensive players in the 2025 NFL draft, my goal would have been to bring in guys that are explosive touchdown creators. I'm not so sure that Cam Skattebo is one of those guys. He's a tough, very feisty type of running back. We saw that on the 2 receptions that he had in this game. I saw somebody talking about this on social media, and they said that basically, I'm paraphrasing here, if he continues to play with that style of play, he's ultimately going to shorten his NFL career. And they brought up CTE. And, you know, I don't want to jump the gun and have a major overreaction to Cam Skattebo in the way he's playing, but he's literally playing with his head. He's literally leading with the top of his helmet on both the receptions, on both the runs, and on the pass protection on the play where we saw Malik Neighbors running one of the most incredible routes we saw all day. You saw Cam Skattebo pick up the blitz and lead with his helmet, almost not even using his arms. It's just something to monitor here that moving forward with Cam Skattebo, if he cannot be a a weapon. I'm not saying like a gadget, and I'm not just saying like a guy that's just going to get some carries and maybe contribute to the pass attack. He has to be a guy that when he's on the field, defenses are fearing that he is going to be able to create an opportunity to score a touchdown. I like what I saw from him from the physical standpoint. I think some of the tough, gritty things we saw from him in college are translating to the NFL. But just that pick right there in round 4, with all the talent that was on the board at that time, it's still an interesting pick, and I think the verdict is not out yet. Now, Malik Neighbors, really our only weapon that a defensive coordinator has to truly scheme for, and you saw it a ton in this game, a lot of double coverage on Malik Neighbors. He had 5 receptions for 71 yards. I like the yards per reception at 14.2. That's a big jump from what we saw last year, where he was averaging just 11 yards per reception, which is tight end type numbers. We got to get that number up. So seeing it at 14.2 is a good look. Wan'Dale Robinson, who had 8 targets, 6 receptions, 55 yards, and 9.2 yards per reception. Me and my homie 1T were talking about Wan'Dale Robinson and Darius Slayton and the target share a lot yesterday in the Twitter space for about a good hour, 2 hours, just me and 1T talking about this one situation. After the game, we're talking about the Giants' weapons for hours upon hours upon hours, and he thought that Darius Slayton deserved more targets. Darius Slayton had 0 receptions, 0 yards, 1 target on the day. Marshall Green, another Giants content creator who's with Chat Sports, he tweeted out $12 million a year for Darius Slayton, and capital letters he put LOL. And y'all know that when we signed Darius Slayton, not that I was angry about that signing, but I always thought that Darius Slayton was going to be the odd man out, right? Like, I just thought that the New York Giants front office was ready to move on and upwards with the weapons. And I thought that they knew that they were doing themselves a disservice by keeping some of these players from the older regime, right? And slowly but surely, you started to see those guys off the roster, right? Like guys like Sterling Shepard, and I thought that Darius Slayton was going to be a casualty and be one of those guys. Instead, they end up bringing him back after one of his worst years as a pro. They bring him back at $12 million AAV. It's just one game, but it was not a good performance. For me, it's okay to see Malik Neighbors and Wan'Dale Robinson taking up 50% of the target share. I'm okay with that. 8 targets for Wan'Dale Robinson in a game where Russell Wilson threw the ball 37 times. I'm okay with that. I'm not okay with Russell Wilson throwing the ball 37 times. That's the kind of recipe that you're only going to see when the New York Giants are losing, which seems to be more frequent than not. You look at Theo Johnson, who continuously struggles as far as the drop issues go. It was registered as 1 drop. I thought it was 2 drops on the day. There was the one on the left sideline where Russell Wilson went to kind of swing past it to him, kind of looked like a check down, hit him on his back hip. The ball ends up just being dropped to the ground. Then there was the flat route where Russell Wilson got a lot of pressure in his face on the right side of the field. This one was actually before that drop I just described. And Theo Johnson, the ball's kind of on his outstretched hands, and he just can't reel in the catch. He had 1 reception for 5 yards on 3 targets. Non-factor in the red zone. And we've been talking about this a ton over here on the channel, right? Last season, Theo Johnson, we'll start with the tight end room. Last season, the tight end room had 3 targets in the red zone all season long. Theo Johnson, as our starting tight end, who's supposed to be the pass catcher that represents that unit in a major way and should be able to stretch the field down the middle of the field and on the outsides when we get in the red zone, had 1 red zone target. Not in Sunday's game. In all of last year, in every game that he started last year, he had 1 red zone target. You date back to Brian Daboll in his time with the Buffalo Bills in the last 3 seasons with the Buffalo Bills. They had over 40 targets in the red zone to the tight end position, which resulted in 17 touchdowns. And the Giants struggle continuously. And we thought that maybe Mike Kafka coming in to call plays was going to help out the situation, but that was not the case. Daniel Bellinger out there, again, just catching everything that gets thrown his way. 1 reception, 1 target, 14 yards. They're lining this guy up as a fullback on short down and distance situations, and that's really his only role. And honestly, I think that the Giants will be doing themselves a disservice if they're not sitting up here considering bringing in Daniel Bellinger to take over some of those tight end 1 reps. I'm not saying you got to do it when you get to Dallas here in week 2, but this has gone on for too long. Theo Johnson is a guy that has struggled with the drops dating back to his rookie year, and Daniel Bellinger is a guy that just does not drop the ball. He has 2 drops in his entire career. He had a 100% catch rate last season where he caught 14 receptions on 14 targets. I don't understand why we're not getting Daniel Bellinger just a little bit more involved. And honestly, I know that this is splitting hairs because when you look at the New York Giants, array of weapons or lack of, all of these guys kind of fall into a bubble of average, mediocre, or below it type of players. And then you got Malik Neighbors, which I always knew that this was going to make things difficult for Russell Wilson, especially, and I've said this to you guys on the streams a ton, right? Russell Wilson is the kind of quarterback that needs a consistent running game. In Pittsburgh, in the 11 games that he started last year, he got that. He got that from Jaylen Warren. He got that from Najee Harris. Not only did he get the support as far as the running backs running the ball, but Russell Wilson was also the quarterback that checked the ball down at the most frequent rate of any quarterback in 2024. A lot of that was going to Najee Harris. I don't understand why we're not seeing some of that stuff. We saw the New York Giants go out there in 3 preseason games and, in my opinion, overutilize the screen game to the running backs. And then you see them on Sunday against the Washington Commanders, I don't know, maybe 1-2 screens on the entire day. The Giants right now, I don't even think it has to do with target share, to be honest, because you look at what the Washington Commanders did in this game, and if you told me that Deebo Samuel was going to lead the Washington Commanders in targets by double any other player on that team, I wouldn't have believed you. But also, when you play the slot wide receiver position, it allows you to get more targets because you're closer to the quarterback, and you're also seeing less press man coverage. So it allows you to have more space. So when you have a quarterback that is under as much duress as Russell Wilson was, you should expect him to be targeting the wide receivers that, one, can get open quickly, which we know Malik Neighbors is, and the wide receivers that are closer to the quarterback, which in this case happens to be Wan'Dale Robinson. But the Giants need to overhaul this entire unit. They just lack touchdown creators across the board, from Tyrone Tracy at running back, from Theo Johnson at tight end, from Darius Slayton on the outside to Wan'Dale Robinson in the slot. But I honestly think Wan'Dale Robinson played a decent game yesterday. 2 third-down conversions on the drive, on the first drive where the New York Giants scored 3 points. It was their second drive of the day, and I thought he was getting open. The other guys, I can't say. I looked at the first half, and Darius Slayton didn't look egregiously open on any of the plays that I saw. I know there was one red zone screenshot going around the internet that a lot of people are talking about. He was open in the middle of the field on one of the red zone plays that Russell Wilson had. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit up here and be a screenshot warrior and say, oh, look, he's open right there. You got to consider what's happening on the back end when the quarterback is scrambling and running for his life. I thought that our own Sebastian, who is a frequent in the chat here and also has helped us out with a lot of content. Big shout out to my dog, Sebastian. I saw him say this on Twitter. He said this entire wide receiver room outside of Malik Neighbors is just a lackluster group. All they do is run routes and complain to the refs when they don't catch the ball on contested throws. That's basically what it is. And on top of that, you're keeping guys like Jalen Hyatt on this roster. Jalen Hyatt did not play a single play on Sunday versus the Washington Commanders. Why is he on the roster? Go get a guy like Lil Jordan Humphrey if you're not going to play Jalen Hyatt. Put Jalen Hyatt on the practice squad for a couple of weeks and just bring me Lil Jordan Humphrey, who I think is going to make more plays than what Jalen Hyatt is offering to this offense right now on the sidelines. This has been a reoccurring theme with Jalen Hyatt and Brian Dable and his coaching staff, that he just stays in the doghouse. And I just can't pinpoint why that is. Like, we need guys to stretch the field, and I understand Russell Wilson is not getting time. But even if you're going to do what you did with Jalen Hyatt last year and you're going to utilize him as a decoy, so be it. Let's do it. Last year's offense that we saw in 17 games looked better than what we saw on Sunday versus the Washington Commanders. And, man, that's something that I don't want to be up here talking about too much. That's just not a good vibe. And the quarterback play was not good. We know that the quarterback play was not good. And that's definitely something that we got to talk about here as well. You know, the quarterback play from Russell Wilson was not what we all envisioned. And, you know, being a guy that I thought was going to come in here and be decisive and get the ball out of his hands fast, we didn't see that in this game. And I think Brian Dable really didn't set him up that well either. But before we get to talking about Russell Wilson, let's tap in with the chat here real quick. I see there are a lot of super chats. I apologize for not getting to those. Just wanted to get, some of these thoughts off my chest here. We got a lot of people in the building, man. Salute to all of y'all pulling up, rocking out with the authentic and the beard vibes today. Just a performance, a forgettable performance from the New York Giants. But let's tap in with these super chats real quick, and then we'll see what the chat is talking about. It's booming, it's moving. Appreciate y'all being here in the building. And just for the continuity of the show, we'll try to get through a couple of these, and then we'll get to talking about Russell Wilson at the quarterback position. Shout out to my dog, independent outsider Dave Denton, with the $4.99 super chat. He said, didn't want to be right, but our defense was picked apart by Ertz and the run. What can we do right now to boost blocking? Run blocks too, no play action possible. You have to RTDB, independent outsider. If the Giants cannot run the ball, they're much more better served putting Jaxson Dart out there, who can create with his legs and be able to make some plays running the ball from the quarterback position. And you can create some designed quarterback runs, which is something that you did not see any of those with Russell Wilson today or yesterday. So the goal here is, if you want to be able to run play action, I'm not sitting up here telling you that you have to have the running game completely clicking to run play action. But if you want the most effective opportunity to be able to go out there and run play action, you got to be able to run the ball, because play action is coming off of the run. And if you can establish the run when you run the play action, those linebackers will creep up a little bit, which will create a little bit of space on the intermediate level for your quarterback and wide receivers to operate. It's basically that simple. Shout out my dog, Dave Denton, in the building, man. We appreciate you supporting the channel. Shout out to Charles Hefter one time, man. Appreciate you just dropping in with the super chat one time, the $1.99 super chat. Just supporting the channel, man. That goes a long way. Y'all know that, creating this kind of content on a regular basis is definitely a challenge. And, our goal here on Authentic and the Beard is to continuously raise the bar. And just coming in here and supporting the channel definitely goes a long way. We appreciate that. Big shout out my dog, B-Rog, in the building one time with the $20 super chat. He says, I was shocked at how unprepared the Giants were. Offensive line was outplayed again. Andrew Thomas is a Band-Aid. Please, please either trade for or throw a bunch of picks at the offensive line. Although not the defense's fault, I saw a lot of bad tackling angles. I did too. And, we didn't talk about Micah McFadden, who looks like that injury is going to be a severe injury. I think that injury is going to keep him out possibly for the entire season. I'm just, not reporting any solidified news just yet, but it just looked bad when you put a guy in an air cast like that. I mean, you pray to God that it's a Tyrone Tracy situation like what we saw in the offseason entering his rookie year, and prayers go out to Mike McFadden. But the Giants did look unprepared. And you look at, I'll start from a defensive standpoint because that's what you were talking about here. You look at Cliff Kingsbury versus Shane Bowen, and it was embarrassing. Like, Cliff Kingsbury was the best coordinator on the field yesterday. Defense, offense, both teams, all of that. I thought that he just showed a ton of creativity. He made things easy for his quarterback, although there were times where Jaden Daniels was under pressure. I still did not feel like he was under duress. Like, he was extremely comfortable in the pocket even when he had pressure, being able to step up. I remember on the second sack on that drive where Brian Burns got 2 sacks. On the second one, Jaden Daniels stood up and he patted his chest like to say, my bad, because he's just standing in the pocket, just comfortable. And Brian Burns was giving him a little bit of pressure from the backside, and he kind of just didn't see it late. And he knew that that was a moment where he should not have been staying in the pocket that long. Giants were definitely unprepared. Brian Dable and Mike Kafka, from an offensive standpoint, just looked like they lack creativity. And, I can sit up here and say that. And one thing that I don't like to do too much is, like, I see a lot of people saying, like, oh, it's the scheme after looking at the broadcast view. I can't sit up here and tell you that it's the scheme if I can't see what's going down the field. Now, today I did look at the tape for about half the game. And what I saw from an offensive standpoint was a lot of keeping an extra blocker in and a lot of route combinations that only featured 2 wide receivers, which is a lot of what we saw last season, actually, because the Giants cannot protect up front. And even when keeping in those extra blockers, you're still allowing your quarterback to get pressured. So it's tough, man. I don't think the defense goes blameless. I agree with you. I saw a lot of bad tackling angles as well. But I thought that when the offense goes out there and they only give you 3 points in each half, what do you expect from the defense, right? What do you expect? And it's not that the defense was out there for a long time. I see a lot of people saying the defense was gassed and all of this bullshit. The time of possession was split 50-50, damn near almost perfect. So just as long as we kept Jaden Daniels off the field, the Commanders were doing a similar type of approach as well. And time of possession was not a non-factor in this game, in my opinion. But just bad across the board, man. Nothing to hang our hats on in this game. But shout out B-Rog, man. I appreciate the super chat one time. Shout out to my dog, Door Gunner, man. He was DMing me all damn game talking about the Washington Commanders and how poor Russell Wilson was, man. And you were definitely right on a lot of this. Door Gunner said, we have JD5 and you don't. Those penalties get cut in half and we win by 28 or more. Commanders offense will get in sync. You're right about that. This was a very just off-kilter type of version of the Washington Commanders offense. And still, there was still a lot of things to look at and view as a success for the Washington Commanders. Jaden Daniels on second down was absolutely incredible. And having him, that was the difference in this game. I think that if you guys had, poor quarterback play in this one, let's say like Sam Howell level of quarterback play, then maybe the Giants find a way to keep this even closer and some of those touchdowns come off the board and some of those drives don't get extended. But Dorgun are absolutely right on this one, man. Having JD5, that's it. And the penalties is really the only reason why the New York Giants were in this game. Offensively, couldn't do nothing. Defensively, I thought when you guys decided to go back and pass the ball, the Giants really had no answer. And I also thought that not only for Jaden Daniels, but for the Washington Commanders offense in general, never had your back against the wall. Even when it was a one-score game, I don't think the Commanders ever looked at it like, oh, man, hey, it's time. We got to ramp this up, man, and put this away. There was never any Joe Kane moments where Jaden Daniels had to go into the huddle and say, hey, let's put the women and children to bed and go hunting for dinner. Never any of those moments. And the Giants just came out there and never applied pressure in a way that really made Jaden Daniels have to do that. And we'll see. I think that if I'm a Washington Commanders fan going into Green Bay or going into that Green Bay game next week, I'd be a little bit worried because that's a really good team. And I just think that the Washington Commanders did not put their best foot forward in this game. Honestly, I'm a little bit more worried about the Dallas Cowboys going into week 2. I think that the Dallas Cowboys have a shot at just completely blowing the socks off the New York Giants. The way that their offense played against the Philadelphia Eagles on Thursday, I think that, NFC East watchers, you best be keeping your eyes on the Dallas Cowboys. With Javonte Williams aiding that running game the way that he did on Thursday night, if they can have that be a consistent thing for them in that offense, Dak Prescott's going to go out there and fry. The drops from CeeDee Lamb that's going to come to an end eventually. I think, the delay in that game, if you look at the drops from CeeDee Lamb, that most of those drops came after the delay. I just think that was a bit of an anomaly, although CeeDee Lamb is a guy that has been known to drop the ball a little bit, just not that much. So I'm worried going into this game this week against the Dallas Cowboys, and I think Washington Commanders fans need to be keeping their eyes on the way that the Cowboys perform. They look a little bit better than I thought that they were going to be. But shout out Door Gunner, man. And let me get these. I'll get this other one from Door Gunner before we go to Zeke. Shout out Door Gunner one time for the $4.99 super chat. And man, goes a long way, Door Gunner, straight up supporting this channel. We appreciate you, bro, because not only on these Washington Commanders matchups, but throughout all our giant overreactions, you always here in the building, always supporting the channel, man. That definitely means a lot. Door Gunner said, just reunite Neighbors with his BFF in D.C. It's obvious. Oh, obviously, he doesn't want to be in New York. I heard Debo is fat and washed. Yeah, I don't know why people are saying that in the offseason, man. Debo's like a little bowling ball of a wide receiver, and you just got to respect his game, man. A tough player. And a couple of plays where him and Jaden Daniels just weren't in sync. There was that one where on the right side of the field where Debo Samuel, the ball went right off his hands. And had he have caught that, it would have been a tough catch. But had he have caught that, he's probably off running to the races. I know for you want to see the Malik Neighbors, Jaden Daniels, college reunion and whatnot. Giants fans don't want to see that. And y'all got enough weapons over there, man. Let us have what we can have. I mean, you take away Malik Neighbors from this New York Giants offense, and it's going to be pathetic, bro. But shout out my dog, Door Gunner. Shout out my dog, Zeke Anderson, one time in the building as well with the $5 super chat. He said, what's up, beloved? I've been saying for a while, this team is football soft. Both lines are soft at the point, pause, and we lack playmakers on offense. All of that's true, bro. Lacking the playmakers on offense could have been the thing that I think would have helped this game the most. You look at the way that Debo Samuels operated with the Washington Commanders offense, right? When they needed some yards, they didn't have to get it down the field. They could run a bubble screen, a quick hitter arrow screen, right to Debo Samuel, get the ball in his hands quickly, and allow him to create and get yak. The Giants don't have those guys. Wan'Dale Robinson did it on a couple of plays. Malik Neighbors is obviously a guy that can do that. There was a play in the red zone on the right side of the field that really bothered me from Malik Neighbors on that red zone debacle of a situation that we had there where we got 2 opportunities, 2 sets of downs. We even had a first down from the 1-yard line, and Brian Dable decides to, I'm going to say Mike Kafka, decides to run a play-action pass to Marcus Bowe as an eligible wide receiver, and it just looked like a play that was just ill-rehearsed. And then on the next play, Marcus Bowe ends up running in to, I believe it was it Tyrone Tracy on that play, or was it Cam Scatterboo? I think it was Tyrone Tracy. Ends up tackling Tyrone Tracy in the backfield. Just not a good look, and I agree with you on that, man. Just soft. Bobby Okereke, I don't know if y'all been seeing some of the plays from him, man, where like he's just like, yo, you want a lane to run through, bro? Here you go, right here, bro. Just a bad day. And honestly, I don't know if it's just a bad day, to be honest. It might be just bad personnel. But shout out my dog Zeke, man. We appreciate you supporting the channel. Dean is in the building as well with the $4.99 super chat. See what Dean got to say. Dean said, I watched your Bleacher Report stream last night. I agree. Slayton isn't up to snuff as a wide receiver 2. He's a wide receiver 3 for real. I'm tired of all the drops from our wide receivers. Shout out Dean supporting us over there on Bleacher Report and supporting us over here at Authentic in the Beard. Dean, I'm sure you saw the amount of pushback that I was getting. And it's crazy. I'm getting pushback from people that were saying that the New York Giants should not draft weapons on the offensive side of the ball and that they should address the defense. And that's kind of what they did. And then now we're sitting up here and we're all complaining about lack of weapons. And this is something that most of us here on this chat been screaming, that the Giants don't got enough weapons. We even did a whole study on Bleacher Report and broke it down when you looked at the wide receiver 2s across the league and where the New York Giants wide receiver 2 would rank across the league. And we only came up with 8 solidified teams that the New York Giants have a better wide receiver 2 than. Even some of those were a little bit subjective, to be honest. Giants got to upgrade that room in a major way. For me, it would have been a guy like Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel. There was just a ton of talent in this draft that we could have targeted, you know. And you see teams like the Green Bay Packers, even though they have better weapons than us entering the year, still go out there and draft wide receivers. So it's something we got to clean up, man. But big shout out my dog Dean, man. You know, to those of y'all that double dip on the Bleacher Report side of things and then come over here to Authentic in the Beard on YouTube. Salute to y'all, man. You know, that support definitely goes a long way. Shout out my dog Kefla in the building one time with the $5 super chat. Kefla said, I think this is an entire coaching staff and backroom problem. Nothing Joe Schoen has done for the offensive line has come to fruition, and Bowen needs to go. Yeah, Joe Schoen, you know, I've been saying this a lot, that the moves for the offensive line were made for Daniel Jones and the last experiment. These guys that are here, and I remember saying this in real time and people actually giving me pushback on it. You don't bring in Jermaine Illuminor at 30 and John Runyon entering his first big contract after being in the league for 4 years. You don't bring those guys in for a rookie quarterback. You brought those guys in to try to salvage Daniel Jones and the contract that was worth $160 million. And shout out to Daniel Jones, by the way. Played incredible football with the Indianapolis Colts on Sunday in a victory, a blowout victory at that. Looked great, right? But that offensive line was not for Jaxson Dart. So we are presented with another issue here. Joe Schoen still has not built the offensive line at all. And when guys like Jermaine Illuminor, who's headed to free agency if we don't re-up that contract here, John Runyon looks like he's just not going to be a true contributor for the New York Giants. Greg Van Roten is an old veteran who will not be here that long. Aaron Stinney was another guy that was brought in during that same situation as a veteran presence. Those guys aren't going to be here. So how do you replace them? You got to find a way to go out there and get veteran linemen that are in that transition into veteranship in the NFL, which is what John Runyon Jr. was actually, you know, we were hoping he could be. But he's looking like a bit of a bust of a signing right now. You look at the offensive lineman that Joe Schoen has drafted in JMS, who looks like a bust. Marcus McKeithen, who's no longer on this team no more. Joshua Zidu, who I think deserves a little bit more playing time considering the way that he played in preseason. And Marcus Bowe in the 5th round this last season. The two latter players, I think, deserve a little bit more playing time. And when you're having this poor of play up front, why not? Like, this is why, as the New York Giants season starts to unfold here, I don't want to be in that teetering middle range of, you know, let's just say a team that's like barely under 500, you know, 12 weeks in or something, you're sitting at like 5-7 or something. I don't want to be one of those teams, to be honest. I either want to be a team that's front running and looks like we're headed towards the playoffs, or I want to be a team that's just getting blown out every week so that we can start to evaluate our younger talent and get them out there on the field. Like in a game where the New York Giants lose 21-6, I don't like it that Jalen Hyatt didn't get to play a single snap. I don't like it that we didn't get to see Evan Neal or Joshua Ezedu, or truly getting to see meaningful reps from Marcus Bowe. I don't like it. And I know that this game was not necessarily a blowout. We got to the fourth quarter, and as I stated, the Giants were within one score. But either make this a season of evaluation or make this a season where we go out there and we try to compete. That's what we want as fans. Whether or not we're going to get that, I'm not too sure. Makes it real tough. And Kefla added another one here. Excuse me. Another $5 super chat. He said, also, I don't understand why we didn't adjust the run at all. We could have gone to the outside left or right, but it was up the middle every time. Yeah, it seems like they were trying to establish something through the interior portion of the offensive line. And, you know, you could maybe argue that, like, our weakness in this game was on the outside with James Hudson playing the left tackle position, but the weakness is all across that offensive line. The Giants' interior portion of this offensive line was so bad on Sunday. It's really making me reevaluate my projections for Russell Wilson throughout the year. You know, we talked about ESPN's Mike Clay projecting that Jaxson Dart was going to play 9 games and that Russell Wilson was going to play 8 games. And at the beginning of the season, I thought that Russell Wilson would play more games. If this continues to look like this, there's no way that Russell Wilson is going to play more games than Jaxson Dart. We'll see Jaxson Dart before we can even blink. Shout out Talking Eco one time in the building with the $4.99 super chat. Talking Eco said, with so many combination of coaches and general managers and players, with players getting better after leaving, I think this is an organization problem. Can't give you pushback on that. You know, like, I'm starting to question the coaching staff a lot now as well. Brian Dable, you know, primarily. I've always questioned Joe Shane, but I thought that he did a really good job over the last 2 off seasons in free agency and during the draft, bringing in players that should be contributors. But when it comes to the process of draft and develop, the Giants don't have a true working formula. And that's a big problem. And I agree it is an organizational problem, but I also think that we just need to get our quarterback on the field. I think that that is important. Like, once you get Jaxson Dart on the field, if he is indeed that franchise quarterback, and then we can start to look towards the future and see if it's bright or not. You know, it's sad to say, right? But we're kind of rebooting, Control-Alt-Deleting on the Daniel Jones situation. We tried to evaluate Daniel Jones for 6 seasons, and I thought that was a little bit too long, and that was egregious. Now we're just right back where we started with a veteran quarterback starting for the New York Giants, which is exactly what Daniel Jones was facing in 2019 when Eli Manning got the first 2 starts. And then after 2 games, Daniel Jones was thrusted into the lineup against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and we thought we might have had a franchise quarterback after that game. The difference here is not the veteran quarterback, because we got one of those here with Russell Wilson, not the rookie waiting, you know, for his shot. It's the play of the quarterback and the offensive line. Eli Manning's performances in the first 2 games in 2019 were much better than what we saw from Russell Wilson on Sunday. So, yeah, I agree with you, Talking Eco. No pushback from me, you know, on that one. Shout out my dog Peter one time in the building, man. He says 8th and goal sums it up, Authentic. And I think he's talking about the red zone opportunities that the Giants had on the first red zone possession that they had got, where you get the 4th down. And I thought Malik Neighbors dropped the ball on that 4th down, even though we got the flag that reset the downs. I thought Malik Neighbors dropped the ball on that play. I did want to go back and look at the back end zone angle to make sure. I haven't had a chance to do that yet, but I thought Malik dropped the ball there. The play calling, the sequence that happened throughout there, just terrible. And you don't, on 1st and goal from the 1-yard line, the Giants ran a play action pass to Marcus Bowe. Why the fuck did we just draft Cam Scatterboo? There's no excuse for that play call there. And we've seen Andrew Thomas, you know, it brings me back to a time when Andrew Thomas had more touchdowns in the regular season, more receiving touchdowns than Kenny Galladay did. And I forgot what we paid Kenny Galladay. I think it was 4 years, $90 million, or 4 years, $72 million. I think it was 4 years, $72 million. And here we are. We had Andrew Thomas having more receiving touchdowns than him. until his absolute last game as a New York Giant, where Davis Webb, I believe it was, threw him his only touchdown of his entire Giants tenure. But why are we doing that? And you get that many opportunities that close to the goal line within the 5-yard line, and you're just repetitively stalling out. And it just seemed, this goes back to the Giants not being prepared. You know, you look at that series, the first 4 downs of that series, where you go Marcus Bowe from the 1-yard line, play action pass, and then you go with Marcus Bowe in as an extra blocker, and he runs in to Tyrone Tracy. And now you lost yardage, and instead of 3rd and goal from the 1 or a touchdown on 2nd down, you're now looking at 3rd and 4 or 5. The Giants are just shooting themselves in the foot, man. And I don't know what they got to do here. It's simplify it, Peter, right? Like, just line up and run the fucking ball, man. Like, why are we overcomplicating it? And the crazy part about it is Brian Dable and Mike Kafka showed zero creativity throughout the entire day. And the one spot where they try to show some creativity, it's like they're drawing up the annexation of Puerto Rico and we're the fucking little Giants. It's embarrassing, yo. It's really embarrassing. And there was another play that was outside of the red zone that was absolutely embarrassing to me as well. It was that sidearm, off-angle Tyler Shuck looking throw from Russell Wilson on 3rd and 4. We go empty backfield and throw an out route. I want to say it was even less than 3rd and 4. It might have been 3rd and 1. And we go empty backfield and throw an out route where he's trying to sidearm the ball to, I believe it was Wan'Dale Robinson. Just poor execution, poor play choice across the board. When I talked about the 3 phases, offense, defense, special teams, you got to add the 4th phase, which is coaching. Just terrible from the New York Giants across the board, man. It was horrible. Shout out to Peter. I heard you talking in the spaces. I agreed with a lot of the shit you were saying too, man. B-Rog coming in with the $5 super chat, man. Shout out to all of y'all supporting the channel, man, for real. B-Rog said, P.S. New York Post reports that McFadden's x-rays have came back negative. Brian Dable said at his presser he did not break his leg. Good news, at least. That's a good look. We'll see how long Mike McFadden is supposed to be out, because we're going to need him. We don't have a lot of linebacker depth from an inside linebacker standpoint, so we're going to need him out there. Darius Muasawa, as soon as he got into the game, the Washington Commanders attacked him and threw a touchdown to Zach Ertz. So we got to find a way to upgrade that position. And the faster that Micah McFadden can get healthy, because right now it seems like Micah McFadden might be the best inside linebacker the New York Giants have. Kefla coming in here with the $5 super chat. I thought this was one that we might have already got. Kefla said, how do we run 11 plays and don't get in the end zone? This is most definitely a coaching problem. That's part of it. Yeah, man. And execution. It's execution as well. The thing is, Brian Dable could have ran, him and Kafka could have ran that silly-ass play to Marcus Bowe on the 1-yard line, and you get an incompletion. Russ Wilson throws out the back of the end zone. It's coming back and fucking up the execution on the next play that really, really puts the Giants in a hole now. You can't lose yards on 2nd and goal from the 1-yard line. That should have been an easy touchdown. I don't understand why Marcus Bowe on a goal line play is turned around facing Tyrone Tracy with his back to the defense. I don't even understand how you get in position. I got to go look at that play again from the All-22 and just see how he got thrown and spun around and ended up in Tyrone Tracy's face. But, yeah, it's coaching, it's execution, it's personnel, it's players, it's everything, man. You blame the water boys for the New York Giants on the sidelines. Everything was bad on Sunday. Shout out my dog Dean coming in with the $4.99 super chat. He said, it's like you said, too many Giants fans don't know ball for real. They watch Giants games and that's it. It clouds their judgment on what talent is. I think that's part of it. You know, when you don't watch ball across the league, you truly don't understand. The biggest thing for me, Dean, is a lot of fans don't understand how these quarterbacks around the league are performing in chaotic situations. Like you just look at Jaden Daniels, you look at Josh Allen, you look at Jalen Hurts, you look at Lamar Jackson, you look at guys like Joe Burrow. They just find ways to win games, man. And I know that those teams have a better set of weapons than the New York Giants do, but I think it's very important, and I do encourage fans to go out there and watch the other teams around the league. Like, even if you just watch a couple of series or you just go and watch a couple of highlights from teams, to be honest, you'll see that the level of play is just on a different plane. It's in a different place. And I do think that that's part of it for a certain sector of the fan base, that they think that, like, we have the right personnel. And they're very pro player. And I am pro player as well, because I understand that an army is made up of the soldiers. The army and what the army represents is just as important, right? But the players are going to be the ones that are going to go out there. The soldiers are going to be the ones that are going to go out there and fight on the front lines and make it happen. So I hear a lot of people say it's about the logo on the helmet, not the name on the back, and I think it's about both. I think it is about the name on the back of the jersey as well, because those guys are going to make up the representation of what you see as far as that logo on the side of the helmet. The coaches are involved in that as well. But it is important. You got to watch other teams, man. And I just encourage people to go out there and watch ball. I try to do it over here on our channel and give you guys, quarterback compilations. I'm going to be working on a couple today. I want to go see how Michael Penix performed. I got to see it on the side, but I was watching the New York Giants game at the same time. And a lot of the quarterbacks that I wanted to see on Sunday played in that 1 o'clock window. So I'm going to go back and do a couple of quarterback compilations. The Russell Wilson one is already up on the channel. I'm going to do a Michael Penix one. I saw a lot of the Atlanta Falcons fans, they were really digging that Film Friday that we had done a couple of months back on Michael Penix Jr. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to do a couple of more of those as well. But, yeah, it's super important, man. It's definitely important. Shout out to my dog, Dean. Shout out to Tommy Football in the building. Football on Sundays, YouTube on Mondays. The champion of that moniker coming in with the $2 super chat. He says, Dable getting any credit for Josh Allen is wild. I mean, you got to give him some credit. I mean, he's out there calling the plays, but Josh Allen has shown you that it don't matter who's out there as the offensive coordinator. I mean, we saw him with, Ken Dorsey for a while there, and he was still putting up big numbers. The turnovers kind of raised a little bit, but yeah, at this point, if Brian Dable cannot prove that he can develop and mold another quarterback, then I think Tommy's right on this one. You shouldn't be giving him credit. Shout out Kevin the PRF for the $5 super chat. Cheers, brother. Congratulations on the victory, Kevin. Big win for you guys. I think you expected it. I think we all kind of expected it. Y'all know I had to pick my New York Giants, right? But we kind of expected the Washington Commanders were going to win this game. Kevin the PRF says, funny, there was this offseason honeymoon for Shane and Dable, pretty much solely from moving on from Jones and drafting Dart, erased in one game. I kind of disagree with you on this, because not a lot. Let me replace that phrase. The rational New York Giants fans out there didn't expect the Giants to go out here and win a lot of games this year. We want to be pleasantly surprised, right? And I don't think it was a honeymoon off season, but what I do think it did, it took away some of the heat from the seat that Brian Dable was sitting on. And I don't even think that had to do with Jaxson Dart's preseason performance. I think it had to do with simply John Mara allowing Brian Dable to draft his guy in the draft. And Joe Shane coming out and basically confirming that and saying, like, yeah, basically, we allow Brian Dable to go get his guy. We do this as a unit. Those were the things that I think cooled down the seat of Brian Dable a little bit. But what's the honeymoon? It's the same fucking offense, Kevin, right? Like, I've been saying that up here a ton. Like, one, Jaxson Dart's not on the field. Two, you got Russell Wilson out there, and he's the only different player on the New York Giants offense as far as a starter when healthy. You can't expect this offense to be a completely different thing this year. And, I know a lot of fans want to ignore the schedule, not Commanders fans in your case, but Giants fans, they want to ignore the schedule. When you're a shitty team, the schedule is important. I don't know why people are acting like, just because we upgraded our defense, we're supposed to now be some like juggernaut of a team. The Giants aren't there yet. They just are not there yet. And defensively, they haven't shown the ability to be able to stop the run. But more importantly, offensively, they have not shown the ability to be able to move the ball and move the sticks. And most importantly, get in the end zone. So I don't know, man. I know you linger around on Twitter a good bit and you chop it up with a lot of us and a lot of the New York Giants fan base. And yeah, there are a bunch of people, within our fan base that are just absolutely delusional. There's no way around that, right? I think that there was some hype coming out of the preseason with the way that Jaxson Dart performed, and he played really well. But all that hype is kind of going to get swept under the rug until Jaxson Dart gets to go out there and actually play. But the weapons, man, I think the weapons are important. You guys showed that in your game here, that even with the New York Giants getting pressure on Jaden Daniels, if you can get the ball out of his hands quickly and get the ball into Deebo Samuel's hands quickly, it'll present some first down opportunities. Same thing goes with Austin Eckler. You know, one thing that's not even being talked about today is how Terry McLaurin was basically a non-factor in this game. And we talked about that leading up to this game and on the preview, right? Like, a lot of people are hanging their hat on Terry McLaurin's 2 touchdowns against the New York Giants. But when you dig deep, not even that deep, just a little bit beneath the surface, he only had 18 yards in that game. He had 2 receptions for 2 touchdowns and 18 yards. So Terry McLaurin was not a guy that I was fearing entering this game. But had this game been much closer and if the Giants could have scored points and, you know, made this a contest, I think in Commanders land, a lot of people would have been talking about Terry McLaurin and would have been like, damn, this guy's not getting targets either. But because the way that the game went, it's basically a non-factor and nobody's even talking about it today. So honeymoon, not quite so much for me. I do think that Joe Shane as a general manager is getting off into the right direction. And I've been kind of preaching this over here that he's a young general manager that's learning on the job, and he is certainly learning. But are we necessarily getting the results that we want? Not quite yet. Shout out to my dog, Word in the building with the 199 super chat. He said Daniel Jones balling out was a kick to the nuts. It didn't bother me too much, Word. Like, we got our own problems over here, man, and we look like dog shit. I've seen Daniel Jones go out there before and put up 5 touchdowns. He did it against the Washington Commanders in 2019. I've seen him put up 4 touchdowns against the Saints in 2021. I saw him put up 4 touchdowns against the Jets in 2019, against the Lions in 2019. We know Daniel Jones can throw 1 or 2 of these games out there for sure. I think the thing, if you're monitoring Daniel Jones in his situation with the Indianapolis Colts, is can he do this on a consistent basis? I will give you guys the number one more time. Daniel Jones went 40 straight regular season games without putting together back-to-back performances with at least 2 passing touchdowns. So let's wait. If Daniel Jones goes out there next week, puts up 4 touchdowns, then we can be like, oh, this looks like a little bit of a consistent batch of football from Daniel Jones. But it doesn't bother me, you know, that much. It's like seeing Saquon Barkley in week 1 go for 200 against some random team when he got traded to the Philadelphia Eagles. It didn't bother me one way or another, because what Daniel Jones does in Indy doesn't affect what the New York Giants have to deal with in New York. So for me, not that big of a deal yet, you know. But I hope Daniel Jones plays well with the Indianapolis Colts. He's got a great opportunity to go out there and win a lot of games, to be honest. He's in the best situation he's probably been in his entire career. Shout out Bergs one time in the building with the 199 super chat. He said, bro, it's like our offensive line doesn't hit the weights. Yeah, man, especially with JMS, man, he's just getting bullied. You saw John Runyon dealing with some of the same, just getting bullied in that game. And the Giants' offensive line not doing a great job. But when we talk about the quarterback position, I don't think that the quarterback is blameless in this either. Like, you know, you got to help out your offensive line by being decisive. And I just thought that Russell Wilson just lacked that in this game. And that's something that I didn't think that would present itself in this game. I thought that we were going to have a great opportunity, but I also think that we came into this one sleeping on the Washington Commanders front. They didn't have to blitz in this game, and they got pressure with that front four that a lot of people said was going to be, you know, basically a mediocre to below average unit. And we saw Dorrance Armstrong, Deron Payne, all of them, you know, just getting after the quarterback in a major way in this one. And that's unfortunate. Shout out B-Rog with the $10 super chat, man. I appreciate y'all making this super chat segment a long segment, man. This is definitely a vibe over here. We appreciate y'all supporting the channel. B-Rog coming in with the last super chat for the time being, the $10 super chat. He said, Mara needs to take a page out of Wellington's playbook. Take a step back, get your family out of operational positions, and hire football people to evaluate and bring in better players and coaches. The coaching part, I 100% agree with you on. The better players part, I don't know yet. Like, we walked into this season and no one had any issue with the defensive personnel, right? We thought that Joe Shane did a good job of checking these boxes, at least from a starting unit perspective. The weakest unit is the cornerback room, and seemed to have a pretty decent day. I don't know if it's a personnel thing quite yet. Offensively, I definitely agree with you on this, B-Raw. We got to find a way to upgrade the talent on the offensive side of the ball, bring in playmakers, bring in guys that can score touchdowns. I think that Mara's kind of taking your advice here a little bit by taking a step back just a little bit, and hiring the right people is what is important here. And I think that, there are a lot of people questioning if Brian Dable and Joe Shane are the right guys for the job, and they likely might not be. And this has just been just one game. Don't want to overreact too egregious, right? But I think that all of this is warranted right now. All these questions that you guys have and these question marks surrounding the New York Giants, absolutely warranted. Shout out my dog, No Mets, No Nets, No Jets, with the $4.99 super chat. He said, all of the Giants fans saying Daniel Jones balled out. How were y'all able to watch the Giants closely and watch Daniel Jones closely? 1 touchdown on the day. Shout out to DJ. All right, so the one part that's a little bit confusing to me is the 1 touchdown on the day, because Daniel Jones had like two touchdowns on the ground, and I forget how many he had through the air, but you make a great point here. I wasn't able to watch that game in its entirety. I was able to see it on Red Zone, seeing some of the highlights. The only highlight that I really got to see from Daniel Jones was the deep shot down the right sideline to Tyler Warren. Outside of that, I didn't get to see any of Daniel Jones' highlights. You look at the box score, I took a glimpse at it, and I thought it was multiple passing touchdowns. I could be wrong. And then I heard Pat McAfee say that he had multiple rushing touchdowns. But look, let's just look at the box score here right now and make sure that it is what it is. But, from what I saw, Daniel Jones looked like he had a good game. A lot of people were championing his performance. And then there was a couple of statistics going around that no quarterback had ever done what he had done, which was score on 7 straight drives. They're saying that no quarterback had ever done that in the history of the game, as far as back as they have been charting it. But Daniel Jones on the day was 22 of 29, 272 yards, 1 passing touchdown, and indeed had 2 rushing touchdowns. So we've seen that game from Daniel Jones. I don't understand why people think that was a big surprise. Like, Daniel Jones is not like a shitty quarterback. And you guys know I've never came up here and called Daniel Jones trash. But Daniel Jones is just an average, mediocre quarterback that lacks consistency. That's been his biggest issue. And the 1 touchdown on the day, you're talking about through the air. So, no Mets, no Nets, no Jets is correct on that. It was 1 through the air, and he sent in another super chat. He didn't have to do that, but salute to you for doing that. But yeah, it was a good day. 22 of 29 is very efficient. 272, that's a good day for Daniel Jones. But like I said, man, in New York, we have our own problems, and we got to take care of our problems in New York. I think that's very important. Shout out Timmy Football one time. He said, death, taxes, feeling deflated after Giants week 1. Yeah, that's facts, man. Ain't no way around that, right? There's no way around that. Shout out to Timmy Foosball for supporting the channel with the $2 super chat there. Yeah, man. It just a tough day for the Giants all in all here. And we're going to talk about a couple of more topics here. And then we'll get off into these Giant overreactions, have a little bit of fun before we get up out of here. Hopefully we keep it around 2-hour mark. We'll see how things go. But I think it is important to talk about one more thing here. And that is the way that the Washington Commanders' interior defensive line completely wrecked this game for us and just stalled out the running game in such a major way that allowed us to really not be able to build off of that. And it was really largely in part responsible to a guy that I heard a lot of Giants fans sleeping on for sure, and 2 guys that really I heard a lot of Giants fans sleeping on. Javon Kinlaw and Daron Payne. They absolutely tore shit up in this game. Shout out to my dog Deuce for bringing these statistics to my attention, especially the ones from Javon Kinlaw. He played 67% of the snaps, 4 tackles, 2 run stops, 2 TFLs, 2 pressures, 1 quarterback hit, 1 quarterback hurry. Daron Payne had 2 pressures, 2 sacks, 2 batted passes at the line, and 1 run stop. And in return, that really made Tyrone Tracy an absolute non-factor in this game. And just a pathetic performance from Tyrone Tracy. And you guys know that I've had a lot of skepticism, surrounding Tyrone Tracy, right? Because I think that he is a average running back at this point in time in his career. And he's a young running back, but we can't even say that. He's an older running back as far as where he is at in his career, because he is now entering his second season and he is up there in age. But as far as the experience at the running back position, he does have very limited experience, only having 1 year in college where he played the running back position, but 10 attempts for 24 yards, no touchdowns, 2.4 yards per carry, 2 receptions from the former wide receiver for 11 receiving yards, and 0 runs over 10 yards on the day. This is a theme that's dating back to last season. Tyrone Tracy was a much better running back with Daniel Jones in the lineup. His yards per carry took a drastic dip in his rookie campaign when Daniel Jones was removed from the lineup after the, Week 10 matchup against the Carolina Panthers. Tyrone Tracy finished the year with 7 straight games under 60 yards. It's something to monitor. And this is the thing. I really think that at this moment in time, if I had to make a definitive choice, if Cam Skattebo is going to be able to be a running back 1 in the NFL, I don't think that's the case. I know we only saw a couple of carries, but if Cam Skattebo is not going to be a running back 1, Tyrone Tracy, I think at his ceiling can be a running back 1, but I don't think Tyrone Tracy possesses the skill set to be an elite running back in this league. You know, you look at some of these other guys, and I know Derrick Henry had the big fumble last night, but that dude saved my fantasy league. Like 3 leagues, Derrick Henry saved me with his performances. You look at Saquon Barkley and the caliber of running back that he is, Josh Jacobs, you know, and just the importance of running the ball and how important that is to the success of the quarterback position. If the Giants don't have that, then we got to pray to the football gods that Jaxson Dart is just one of those unicorns. That's what we have to pray for. Because if we can't support our quarterback with the running game, it's going to be hard for the New York Giants to go out there and score the necessary points to go out here and win games. Tyrone Tracy, just another situation that I think we absolutely have to monitor moving forward. Devin Singletary, not a contributor in this game. Cam Skattebo, 2 carries for -3 yards. I saw one of the homies on Twitter saying that Cam Skattebo needs to be running back 1, and I just questioned, what did you see that made you think that? The 2 receptions that he had for like 12 yards? That's not going to do it for me. Now, let's talk about Russell Wilson in his day as well, which was, man, this is like I'm trying to think when we saw this kind of a performance from Daniel Jones last. Like, the completion percentage is the part that is so fucking alarming. 17 of 37 for 168 yards. I know Russell didn't make the big mistake. He did have a fumble down there near the red zone, but he ended up recovering it. No interceptions. And I feel like when we had those poor performances from Daniel Jones at the quarterback position, it usually was tied to turnovers. But this performance from Russell Wilson, this reminds me more of like a rookie performance. Like, this is like a poor performance from a rookie quarterback that's like trying to take care of the ball and not throw interceptions, but is just so inefficient at the quarterback position. 17 of 37 with a QBR of 25.6. I don't understand how the Giants are supposed to win games with this type of quarterback play. His time to throw was 2.72 seconds, which is enough. That's enough in the NFL. That's about average when you look at the NFL over the last couple of years. 2.7 is like, we can get it done. But our wide receivers are not creating enough separation for Russell Wilson to be able to confidently let the ball out of his hands. He had just 1 passing attempt over 20 yards, and that was an incompletion. His pressure to sack percentage was 11.8. 6 scrambles on the day. Average depth of target was 6.7 yards, which that just reminds me of Daniel Jones and the problems and the deficiencies within the Giants offense when he was here. 4.5 yards per attempt. Only 1 turnover-worthy play all day, which, again, that just reminds me of a rookie quarterback going out there that doesn't want to let it loose and doesn't want to make the big mistake. I thought Russell Wilson was inconsistent with his accuracy all day long. You could give him the out that he was under pressure all day long. 50% of his dropbacks he was pressured on. And I thought that he was fighting. I definitely saw a guy fighting. He did have 44 rushing yards and led the New York Giants in rushing. And I thought that he felt that the pressure was getting to him so fast that his only option was to really duck his head and try to run and get some necessary yards on the ground. But that's a forgettable performance at the quarterback position. And when we brought in Russell Wilson, I didn't think that we were going to get top 10 type of quarterback play, but 17 to 37, that's not it. That's never going to get it done in the NFL. 37 attempts is way too much. He started off relatively efficient throughout the day. I think he started off 7 to 10 when he was in the first half. But then as the game progressed and the Giants put themselves in very predictable down and distance situations, Russell Wilson just could not perform to a high level. And this is unfortunately what a lot of the Pittsburgh Steelers, a lot of the Denver Broncos, and a lot of the Seattle Seahawks fans were telling us on social media, that the hype surrounding Russell Wilson is simply just that is just hype. And then eventually you guys are going to learn the hard way like we all learned. This is not the 2020 version of Russell Wilson that I wanted to get from him today or yesterday in the game. This is probably the worst version of Russell Wilson that we've seen in his career. And this indicates a quarterback that is on a decline. That's what you're seeing here at 17 to 37. It's never going to get it done. So I don't know where the Giants move from here, because 2.72, I understand the offensive line played poor, but I think that this is more of a combination of quarterback play and the lack of weapons on the field, causing the New York Giants offense to be very non-dimensional. I was going to say one-dimensional, but non-dimensional. Because when you can't run the ball like this, the way that the Giants showed you on Sunday, then it trickles into the quarterback play, and it trickles into secondaries seeing the Giants wide receiver core in predictable situations and being able to capitalize on that. So we'll see if Russell Wilson, one, even gets to start against the Dallas Cowboys, which I do expect that to be the case. And two, if the level of play from Russell Wilson will be able to increase as we get farther along into this season. But this was poor, man. You know, and as somebody that I knew what I was going to get from Russell Wilson, I absolutely did not think it was going to be this. This was bad. This was just, you can't slice it no other way. This was bad quarterback play. And I think you got to put at least some of the blame on Russell Wilson, for the performance that he put out there against the Washington Commanders on Sunday. Let me see. I think we got a couple of more super chats. So we got one from No Mets, No Nets, No Jets. Big shout out to the dog one time with the $4.99 super chat. He said, Bobby Okereke is sabotaging something. Dexter, where are you? Yeah, Dexter Lawrence was non-existent, and I'm reluctant to say this, but the game record that people want Dexter Lawrence to be is something that's not consistent. Like, Dexter Lawrence is the best nose tackle in the game. And on the half of of the all 22 footage that I watched already, they weren't lining Dexter Lawrence up directly over the center on a lot of the plays. I don't even think I saw a play where he was directly over the center. So they're kind of, it's a bit of a masked 4-3 defense, if you ask me, although we're known to play a 3-4 defense. To me, it's kind of masking a four-man front when you don't have Dexter Lawrence over the center. And, you got him playing the A gap and at times playing the B gap as well. So, yeah, man, I agree with you, bro. It's been a tough one. It's definitely been a tough one. I want to tap in with the chat real quick here and just kind of see the latest in the chat. I see a lot of new names in the building, man. Big shout out to all of y'all pulling up and rocking out with us today, man. And if you digging the vibes, we're here very frequent. We're going to be going live a ton this season. Each day that I get to sit here in my studio and dig more into the details, dig into the statistics, the numbers, the tape, the all 22, it will become more revealing. So as the week progresses along, I'm going to just be going live pretty much every day, at least for an hour, and just updating you guys on some of the things that I'm seeing. And if you digging those vibes, hit the subscribe button. But again, there's something about this small little portion of the internet over here at Authentic in the Beard that we love with this community, that we know all the names that we see in the chat, and we know that we got a very knowledgeable fan base over here. We're going to call it a knowledgeable fam base, because this is family over here at Authentic in the Beard. I got day ones that have been rocking out with us for 6 years over here, man, and salute to y'all. But yeah, we're going to be active this year. It's going to be an extremely active year. And then Thursday, when we get to the preview with the beard, I think that that's going to be another amazing show. We got the Giants taking on the Dallas Cowboys for another NFC East matchup. And then you got the Commanders taking on the Green Bay Packers. But we got a lot to correct going back to the drawing board. But I see Jaden Roos is in the building, says, can't just look at the numbers and come to that conclusion. The play calling and protection are terrible. Listen, I encourage people, don't ever just look at one thing. If you are going to look at just one thing, look at the All-22. And even just looking at the All-22, it's hard to understand a lot of the concepts that these coaches are running unless you come from a true play caller perspective, which a lot of us don't. I don't ever just look at the stats. I don't ever just look at the box score. I don't ever just look at, one article or get one person's perspective. Over here, I almost like pride myself on looking around the internet, trying to get all the options that I possibly can get and then come to a final determination. Not even a final determination, to be honest, because if more facts get presented down the line that can somehow debunk some of the thoughts that we might have had before, I'm always willing to pivot off of a stance that I might have had before with more data. So I 100% agree with you on that. Bobby Banks is in the building, says, Wilson is 100% starting against the Cowboys. No way Dable makes a move like that. Yeah, I don't think there's I'm not going to rule it out. That's one thing, because I said that about Eli when we had Daniel Jones, and then 2 games later, Daniel Jones is on the field. I won't rule it out. And I did just see Adam Schefter talking with Pat McAfee on ESPN, and he was talking about how Brian Dable was very non-committal to who was next week's quarterback. But I think that, judging the way things have kind of transpired here during the Dable tenure, I expect Russell Wilson to be the starter against the Dallas Cowboys here on Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Kai says that Dable already said Wilson is the starter. I kind of saw some people talking about that as well. And then Adam Schefter went on Pat McAfee and said those statements, which made it a little bit confusing for me. Let's see what else we got here. DeIlla says, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Winston would have thrown his share of interceptions yesterday. He doesn't handle the pressure any better. We need someone a little bit more flat of foot that can get out of the pocket and do it quick. And I think he corrected. He said fleet of foot. Okay, I get what you're saying there. Yeah, I agree. And those are the things that we want to see. Somebody on my Bleacher Report stream yesterday said this. They said we went out there on Sunday. We saw Russell Wilson against the Commanders. It didn't look good. It'd be nice to see if we could get Jaxson Dart on the field and see what it looks like. And if it doesn't look good, then we know that the problem is not at the quarterback position. If it looks good, then you got an easy situation and you know what you got to do. You got to go out there and start the kid. I've continuously told you guys that I think Russell Wilson is ready to go out there, lead this team. He has a decorated career that shows and a track record that shows that he's a capable starter in this league. But at the same time, the people that are saying they want to see Jaxson Dart, I'm okay with it because Jaxson Dart looks ready. I'm not saying he's at the peak of where he's going to be, but Jaxson Dart, in my opinion, looks like a quarterback that could go out there and start a game for the New York Giants. So I'm kind of okay with it in either regard, to be honest. Ben Ayers says that Russell Wilson went 14 of 28 versus Washington last year and put up 28 points. And why was that? The explosive plays. You remember all those explosive plays in that game? And Russell Wilson is 3-3, now 3-4 against the Washington Commanders, which is, is definitely a letdown for us. And he was 500 going into week 1 matchups as well. And now he's just a game under. So we'll see. Gregory says, how many years is Russell Wilson signed for? 1-year deal. $10 million was the base of the contract. The incentives get that contract where it can go all the way up to $21 million in the season. So if the Giants want to save some money, maybe that makes more sense to go to the kid a little bit earlier as well. Bobby Banks said those press conferences after the game pissed me the fuck off. They said nothing of real value. My 8-year-old nephew could do a better press conference. Very true, man. Very, very true, man. I almost don't watch him anymore. I will say this, though, and I did watch this particular one. Malik Neighbors' demeanor in the locker room is what I want to see more of. On the field, you're seeing a guy that's forgetting that the cameras are on him at all times because he is the lone superstar on the offensive side of the ball for the New York Giants. So you're seeing a guy, obviously we saw the sideline antics with Brian Dable, and you got people on social media making excuses for that shit, saying that Malik Neighbors didn't see Brian Dable trying to dap him up. Bro, I got to sit up for this shit. He's literally, Brian Dable's like holding his hand up like this, realized that, okay, I'm about to get carried like shit right now. He kind of can't see my dap. I'll give you, he couldn't see it at first. He then lowers the dap and puts it in Malik Neighbors' vision, line of sight, grabs Malik Neighbors by the shoulders to try to show him the dap, and Malik still didn't dap him up. So then he kind of like halfway brought him in for like a hug, like, come on, let's get this shit together. We know what that is. Look, people of the culture, y'all know what the fuck that was. Y'all know what kind of energy that was on the sidelines from Malik Neighbors. And honestly, man, it's no room for that bullshit. You're a professional being paid millions of dollars, man. Go out there and be a pro, be a professional. Now, all of that said, hearing Malik Neighbors in the press conference, I love what he said. Russell Wilson putting the ball out there where we can make plays. We as wide receivers got to go out there and make plays. Even if that's not true, I like that he's taking accountability. He didn't blame it on the coaching staff. He didn't blame it on the quarterback. He didn't blame it on the offensive line. He didn't say, go look at the target tape. I'm running down the field wide open. He took accountability in the press conference. On the field, a little bit of a different story, but I do think that Malik Neighbors is a young man at the age of 22 years old that is maturing before our eyes. And I am seeing a more mature player. And the tone, the professionalism in his speech, everything that I saw in that press conference, I was a fan of it. Let's just have that translate to the field a little bit more. Like when other players are looking at the biggest playmaker on the offensive side of the ball, pout, for lack of a better word, and showing those type of body mannerisms and language, that's not a good sign, man. And honestly, that's one thing that I thought Odell Beckham Jr. was not good at as well. Like, you could tell that these guys from LSU want to fucking win. And I get that. I want to win too. But you can't do it in a pouting way. Me and my girl always have conversations about this too, right? Like, if you want something, you have to demand it. You cannot, like, you know, if you have like a tone that comes across as a bit like of a whiny tone, people never going to respect that. You almost have to be stoic in your approach to leadership and the way that you complain about stuff. You know, I much would rather prefer the leader or the playmaker on my team to come up to me and say, yo, get your shit together and let's get on this field and knock this shit out the park, rather than being on the sidelines doing all this shit and complaining and crying. We don't want to see that. But I commend Malik Neighbors for, as a young man, I know what it's like to be 22 years old. That was 20 years ago for me, and I was a complete fuck up during those times. And I understand that at that young of an age, it is a developmental process of growth to get to the man that you're going to be. And unfortunately, the fans don't give a fuck about that. The fans are going to treat you like an adult because when you're on the football field, you look like an adult. But I think we got to give these players a little bit of grace that they are just young men at the end of the day. Shout out Shanita Jaxson. She said, authentic. How much did Beard celebrate and talk trash about Washington to you yesterday? Not one bit. Not even one text. Didn't even text me and say, yeah, we got you. None of that. Like, I think the Beard looked at that game and realizes that, one, the Giants are not in the Washington Commanders class right now, right? And two, the Commanders didn't put their best foot forward and didn't play their best game. Normally, the Beard's not really a big shit talker when it comes to that kind of stuff. And neither am I, to be honest. Like, when we were dominating the Commanders during the Daniel Jones era, like, it didn't mean much to me. And I didn't use it as bragging rights, you know, as far as our rivalry goes with me and the Beard. But Beard didn't even text me after the game and say, y'all stink, none of that shit. Just, we talked a little bit during the game, and that was it. We talked about fantasy football, and he kind of just let me be. So, you know, I respect him for that, because he definitely could have, rubbed that victory, in the faces of all of us, all the New York Giants fans. But he'll be up here soon, and he'll get to make his case, and, we'll see the temperature and the vibe when the Beard gets up here. Let's see. We got one from H-Town TX in the building. He said, no coaching, no leadership, no situational awareness or play calling awareness, no scheme, no identity, no commitment, no effort, no focus, no urgency, no respect, no sense of purpose for one common goal. Bro, that's bars right there. Let that marinate right there, y'all. That's great. That's great, man. Shout out to H-Town, man. Shout out to H-Town, because that's great. There's no response needed for that. That's just bars right there for y'all. IDC said, this guy is 42. Good for you, man. I thought you were like 30 top. Yeah, man. I'm 42, 1983, July the 5th. I don't know, man. I ain't doing nothing special, man. Like, barely, getting my legs going, barely working out. I'm always sitting in this chair engineering. I'm barely getting sun. I did get some sun the other day at the Maryland game, though. But yeah, it's no real trick to this. Maybe it's just genes. I mean, I'm getting a couple of little straggler grays up in there, but yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's going to happen. I told my girl that too. I'm like, when is the old man just going to get here? I don't like to transition into the old man, right? I just want to be the old man with all the gray hairs, a little cane on the side, you know what I'm saying? My folks from Haiti, and, us Haitians will keep a good cane on us, straight up and down. But I'm waiting for it. It hasn't happened yet. Shout out Cynthia Georgette. She said, excellent analysis, the best I've heard today. Thank you. Salute. Appreciate you being here with us in the building. I'm just a diehard Giants fan like the rest of y'all, and I just got a lot of time on my hands being here in the studio and whatnot. I work from home, get a good chance to look at a lot of tape and, just study the game. I've been studying this team for, extensively for the better part of the last decade. And, yeah, just appreciate you being here, rocking out with us, and thank you for the kind words. The Beard is in the building. Shout out to Beard one time, representing, rocking out with us today on the Giant Overreaction. I was going to have him here today, but I thought that this was a well-needed therapy session. But we will get the Beard's thoughts here on the channel here soon. Let's see what else we got here. Shout out Bluegrass Picker. He said, feel free to subscribe if you enjoy the conversation. Pull up a seat. Get in the chat. Absolutely, man. Bluegrass Picker always representing for the Authentic and the Beard family. We appreciate you. Sebastian says, Giants are so putrid that the stench stinks so much it's unbearable. This team just looks like last year, but with some flashier names. Very true. Very true. Timmy Football says, the in-depth breakdown of the failed dap up. Yeah, man. The dog, like, come on, yo. I got so many people, because I posted the screenshot, and I got so many people like, you're looking at this too in-depth, and he just didn't see Brian Dable reaching his hand out. Get the fuck out of here, man. I keep telling people we were not raised the same. Because I know if I'm on a court, dog, like let's say I'm on a basketball court with some homies and things ain't going the right way, and I go up to you and I'm like, and you just like, yeah, get me back out on the field. Come on now. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. Josh Soul said 83 babies in the building. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all know what it is. 1983, the best year, man. Sports, too, man. A lot of great players drafted that year. Guy said, wake up one day looking like Morgan Freeman. Yeah, I'm waiting for it, bro. Like, I just want to, get to that point where I am an old man. I'm not digging the transition of, like, turning into an old man. Like, my knees is starting to creak a little bit. These gray hairs is creeping in, and it's happening. I saw somebody else said that black don't crack, and that's definitely a thing too, man. We definitely got some good genes for sure. All right, I'll get a couple more, and then we'll get off into these Giant Overreactions, and then we'll get y'all up out of here. Let's see. New Jersey Justin is in the building. What's going on, Justin? Hope all is well outside of that tough New York Giants loss yesterday. He says, do you think it's warranted for them to clear the building after one game? What if Dart pops off? I don't want Dart starting next year with a whole new system. Yeah, I hope that's not the vibe that I'm giving off, that the Giants should, clean house here as far as the coaching staff goes after one game. I agree with you on it. I think one game is a little bit too quick. I want to get a whole sample size of Brian Dable and Joe Shane underneath this new personnel that we have. Shane Bowen as well. You brought in a lot of corrective players to fix a lot of the deficiencies with the New York Giants on the defensive side of the ball. I want to see a 17-game sample size before I come to a conclusion if they need to clean house. And I've been saying this a lot. I think Brian Dable and Joe Shane are going to be safe going into 2026 simply because they allowed him, or allowed them to draft their quarterback. And what you're saying here, like, you don't want Dart to have to deal with a new coaching staff and a new regime and then have that whole situation that happened with Daniel Jones all over again, where it's kind of like, do we want this guy? Is this the quarterback of the future? And then stalling the progression of the new coaching staff as well. Maybe they want a new quarterback. Maybe John Mara is kind of in the way, in the middle of things, saying, hey, we have this quarterback we just spent the first-round pick on. We got to find out if he's the guy. And then you have this whole, like, buffering situation that ultimately ends up without any conclusion, and you might just be wasting time during that, and maybe Jaxson Dart isn't the guy. Y'all know my stance on Jaxson Dart. That was my quarterback 2 in the draft, right behind Cam Ward. I think Jaxson Dart has the goods. I think Jaxson Dart can absolutely be a franchise quarterback for the New York Giants, but he needs stability in the situation around him. And right now, there's definitely some question marks surrounding that. David Hernandez says, I think what frustrates me is people act like Jaxson Dart can't give the offense more opportunities to make plays. Yes, the offensive line was trash, but you got to be able to improvise out of structure. The best of them do it like that, you know? And when we get to the overreactions, we'll talk about that here in a little bit. That's a great point by David right there. Brandon K said, what's up, bro? Awesome channel and love the vibes, man. Question, how do you think we fix the offensive line issue? Number one, it starts at the quarterback. You need somebody that's going to be decisive under center. I think that Russell Wilson is typically a decisive quarterback. We didn't see that on Sunday. Having a guy at the quarterback position that can be a dual threat, that can extend plays with his legs, you know, and be a threat to run the ball on design runs, a la Jaxson Dart, I think that can help. You also got to start drafting better. Last year's draft, or this year's draft, we'll call it, was a bit of a step in the right direction when you get Marcus Bowe in the 5th round. I mean, the verdict is still not out yet on him. I do think a lot of Giants fans and content creators might have jumped the gun with Marcus Bowe and just his projection in general after the preseason performance. But it starts there at the draft. You have to draft better. You have to be able to draft, and then once you be able to draft these players, you have to be able to develop. And the Giants have struggled in that regard. Evan Neal being a guy that comes to mind. And then after that, you know, it's staying healthy. Andrew Thomas, I told you guys on the preview show that Andrew Thomas was not going to play. I got the plug that told me about that. I said it was about 75%. He's not going to play. Same plug told me Andrew Thomas will play next week. So, you know, barring a setback, we should have Andrew Thomas on the field. But that's the other thing. Availability is the best ability. And you got to be available to go out there and be able to play. And Andrew Thomas just, for some reason, seems to be that one player that galvanizes that unit. I think that's unacceptable. You should be able to have a serviceable offensive line with just one guy out of the lineup. I mean, you look at the Los Angeles Chargers without, Rashawn Slater. They're still finding ways to be able to protect the quarterback, but the Giants just seem to not be able to do that. So those are the areas of concern for me. Quarterback, it always starts with quarterback. I don't know if you're new here, Brandon. Definitely appreciate the kind words on the channel and whatnot and the vibes. Something I always say up here is a decisive quarterback is an offensive lineman's best friend. Once you get a decisive quarterback in the building, it'll help the offensive line tremendously. We know Russell Wilson is capable of being decisive. We didn't see it on Sunday. Let's see. Deilla says, somebody does that to you on the court, that's when you make it a point to take their ankles. Absolutely. Listen, man, I just think a lot of people don't know about the behaviors of the culture, man. I know what that means. I know what Malik Neighbors was giving off. He was giving off, don't fucking talk to me. That's what he was giving off. Let's see. I see A-Track saying, 82 is the year. I ain't got no disrespect to my 82 babies. I respect my elders, all right? You know what I'm saying? But shout out to y'all as well. Shanita Jackson said, was Fedoni out there with Bellinger and Theo when we were down in that red zone? I think Fedoni was inactive in this game, actually. I don't remember seeing Fedoni out on the field for any plays. So, yeah, I don't think Fedoni was out there. And it's just interesting. You're addressing tight end over and over and over, right, as a general manager from Joe Shane's perspective. 2022, you go Daniel Bellinger. The year before that, we had brought in Kyle Rudolph as well. But 2022, we go Daniel Bellinger. 2023, you trade the third-round pick for Darren Waller. 2024, you draft Theo Johnson. 2025, you draft Thomas Fedoni the second. We're not getting productivity out of that position. We'll stop spending resources on it. That's the one place where I'm just like, what are we doing? What are we doing there? Sebastian says if the Giants start Dart too early, they should both get fired. Russell Wilson isn't a scrub quarterback to give up on that early. I'm curious as to what too early might be for you, Sebastian, because for me, we get to that Saints game, that's not really too early for me. It all depends on how Russ plays, man. One game is definitely too short of a leash, but it does depend on how Russell Wilson plays in these next couple of games here. Call it a comeback 83. Shout out my 80s babies in the building. Says, how many round one picks do we need? It's crazy. I know. Dude, you're looking at, first rounders across that defensive front. And then you got first rounders spent on Evan Neal, Andrew Thomas, Malik Neighbors, right? You got 8 first rounders you have 22 players that you're fielding, and 8 of them are first rounders. Trying to think if I'm missing anybody. I don't think so. Javon Holland was drafted in the 2nd round. Yeah. So you got 8 first rounders. Yeah, man. It's crazy. And look, when you look at the Washington Commanders, when they had all those first rounders up front with Chase Young, Montez Sweat, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, they didn't get a lot of success out of that either. So it's not about where you drafted, to be honest. It's just about getting them dogs up there, man, and finding those gems, later on in the draft as well. I think that's super important. Like, the Giants lack depth across the board, and they got to find a way to iron that out. Shout out to Mike S. He said, do you think we need a defensive coordinator? Or do you think we need a new defensive coordinator? There's no creativity on either side of the ball. Give me your take on this, please. First time, long time. Man, big shout out to the homie one time, Mike S. So I'd like to see more from Shane Bowen with this particular personnel. It wasn't a good outing on Sunday. It was maybe enough to keep the team in the game, possibly. But a lot of that has to do with the way that the Commanders shot themselves in the foot. There are games dating back to last season where I saw Shane Bowen have a lot of success. The Cleveland Browns game from last season is one that stands out as an outlier performance from a defensive coordinator standpoint for me. He blitzed Deshaun Watson on more than 50% of the dropbacks, which is very out of his character. Shane Bowen, coming from the Tennessee Titans defense, over there, they didn't run a lot of pressure type of situations at the quarterback. They didn't blitz the quarterback. They didn't send more than 4 at the quarterback a lot, but he was known for the creeper blitz, where they would still send 4, but it'll be a simulated pressure, right? Where you have one of your defensive linemen drop back, and then you have somebody from the 2nd, 3rd level come up and be a pass rusher. I didn't see a lot of that in this game against the Washington Commanders. Shane Bowen has to get it together fast. The clock is ticking, but for me, let me get to about week 9, I'd say. Let's get about halfway through the season, and then I think I can have a better gauge, because I do think it's important to give Shane Bowen a fair shot with this personnel. I want to see Abdul Carter on the field more. I want to see some more. I know D'Illa was talking about this in the beginning about, like, we shouldn't have to blitz as much while we have these first rounders up front on the defensive line. If I had it my way, we would get pressure with the front 4. I saw my homie Bobby Spence talking about this on Twitter earlier today. He's like, bring back Wink. Now, we can't bring back Wink, obviously. Wink Martindale is who we're speaking about. But let's bring back some of those vibes. Like, can we get, like, some just all-out pressure? Like, can we get certain downs, maybe on a, like, 2nd and 17 situation like we saw on Sunday, where Jaden Daniels was continuously climbing out of those situations. Instead of playing soft zone and just waiting for them to attack us, can we be the aggressor and just throw the kitchen sink at a quarterback? Why are we afraid to do that on 2nd and long, 3rd and long situations? The conservative nature of Shane Bowen's play calling style is bothering me. But like I said, I'm willing to wait until about halfway through the season to come to a final determination on it. Timmy Foosball said, I think Dart starts week 3 on Sunday Night Football versus the Chiefs. I would have preferred him to sit a lot longer, but I can see it happening because Shane and Dable will panic. I could see it happening too, and that was the sweet spot where we saw Daniel Jones last year as well, was in week 3. If I'm Brian Dable, and I said this on a video that is pinned to the Authentic in the Beard YouTube profile. It's at the top of the page, where the video is basically about why we shouldn't draft Shedeur Sanders at pick 3. But in that video, I expressed that Brian Dable could actually have 2 lifelines during this season. You have to extend the length of those lifelines, right? Let me describe the 2 lifelines. The first one is Russell Wilson, right? You can utilize Russell Wilson as a bit of a buffer if you play him long enough. That will give you the first lifeline that says, okay, it's time to pivot. We're calling the line. Is Jaxson Dart on the line, right? But Russell Wilson gives you that first opportunity. So milk it. Like, if you bring in Jaxson Dart too early, you're putting yourself in the same situation that Pat Shurmur was in with Daniel Jones. Now you have an extended length and a period of time throughout the season to watch this quarterback play for 15 games under you, the person who wanted to draft him, where in that case it was Pat Shurmur. In this case, it'll be Brian Dable. So if you bring Jaxson Dart in now, you're going to get that 15-game sample size to be able to judge Brian Dable with his rookie quarterback. If it looks like shit, why bring him back for the next season? I think it'll put Brian Dable in a situation to be fired before the beginning of the 2026 season. When I look at Pat Shurmur, I think he could have done himself a favor by waiting to start Daniel Jones. Let Eli Manning play it out. Even if it looks poor, let him get to about week 8, week 9, week 10, so that then the sample size that you get to see with the head coach with his newly drafted quarterback is smaller and doesn't allow you to come to a final evaluation before the season is over as the owner of the New York Giants and John Mara, and make you say, you know what, this looks like it's not going in the right direction. Let's nip this in the bud and fire Brian Dable now. So those two lifelines I'm speaking on, I think that you need to extend both of them. Make it a long lifeline for Russell Wilson as long as you can possibly make it. I think you should wait until about week 8, week 9, and then maybe you throw Jaxson Dart out there to the Wolves. But at the same time, if they decide to start Jaxson Dart because they think that Jaxson Dart is the best quarterback on the roster that gives us the best chance to win, I'm cool with it. All right. Let me get this chat all the way down, scrolled to where we are at. I like this one from H-Town. He said proper play calling would have had 12 and 13 personnel all day long to help the offensive line, help Russ with the play action, and help the run game. Unfortunately, the coaches forced play calling that doesn't work. I do agree with you on that. And there was a little bit of a sample size there that showed Brian Dable keeping the tight end in the block at times. And I did see a lot of just two-man route concepts. The more people you keep in the block when you do run 12 and 13 personnel, it limits the amount of wide receivers that are running routes down the field. That type of approach to a game plan, I think, absolutely is the right decision, but you need that running game to support all that. And the Giants didn't have that. They didn't have the running game to support it. Pete Cho said Fedoni was a healthy scratch. That's what I thought. Thank you for confirming that. Sebastian says the Giants bailed too much on Bellinger. I don't like Theo Johnson. To be honest, I ain't mad at that take at all. Brandon K said, appreciate you for your answer, bro. Also rooting for Dart to cook. Hopefully him and Neighbors can chef something special up. But very true, depending on one good offensive line guy like Thomas just isn't going to cut it. Yeah, I'm right there with you. 4A Street Uno said, do you think this schedule gives Brian Dable a pass because it's the hardest schedule? I think it's something to consider, right? Like, I think that John Mara is a guy that likes to come up with excuses, and that might be one of them. That might be one of them. De Illa says, we could have used Harold Fannin Jr. De Illa. So let me bring up a little story here that I was talking about on Bleach Report yesterday. So there's this dude on Bleach Report that like almost trolls almost like half my streams, right? And when I was breaking down in early January some of the prospects that I thought the New York Giants should target, Harold Fannin Jr. was one of them. And he told me, we're not drafting no fucking tight end. You could do the New York Giants fan base a service by talking about the things that could actually happen. And you guys saw it transpire on 2025 draft night here in April. The Giants went out there and drafted another tight end in Thomas Fedoni, who I do like. I really like his skill set. Very broad wingspan and catch radius. Great at the catch point, strong hands, high points, everything. Definitely a liability as far as possibly getting injured. But I am a fan of Thomas Fedoni. But Harold Fannin Jr. was like, didn't he lead the nation in receiving yards? He was one of those guys that I thought could come in and be a weapon at the tight end position, not just another guy. And I think, again, a lot of Giants fans overlooked how much responsibility was placed upon Daniel Jones as the reasoning why our wide receivers were not living up to the bill. But it's deeper than that. The wide receiver core is just not all that good. That's the determination I've came to. Not even just wide receiver core. The weapons in general just are not that good. And when you don't got guys that can score touchdowns, it's going to lead to it being very difficult to score touchdowns. And that's been the entire theme through Brian Dable's tenure. So you spot on right there. We could have absolutely used Harold Fannin. Let me see. This is I'm gonna call you T Island because I'm gonna struggle with that. But this is the homie T Island in the building one time said this team is so boring to watch. Yeah, man. Offensively, it just that game was just I didn't get out of my seat once, and it's such a stark difference from what we saw in the preseason, scoring 30 points in all those games, and then you come to the regular season and the Giants give you a field goal in each half. It was terrible to watch, man. I didn't get up out of my seat once in that game. And Allen M is definitely doubling down on it and agreeing with you on that. Both offense and defense look horrible. I agree. H-Town said Dable and his complex scheme and playbook isn't working with terrible offensive line, and offensive line coaching doesn't work with players that don't execute the plays. He has to dumb it down. He has to dumb down the playbook for it to work. I agree. You know, like I want to see some creativity, but let's make it like simple creativity. Just because we want a more creative offense doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be simple as far as how easy it is to execute for our playmakers. Totally agree with you on that. And 4A said that I don't think Russ is the guy. He's not the guy for the future for sure. I think he's a guy that can be a placeholder for now, but that's really about it. H-Town said Wink would have had this defense dominating with different schemes. Agree. Deedon said the defensive scheme isn't aggressive enough. Agree. 4A said Abdul Carter on Spy is crazy. Look, I saw a particular content creator talking about that this was the key to the New York Giants winning the game was having Abdul Carter spy Jaden Daniels. I hated it. We're going to use one of our best pass rushers to spy a quarterback and just sit there on the second level. It never made sense to me. And they actually went out there and tried it. New Jersey Justin said Carter on spy is basically taking him out the game for real. LOL. Facts, man. Facts. David said, I know the offensive line was not getting any push, but did you see anything on the tape that concerns you about Tyrone Tracy going into year 2? Explosivity. That dude was just not hitting the hole the way that we saw him do that as a rookie in 2024. And just, you know, Tyrone Tracy's the kind of guy that when he doesn't have the running lane, he's unable to create, which is why I think addressing the running back position, bringing in Cam Scatterbo might have been a mistake. It might have been. We'll see. I think this is Kareen Rock says Abdul Carter should have been rushing every down. Absolutely. Like I'm keeping Abdul on the field as much as I can and just saying, go get the quarterback, bro. That's what you do best. Go get the quarterback. H-Town said Carter was flat-footed and caught watching the play right in front of him instead of just destroying the play, being disruptive. Every play, Parsons style. Bookend Tackle says, it is possible that Bowen has to follow what Dable wants. Remember, that was an issue with Wink because he would go off Dable's script. It was, but even still, do you think that Wink Martindale's identity was affected by that? I didn't think so. Like Brian Dable wanted more conservative style. And Wink Martindale, I think, was trying to meet him in the middle with that, right? But I don't think it took away from who Wink Martindale is. You know, like Wink Martindale was the kind of guy that would get burned on 3rd and 20 on a screen. But like at least he was sending everybody at the quarterback. You know, like I was a fan of that, to be honest. Not a fan of teams converting on 3rd and long, but I just like the aggressive nature of just being like making the quarterback uncomfortable. Like I played quarterback on the high school level. And when I played quarterback, like if there was a free rusher on a pass play, I'm not even looking down the field. It's disrupting everything that I want to do. And that's what you want. You want that quarterback to be in a situation where he's just uncomfortable. And I said this to a couple of homies. Jaden Daniels, even when he was being pressured, he still looked comfortable while he was being pressured. And we got to find a way to fix that. Shout out Heck Your Boy in the building. He said, bro, sometimes I don't even feel like they're trying to win. That's crazy. And it does feel like that, man. It's like if we can't give our quarterback enough time to be able to throw the ball down the field, well, create ways, move the pocket, create ways to get him time, boot the quarterback to his right and create concepts that will allow him to be able to have enough time to throw the ball down the field or at least be able to throw it out of bounds if that's not going to present the case. It's frustrating, man. And I'm not a NFL offensive coordinator, and that makes it even more frustrating because it's like there's a part of it where you're just like, what are they even trying to do? What is the plan here, right? Like, ultimately, what is the identity of the offense? It can't be just spamming Malik Neighbors. It just can't be that. Ray W. said, I think Carter is hurt more than they're letting on. I mean, I don't know, man. He was making some plays out there, man. He looked good. I saw a compilation of his pass rushes, and he was getting after the quarterback. Deaton Shelton said Abdul Carter literally watched Daniels hand off to Krosky and run in for the touchdown. That spy idea was idiotic. Yeah, man. Ricardo Lugo's in the building, says you can't look at Russ' numbers like that. The Giants had 4 or 5 drops, plus multiple times he had to throw the ball away like 6 times because the pass rush was killing us. On record, the Giants had 1 drop, the Theo Johnson drop. I said it was 2 drops. But that was it. I don't know about the 4 or 5 drops. I didn't see 4 or 5 drops on the day. I did see a lot of throwaways, though, Ricardo. I do agree with you on that. And there's a portion of that yeah, you can't blame the quarterback for throwing the ball away. But look, 37 dropbacks. Let's say Russell Wilson threw it away 6 times, and then he had the 1 drop. That even if he was 17 of 30, that's not good. That's not good. And listen, I do the compilations of Russell Wilson live so that by the time the game is over, you guys can go look at every throw from Russell Wilson and every run from Russell Wilson within this game. It was not a good performance. I'm not saying that he was at fault here, right? But it was not a good performance. I encourage you to check it out on the channel if you haven't checked it out. Like, there are times where Russell Wilson was bailing from the pocket a little bit as well. And I think the pressure started to get to him a little bit. And you got to put the blame on the offensive line there. You can't just have your quarterback just standing there getting his head taken off at the same time. But I just wanted to see Russell be a little bit more decisive. There were times where he hit the back foot on a 3-step drop and just wouldn't let the ball go. One that comes to mind was where Wan'Dale Robinson was running the out on the right side of the field, and the DB for the Commanders slipped, and Russell Wilson had him, and he pump faked it, and then just egregiously took a sack. I'm just like, play in structure. Play within the script of the offense. Let that ball go. You see it with Jaden Daniels. I mean, on one of them, it was almost a pick 6 for Cordero Flott, but still, he's playing within the structure of the offense. I want to see Russell Wilson do that a little bit more. Timmy Football said this defense with Wink, Lord of mercy, reminds me of Half-Baked when was it Samson? Nah, that wasn't Samson. What was my dog's name? Was it Samson? No, it wasn't Samson. I can't remember my dog's name for some reason. When he went to go drop off the package to the homie with the cornrows, and it was played by Dave Chappelle, and he was like, "Doctor said I got a bacchiotomy," and then he said, when he went to go meet up, it was Mr. Nice Guy. That's what it is. It's Mr. Nice Guy. It's when Dave Chappelle dressed up with the dreadlocks and he went to go see Samson, and they pulled out the bow and arrow on him. Yeah, and he's talking about right there down by the beach, and he talked about Lord of Mercy. He was trying to fake like he was Jamaican. Right there with you, Timmy. Right there with you. I think we got a couple of super chats here, and then we'll get off into these 3 overreactions. Try to cut this to a 2.5 hours, we'll say. We hit 2-hour mark already. Salute to everybody that been here from the beginning of the stream, rocking out with us today on this Monday afternoon. Let's see where we left off at. We got one from Joseph Winograd in the building one time with the $5 super chat. He said, yeah, man, you got your corner of the world over here, and it's a great vibe. Therapeutic for me as a Giants fan, too. Salute to you, Joseph, for pulling up, rocking out with us today, man. We try to make this a very welcoming, very warming, space on the internet for New York Giants fans and for NFC East fans as well, man. And anybody that just is a fan of football like how I am. And today, the topic is the New York Giants on a Giant Overreaction. Tough day for us, man. But salute to you for supporting us and helping us raise the bar over here on Authentic in the Beard. Shout out my dog Zion in the building one time. Zion said the Giants are pathetic. Just scratching my head. Hope all is good with you, fam. Right back at you, man. Outside of the New York Giants, things are, no complaints on my end, man. I'm able to come up here and talk football, do what I love, create content, and, have a discussion about this team moving forward. It's been a tough one, but, again, salute to you for helping us raise that bar here. Off Broadway with the $5 super chat one time. He said that's for the therapy in a safe space. Salute, man. Definitely appreciate you, brother. Thank you for helping us raise that bar over here. Pal 11 representing my Bleacher Report dogs in the building, coming in with that $9.99 super chat. He said, until I see otherwise, can't say that this regime can sign, draft, and develop great players. Aside from Neighbors, what players this regime draft and sign had developed into a star or went to that next level? There ain't one, pal. There ain't one. You know, Pal always shows up to my Bleach Report streams, and all of last season, he pulled up, and for all but 3 games, he would be one of the first people in the chat, and he would say, another day, another L. And then preseason came around, and Pal pulled up, and he said, another day, another dub. And it felt good for those 3 weeks. And here we are, week 1 approaches, pulls up on us, another day, another L. We right back at it, pal. Salute to you, though, dog. I appreciate you for helping us raise that bar, my dog. All right. Let's get to the moment that I know a lot of people have been waiting for, having these discussions. We're going to fly through these quickly. I don't want this stream to get a little out of hand. I think it's already kind of out of hand here at the 2-hour mark, but it's been a good discussion, and it's been a good vibe over here. Salute to y'all for helping me, kind of iron out some of the deficiencies in my takes as well, and, just helping and adding to this discussion that we had here today on the Giant Overreaction. I'm contemplating going live again tomorrow. Depends on what I see today when I get a chance to look at the All-22. I do want to cook up a couple of more quarterback compilations as well, so keep your eyes peeled for those. But let's get off into it, man. Let's where do we want to start here? We got 3 Giant Overreactions. One's about the quarterback. 2's about the quarterback. 3 are about the quarterback. Let me see the order I had it in my notes. One's about the coach, too, a little bit here. We'll start with that one. We'll start with the one about the coach. Let's do it. Let's get off into this first Giant Overreaction of the day. This one came from Brian Dable. And for those of y'all that don't know the rules over here, this is how the Giant Overreaction works here. If you agree with the statement on the screen, let's start with the disagree. If you disagree with the statement on the screen and you think it is an overreaction, you can put an O in the chat to represent that you think that this statement from this person on the screen is an overreaction. If you agree with the statement on the screen and you want to take the under, put a U in the chat to represent that you were taking the under on the Giant Overreaction. So if you agree, put a U. If you disagree, put an O. If you need a little bit more time to kind of think about the statement that's on the screen, maybe a couple of more weeks, you can opt to take the push, kind of the weak way out, but you can opt to take the push, and you can put a P in the chat. This one came from Brian Dable in the press conference, and he said, this game was not on Russell Wilson. I want to make that very clear. Now, I think that all too often in Giants Nation, we get very comfortable with looking to point the finger and looking for the blame to say this guy was the reason why we lost the game. I got to agree with Brian Dable on this one, right? Like, I don't think that this game is on Russell Wilson, but Russell Wilson contributed to the poor performance from the New York Giants. There's no doubt about it. He was under duress, but he also was not decisive. He was also not getting the ball out of his hands quickly. I thought that he was trying to play a little bit too much hero ball, which is something that Brian Baldinger had talked about in the offseason that I kind of gave him a little bit of pushback on. That from what I saw from Pittsburgh and the tape, Russell Wilson was a quarterback that played within the structure of the offense a good chunk of the time. We didn't get a chance to see that against the Washington Commanders. But there's no way that Russell Wilson can go blameless in this game with that 17 of 37 performance with under 200 yards in this game. Granted, the weapons not helping out, the offensive line not helping out, the running game not helping out. We all know that at this point in his career, Russell Wilson is not the kind of quarterback that's going to go out and be able to solely win you games by himself. Russell Wilson has to be a quarterback that has other contributors on the roster going out there and helping him go out there and win these games. And unfortunately on Sunday, for Russell Wilson and for New York Giants fans, he did not have that. So for me, I think that there's a bit of a discrepancy in this statement by saying this game was not on Russell Wilson, which almost makes it seem like Brian Dable is trying to dismiss Russell Wilson and his performance from a reason why the Giants lost this game. Russell Wilson was absolutely a part of the loss. But I won't say that this is an overreaction from Brian Dable. I think it needs clarity in the statement, and I think that what he's trying to say here is that Russell Wilson is not the main culprit for why we lost this game. The trenches have a lot to do with it. But for me, it's all about the RTDB versus the STDR. The Giants could not stop the damn run. The Giants could not run the damn ball. And that was something I want to go back and find that clip actually when I talked about it over here with you guys about Russell Wilson. And if Russell Wilson is going to succeed, he absolutely needs an effective running game. And that's something that the Giants just did not have on Sunday. Let's see what the chat is saying about here. And we'll keep it pushing to the next Giant overreaction. I see a lot of answers came in very quickly. Let's kind of fly through these here. So we got a lot of U's on the screen. I'm glad that you guys were able to kind of dissect that information, because I do agree with you that we should be taking the under on this one. We got a U from Januel Garcia. He says, but he really didn't help either. Totally agree with you on that. We got unders from Bossless, Big Blue Boss. That's interesting with those two names back to back. New Jersey Justin, John Fritz, sorry about that. Admiral Finger, Big Blue 96, 4A Street Uno is the first one to say big overreaction. Deedon said he's taking the under. That line is terrible. Lou Mateo's in the building. What's going on, dog? He's taking the under as well. Dinger Dong. That's a funny name. I like that. Shout out Dinger Dong. That gave me a good laugh. He said P for penis. God damn. The PC Gamer taking the under. Jared with the overreaction. Bobby Banks says it's an overreaction. Welvin's taking the under, says everyone sucked from the coaches to the players. Sebastian said, he is right. Wilson wasn't. JD Reality says it's an overreaction. People are way too down on Russ. He'll be back. Kansan Zero is taking the under along with Zion. We got big unders. 4A Street Uno said he's blaming the coaches. Mr. Mini Guy's in the building. He said he's taking the under. Everything was bad. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says he's taking the push. Russ is still not the quarterback to pair with this offensive line. Not the problem, but also part of the problem. I like that. A-Track says it's an overreaction. Mr. Copate says he's taking the under. There was more to point at than him, yet that's not me saying he's incorrect. I like that as well. Sebastian said Wilson wasn't great, but he wasn't the only issue. We got an under from Admiral Finger, who said it's actually on you, Dabes. I like the pun on you. That's dope right there. Kareem E said he's taking the under. It wasn't all on Russ. It was everyone. Antoine, Giants do exist, said Slayton was a non-factor. We need a better wide receiver too. Antoine, I said this yesterday on Bleacher Report in front of about 400 or 500 people in the building. The amount of pushback that I received when I said that Darius Slayton is a lackluster wide receiver too, and that's a big reason why the New York Giants offense can't move. You need guys that you can get the ball to quick and be able to get the ball in their hands and be able to allow them to be able to get yak to create minimal gains, like 5-yard gains. You saw it with Deebo Samuel all throughout this game from the Washington Commanders. We don't have those guys. We have Malik Neighbors, and that's really it. Wan'Dale Robinson can at times be a guy that can create yak. Half of his yards last year were yak. But when you look at Darius Slayton, that's the one thing about his skill set. He's a guy that is he does his damage down the field. Darius Slayton's not a guy that's going to be able to run the quick slants effectively and frequently. So I do think the Giants need to upgrade that position. I'm 100% in agreement with you there. Timmy Football said it's an overreaction. John is taking the push. He said he didn't get enough wide receivers involved, forced it to Neighbors and Robinson too often, and took sacks. This is what I'll say about that, and I said this to my homie. Like, I don't think he forced it to Neighbors and Wan'Dale too much. Wan'Dale had 8 targets. Malik Neighbors had 12. That's 20 of the 37 targets. I like that target share. I want to see Wan'Dale Robinson and Malik Neighbors take up 50% of the targets. And in a few debates about this, right? Think about the hierarchy of the New York Giants offense. From a playmaker standpoint, I even put Tyrone Tracy above Darius Slayton. I would go Malik, I would go Wan'Dale, I would go Tyrone Tracy, and then we're talking Darius Slayton. So in my opinion, I think that the targets should look a little bit like that. Like Wan'Dale should get the second most targets of the wide receiver core. Darius Slayton should probably get the third most targets from the receiver core. But then when you factor in Tyrone Tracy, it's going to make things tough. I'm not sitting up here telling people that Darius Slayton should leave a whole entire game where he played a majority of the snaps with just one target. But at the end of the day, I just don't think Darius Slayton is a big factor in this offense as far as creating explosive plays, especially when you have to do it down the field, which is where we struggled doing it last year. Bookend Tackle says the play calling, coaching primary issue, but Russ not off the hook either. Facts. H-Town said poor coaching. Facts. Deaton Shelton said Dallas 40-0. Vikings last year and Commanders yesterday. We are never ready for the season opener. It's not on Russ. Not mad at that, yo. Not mad at that at all, bro. That's a good take right there. 4A Street Uno said Russ don't get a pass either, though. With you on that as well. Pal 11 said he's taking the push. Russ didn't perform well, but also the whole team didn't perform well. The whole coaching staff didn't perform well. Agree. Shout out to Black Love 23 in the building one time with that $4.99 super chat. Said these games on the guru head coach, same thing the last 3 years he has to go. Not mad at that take, man. Not mad at that take. Anybody that's clamoring for Brian Dable to be fired, he's got to go out there and prove that he is the coach for the job and go out there and win games, be productive. He has not done that so far. J Fed, and I appreciate you supporting the channel, Black Love. That means a lot, bro. J Fed said the Giants couldn't score touchdowns. This is why they lost. Pretty easy. Pretty easy. H-Town said clean house. Shout out Monique in the building one time representing them Dallas Cowboys. Says she's taking the under. You can't remove all blame from Russell, but I understand the sentiment from others since Russell is considered an elite quarterback. I don't know about elite. I would say a good quarterback. I don't know if he's considered elite. Maybe at one point in his career, I would say that's true. Monique also said, and there's a lot more pressure on elite quarterbacks to win games on their own. That's true, and that's why I don't think Russell's really elite. Russell really had a couple of elite seasons with the Seattle Seahawks. But outside of that, he's really never been elite. I thought he was pretty elite in 2020 where he put up 40 touchdowns. But outside of that, Russell Wilson is a guy that has been the beneficiary of a solid running game in Seattle at all times with Marshawn Lynch and a fantastic defense with the Legion of Boom. It's not to say that Russell was never a good quarterback, but I just couldn't put him in the elite category. And we're getting ready for y'all on Sunday, Monique. I'm sure that as a Cowboys fan, you are feeling a lot better than us as New York Giants fans because at least you guys can go out there and score points. Defensively, you got a couple of things to iron out, but I'm really worried about this game going up against the Dallas Cowboys and can't wait to do a deep dive on that game. I'm going to make sure I'm going to text you before we do that preview. I don't want you to miss out on that one. Shout out to Monique, one of our day one supporters. And next week, maybe on Sunday, we gotta get some drinks or something for that game, Monique. Shout out Janiel says, not gonna lie, I think the playmakers we have are fine. To me, that offensive line was the main reason why both the passing and run game was horrible. I think you could argue that they are the main reason. I like that point there. The part that I disagree with is that our playmakers are fine. I don't think they're fine. You just look around the league at teams that are, just upgrading those units, and we are far, far behind. Prince Sincere says he's taking the under on this one time. Shout out Ryan's Big Blue Podcast one time. I'm encouraging all of y'all to go over there and subscribe to the homie Ryan, one of my young bulls out there, really getting to this content stuff, has a great channel over there. I'm going to be featured on it tomorrow. I think we're doing the recording at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but just keep your eyes peeled for a piece of content coming out with Ryan on his podcast, Big Blue Podcast, doing a great job. He says he's taking the under. Russ didn't play well at all, but the defense, but definitely wasn't the reason. Yeah, I'm right there with you. DeIlla says it's almost like 8 is still under center with what was said. Yeah, man, them excuses, bro. Them excuses. A-Track said he meant the under. 4A Street Uno said, that's a dinger-dong reply. I know, wasn't it? That really was a dinger-dong reply. Shout out dinger-dong in the building one time. Let's see. Brownie says Winston would manage the games better with how much pressure is coming. Russ is not serviceable with this amount of pressure. It's interesting because, last season, the Pittsburgh Steelers were dealing with a ton of injuries up front to their offensive line. Their offensive line was actually ranked, according to PFF, lower than the New York Giants. And Russell Wilson was finding a way to get that ball out of his hands fast. I think some of that has to do with the way that the routes are developing down the field. But, man, if we can sit up here and say that Arthur Smith is a better play caller than Brian Dable, then this goes back to those conversations about Brian Dable being fired because we need Brian Dable to be better than Arthur Smith for sure. Jetpack Jeff said he's taking the under They all suck. JDJ's in the building, said he's taking the under, not on Russ, as clear and as see-through as our offensive line. That's true. H-Town TX said, Jeff Hafley, Packers defensive coordinator, needs to be the next head coach for the Giants. Ooh, you want it early. I like that. Big shout out to H-Town one time. Timmy Football said P for penis, as in Dable is a penis. Shout out Dinger Dong. Y'all up here fucking wild. B-Rog said, didn't hear the overreaction, but everything was bad. New Jersey Justin said, I always thought Slayton was just that, an average wide receiver. That's what he's shown throughout his career. And people blame it on Daniel Jones why Darius Slayton hasn't had a chance to elevate his play. Bobby Banks said, yeah, our wide receiver room is pretty ass right now. Brownie says, authentic. Brother, why no quick slants to Neighbors? You don't need time for a quick slant. OBJ took him to the house, split the seam in under 2 seconds. That's true. Now, I can't sit up here and say no quick slants to Malik Neighbors because he did catch one off the left side where he did gain about a good 10 yards. But there was not enough of that. That's true. And you do need the right coverages to, give you that opening and that opportunity to do it. But I want to see more quick hitters. The biggest issue in Russell Wilson's performance for me on Sunday was the lack of being, just decisive. Like he's hitting, you can see that these are 3-step drop back concepts. He's hitting the back foot and not letting the ball go. So today when I get off air, I'm going to do a bit of a more of a deep dive. I looked at like the first 10 passing plays from Russell Wilson, and I took notes on them and whatnot. And a lot of those plays, a lot of rub concepts, a lot of concepts that are, really focused on the first read as well. Like you look at the first passing play from scrimmage from Russell Wilson, where they tried to run I'll do it this way so it looks a little bit more right. But they tried to run a play off the right side of the line of scrimmage, right? Where they had Malik Neighbors in the slot. And I can't remember who the other wide receiver was on the outside, but they tried to run a little quick slant type of in concept from the wide receiver on the outside so that he could rub the defender that was covering Malik Neighbors, and Malik Neighbors could run the slot fade, which is what we saw at LSU with him and Jaden Daniels a ton, and we love that. The Commanders' defense was ready for it. I guess Russell Wilson thought that they were in a man defense, but he really had no options. After Malik Neighbors ran the slot fade and was not open, Russ basically just had to throw it away because the pressure was getting to his face. So I'm at a loss for words as far as what the New York Giants need to do conceptually, to be able to try to get the ball out of Russ's hands quicker. I do think it's important to get the ball out of his hands fast, but I don't know. I don't know where that went left. We'll have to do a little bit more of a deep dive, but I do think that Brian Dable is not putting Russell Wilson in favorable situations when you have it where, once the first read is not an option, he really doesn't have many other places to go. I think you're doing your quarterback a disservice. 4A Street Uno says the organization is too involved in politics and Joe Shame is losing the race. Dean Shelton said Slayton is a 5th-round pick. What do you expect? Very true. Brownie said should be Neighbors, Wandale, Bellinger, Slayton, target share-wise. Neighbors, Wandale, Bellinger, Slayton. Not mad at that at all. New Jersey Justin said that Hyatt good for one thing, going down the field. Russ doesn't have time for all that. That's true. Got to find a way, man. And I think the clear avenue to allowing Russell Wilson to be able to throw the ball down the field and getting this offensive line to be able to give him the necessary protection is running the ball. Once you get a necessary or a decent running game going, and then you can run some things off the play action and give Russell Wilson some time. There was another play early on in the game. It was within the first 7 plays of the game where Russell Wilson ran a play action, faked the handoff to his right, bootleg to the left, and they ran a flood concept. A flood concept is where you have 3 different pass catchers on 3 different levels. We ran this a lot with Pat Shurmur, with Daniel Jones early on, and Russell Wilson has a lot of experience running the flood concept as well. Then you get one guy in the flats, one guy in the intermediate, which will normally be like either a 7, like a post corner route, or a deep out route at like 10 yards, and then you get one guy flying down the field. Well, we had that. We ran the play action, booted to the left. All the action was to the right. And when we boot to the left, Russell Wilson's got a guy right in his face. And I looked at the play, and one of 2 things either went wrong here. Brian Dable either expected Dorrance Armstrong, who was the defensive end on the boot side, to collapse down and go after the run to give Russell Wilson open space in the boot, Or 2, James Hudson just missed the block because James Hudson doubles down and goes to the interior portion of the offensive line, which allows the free rusher. They're double teaming somebody on the, but it also could be to show run action, like we're running that way. All that to say, when Russell Wilson goes to boot, man in his face, if he doesn't have that man in his face, Theo Johnson's coming across the field on a post route, to the play action side, it would have been a big chunk gain. But instead, Russell Wilson had to stop the boot, try to get rid of the ball. He tried to kind of sidearm it to Malik Neighbors, who was coming across the formation in the flats. You get nothing. H-Town says, Rush just didn't stay in the pocket long enough, can't use the middle of the field, missed open wide receivers too many times. It wasn't just a bad offensive line or poor play calling. Lack of quarterback play didn't help. This is facts right here. This is absolutely facts, and I think that's a good place to leave that giant overreaction there. Let's get off into the next one. I see all of y'all. A lot of folks got a lot to say here and a lot of good statements being said as well. And I do see a couple of super chats that came in. We'll get to those after this next giant overreaction. So let's go ahead and get off into it. Y'all, look, we playing up against the clock here. This might be a 3-hour show. It is what it is. Sorry to anybody that gets to this point on the replay. Give me a fist in the chat to let me know that you at least recognize me acknowledging the length of this stream going extremely long. But let's get off into this this next giant overreaction. This one comes from me, your boy Authentic, and this is absolutely not an overreaction. And we're going to go through this one fast. I'm going to look at the chat here real quick. We're going to go through this one fast. If the Giants are going to lose to the Cowboys, make sure it's a blowout so we can get a sample of Jaxson Dart. Y'all, I think that this is probably one of the most important things to, one, keep the fan base at bay, because the fan base is already saying start Jaxson Dart right now, right? I would like to see a sample size in the fourth quarter, a lengthy sample size of Jaxson Dart against the Dallas Cowboys. Quite frankly, I don't care if we win that game or not. If we win it, great. I would love to see it, right? It would be cool to see us go out there and beat the Dallas Cowboys. But from the way that they performed on Thursday against the Philadelphia Eagles, I just don't see it, okay? So if that's the case, if we're going to go out there and play the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and go out there and lose the game, let's say, in convincing fashion, make it a blowout for me by the third quarter so that we can see Jaxson Dart go out there, play a full quarter of football, and then be able to come to a determination of at least a minimal evaluation on Jaxson Dart so we can say, hey, look, this guy was out there against the starters. He looked the part or he didn't look the part. We can play him next week and feel confident about that going into week 3. Or, look, Jaxson Dart went out there against this offensive line and he struggled. He doesn't look like he's quite ready. Let's stick with Russell Wilson at the quarterback position, rather than having to try to commit to Jaxson Dart starting and then no going back to Russell Wilson. That's my view on it. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased on this one because this is my tweet. I don't think it's an overreaction. So for me, I'm absolutely going to put a U in the chat. I'm taking the under one time. Welvin said he's taking the under. Shout out my dog, 59 Ways to Groove, in the building one time. Bossless said it's an overreaction. Call it a comeback. 83 said our offensive line is literally weak. That's very true. Ian Campbell said all good, authentic. We need the vent sessions, talking about the 3-hour vibe. Salute, man. I appreciate y'all rocking out with me. Y'all know what it is. Sebastian said he's taking the push. I don't want to see a blowout at all. Listen, I want to see a blowout if the New York Giants are going to go out there and lose to the Dallas Cowboys. Now, look, if I had it my way, we're going to win the fucking game, Sebastian, right? Obviously, right? But if we're going to go out there, focus on the words here. If the Giants are going to lose to the Cowboys, make sure it's a blowout. I'm not trying to go travel to Dallas, lose a 2-score game similar to the way that we lost to the Commanders on Sunday. Even a 10-point loss. I don't want that. I want to go out there, get blown out. Let me see my dog Jaxson Dart. But I get it. Everybody got different stances on it. Kansan Zero says this is an easy U. I would like to see Dart against higher competition. And Sebastian did say, but I get the point. I feel you on that. JDJ said he's taking the under. Yes, a blowout for us. Now that would be. See, you taking my tweet here and you kind of flipping it on its head here, because I shouldn't have put the if we're going to lose. A blowout would be nice to see Russell Wilson go out there and put 40 on the Dallas Cowboys' head. And then in the fourth quarter, we're sitting there laughing, high-fiving on the sidelines. and you can bring Jaxson Dart out there to play the rest of the game. Now, that would be amazing. I love that from JDJ. Pal11 says the thing with our front office, they got Russ, but not help in signing or drafting offensive line and no new wide receiver. Or one that has height and vertical abilities, I guess he's saying. Russell is an older quarterback and short quarterback. He is not elusive, need more wide receiver help, and offensive line help. I'm right there with you. Bookend said he's taking the under, spot on. He put the Dart little emoji there one time. Chaz G says Dart could have gotten hurt if he played yesterday. He doesn't slide enough. I told y'all about that when it happened, right? Don't worry about Jaxson Dart not sliding. Promise you that's not going to be a thing. They said that about Jaden Daniels coming out. Oh, man, he takes too many big hits. Jaxson Dart learned in that preseason game. That's when you want to have him learn. You know, I don't want to let the cat out the bag here for the next overreaction, Chaz. We're gonna get to that, though, for sure in a second here. Let me see. H-Town said the game was close until the fourth quarter. It was, and that's what it was one of those games where if you're a Commanders fan, you're like, the Giants not winning this fucking game. But if you're a Giants fan like me, and I tweeted this out, I said, man, if the Giants could just score one touchdown here on this next drive, they would be right back in this game down by one score. And it's crazy considering the way that they have played to this point. Let it be a blowout. I don't want to be in a teetering a two-score game. Janiel Garcia says he's taking an under on this one. John's taking an under, says if we get blown out, Shane Bowen needs to be left there in Texas. Not mad at that either. Chaz G said we need to trade for an offensive lineman right now or punch Joe in the face and fire him. Mr. Copate said he's taking an under. I wouldn't hate that. I don't need a close game to keep an Russ in the game longer. Win or get out, please. I like it. It's bullish. James Hollister said, can we trade for a left tackle? I don't know who it would be. Shout out my dog, Juice Jones, in the building one time. He said, this is the main show I listen to after a weekend of G-Man football. I'm taking the under. That's my dog, man. Shout out to my dog, Juice Jones, man, representing them Giants fans over here in the DMV. Let's see. Word said, dude, what? I don't know what he's talking about there. I guess he's talking about me wanting to blow out. Yeah, bro. If that's what you dude whatting, yeah, bro. If we're not going to win that game, give me a blowout. I don't want to see no, 10-point victory for the Cowboys. I'm tired of that shit. Brownie said it's taking the under, absolutely, and then fire Bowen immediately. Bobby Banks said he's taking the push. He said, I don't know, man. Admiral Finger said he's taking the U. Yes, go for it, and don't look back. Need a good evaluation of Jaxson Dart with this upcoming loaded quarterback draft class. I don't know about this draft class being loaded. Right now, I like the 2025 quarterback class better than I like the 2026 class. Word said football is 10 times easier to watch multiple games than multiple movies. That's a lazy rebuttal. I'm not sure what that one's about either. Maybe that's a response to somebody else. 4A Street Uno said that's a U because it's going to happen anyway. The Giants won't be able to score, and Dable is going to panic. Yup. H-Town taking the U. No need to see the 40-0 again. Need to see the competition and be competitive even to a 2-point loss. Need to see improvement. B-Rog says it's an overreaction. Changes to a U if Andrew Thomas plays. I think Andrew Thomas is playing. Keep your eyes on that. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets says it's an overreaction. He wants a close loss. Darnell D taking the under. The Illa says if it's a blowout and Dart gets out there, I don't know how much we could really take from it. I'd imagine we would see a lot of lax coverage at that point, maybe a little misleading. Listen, there's no way that it couldn't be any more misleading than what we saw in preseason, though, De Illa. For me, it's like I want to see Jaxson Dart against ones, at least to give me a little bit more of an accurate evaluation of where he stands right now. And listen, I'm not saying that you need to start him after that either. I just want to see what Dart looks like against some ones without having to, commit to him being the starter. Matthew Kelly said throwing Dart into the fire too early would be a mistake. I disagree. I think Jaxson Dart's actually ready right now. I just selfishly want to see some first team reps. That's really it for real for me. Chaz G said, LOL, fair enough. I feel you. Let me see. Word says, maybe I over-exaggerated on DJ balling out, but compared to what we saw Russell Wilson do yesterday, it made it seem like DJ wasn't the problem. Word. Let me give you some sound advice here and just encourage you this. If you still don't have a true evaluation on Daniel Jones, bro, that's definitely a you problem. We saw 6 years of what Daniel Jones is. One game with the Indianapolis Colts, should not change what your evaluation is on Daniel Jones. And it really shouldn't even make you feel some kind of way about him being the problem. He was absolutely a problem in New York. There's no denying that. And quite frankly, I'm ecstatic that he's gone from this organization and we can move on and move on to better things with Jaxson Dart. But nobody should have a miscalculation on the Daniel Jones evaluation right now. He's an average quarterback that lacks consistency, has big games at times, and can do some things, is a dual threat type of quarterback that does have a running capability. And if he has all the surroundings around him, Daniel Jones is a serviceable quarterback that can go out there and win games. I don't know what to tell you if you still don't have an evaluation on him yet. I watch a lot of football. I've watched too much fucking Daniel Jones, to not have an evaluation on him. This one's from Matthew Kelly, who said, who are the quarterbacks in the next draft? A lot of people think Arch Manning's coming out. I don't think he's going to come out. Hasn't looked all that great either. You got Lenore Sellers. You got Carson Beck in Miami right now. You got Nussmeier with LSU. You got quarterback one for me in Drew Aller out of Penn State. You got Nico, who just transferred. Has not looked all that great either. Let me think of some of the top dogs. There's a few other guys out there, but those are the guys I've been keeping my eye on as of late. H-Town said Dart will take hits and make throws, fearless with energy, let it rip and use his legs. Might be good to see. I'm leaning towards that one right there. I'm definitely leaning towards that one. I like that one. Dario is in the building, says one thing of note. Last year, the Browns looked terrible with Deshaun Watson. Everybody said their O-line was trash. Jameis came in and balled. Maybe J-Boo would be a better fit as of now. Now, this is a good take. This is a good one to talk about. I can't say it's a good take yet. I'm slouching in my chair, y'all. Been up here for a while. So I wouldn't say that Jameis balled out. That's one thing I wouldn't say. The Browns' offensive line was definitely struggling with Deshaun Watson. And I think that has to do with play style. Kevin Stefanski and Deshaun Watson are not a good match. I still think that Deshaun Watson is, from a physical standpoint, especially pre-Achilles, still a similar quarterback to what he was. But Stefanski likes quarterbacks that play within structure. I think that's why Shador is kind of struggling over there as well, because when it's not there on the first read, he's having trouble. But he likes a quarterback that hits the back foot and lets the ball go. That's why Joe Flacco, of all the quarterbacks that we've seen in the past in the Cleveland Browns system, has had the most success. Jameis Winston's numbers, I feel like, weren't even that great. I feel like he threw a lot of interceptions, but he did push the ball down the field. He did showcase Jerry Jeudy's capability as a wide receiver one. And most importantly from Jameis Winston, he got the tight end involved. When you look at David Njoku's numbers with all the other quarterbacks, his success came with Jameis Winston. So I do agree with you on that. But are we willing to now backtrack as a front office, having Jaxson Dart be labeled quarterback two, and then going now to Jameis Winston, when things get a little bit dicey? I don't know if they can put themselves in that situation. I don't know. Simeon Toko says it's an overreaction. He'll be playing week 5 after the Giants go 0-4 and Andrew Thomas has a couple of games back. That's true. That's true. And, in my world, I just want to see the Giants not go 0-4. But if you're set on the Giants being that poor of a team, then, yeah, you're right. I can agree with you that this could be an overreaction. We're going to get to see him anyway. Why press the issue in a blowout? 0-4, though, we'll probably see Jaxson Dart before that. I just wouldn't mind to see it. Just wouldn't mind to see it. Let me see. This one comes from Bo Brilski23. Says, why is Marcus Bo not in there? It's a good question. I think it's because they paid James Hudson $6 million a year, $12 million over 2 years. It's going to be hard to put a guy like that on the bench. I mean, they did put Kenny Galladay on the bench after he got paid the $72 million. But yeah, Marcus Bo seems like the better player. Word said, okay, man, again, you must 60 years old or older because I can easily watch multiple games. I have multiple TVs and social media constantly updating you on scoring from every NFL team. In my opinion, just in my opinion, Word, that's a bad way to watch football. There's no way you can focus. Not one human being on this entire planet can watch 2 games and focus on the trenches. I promise you that. I can't even watch the fucking broadcast view and focus on the trenches. So if you're watching 2 games at the same time, that your focus, I think, is probably not there. And that also might be why you don't have a final determination on Daniel Jones on his evaluation. I think that could be a part of it. But for me, when I'm watching the Giants, I don't watch multiple games. But, me and you are very different. I'm responsible, especially with Bleacher Report, to having to go up there immediately after the game, have graphics, statistics, nuggets, all of that stuff ready to go. I can't be paying attention to the fucking Atlanta Falcons or the Indianapolis Colts while I'm watching the Giants game. And I'm doing the compilation of the quarterbacks for the Giants during the game as well. So I'm recording every throw from Russell Wilson and every run. There's no way I could be doing all that and watching another game. So, me and you are just in different situations. But for me, I like to watch the Giants game, focus on the Giants game, go back, watch the Giants game again from the All-22, and then I kind of start to get off into watching other teams outside of the same window that the New York Giants are in. So, yeah, and when it comes to multitasking, bro, I'm the GOAT. I promise you on that. As an audio engineer, I can be in here doing 5 different things and cutting a hit record at the same fucking time. But when it comes to football, you're watching, you're trying to focus on where the ball is going. The assessment of the trenches is going to definitely lack if you're watching 2 games at the same time. And then also on the broadcast view, you can't even see what's going on down the field. How are we making an evaluation on wide receivers and the passing game and the play calling and all that stuff? The Illa says, Dart's going to come in and lead a comeback, then he'll sign his name right underneath Eli Manning in the locker room. I like it. I definitely like it. Let's see. Ian Campbell said, I swear there's no worse feeling in sports than your team being on the cusp of turning the tide in the game and they don't take advantage. Yeah, we had opportunities in this game. We had opportunities and we squandered them for sure. Yeah, East Coast Gridiron, my dog Dante, you know the grind, bro. You know the grind. He said, yup, it's all 22 Monday for me. And that's what it's going to be for me here, man. I'm definitely want to take a look at Michael Penix. Definitely going to go back and look at the Giants game for sure. All the NFC East matchups. I still haven't had a chance to go back and look at the Dallas game from the All-22. I'm going to watch that one as well. That's what Mondays are for, man. And, I've been contemplating about where to put the Giant Overreaction show because, I like having that All-22 perspective before I come up here and give y'all solidified opinions. So we'll see. 4A Street Uno said, my favorite channel, no cap. Blessed, bro. I appreciate that. I'm blessed to be able to come up here and talk ball with y'all. Let's get to these super chats that came in a little while ago as well. Let's see. We got that one from Pal. We got that one from Black Love. We got one here from John. Shout out my dog John in the building with the $10 super chat. He said offense was bad, but we already knew that. Me personally, I wanted to see upgrades from the defense. Absolutely nothing improved. Bobby O was irrelevant. No adjustments were made. Should have put Newbin in the box. And they were experimenting with having Dane Belton in the box. Tyler Newbin is starting to just look like does Tyler Newbin give you more hope than Jason Pinnock did? Because he really, I don't know, man. Like, Tyler Newbin just does not stand out on the field to me. But I'm with you on this, John. Like, a lot of people thought that I was being a little bit too, just being a little bit too hard on the defense, right? Like, pointing out too many things about the defense. But the reason why I did that is because we knew, as you said in this statement here, the offense was not going to be great. We knew that if the New York Giants were going to be a team that was going to be competitive in 2025, that defense had to come out there and be a top 5 unit. That didn't look like a top 5 unit to me. So, that's the scary part about it. Like, you want this defense to be dominant, and they were not dominant in that game. They got dominated in that game. And, Dexter Lawrence, I know it's just one game, but you can't be the leader of this defense and go out there and get 0 pressures, 0 sacks, not be a factor in the run game, 0 quarterback hits, 0 quarterback hurries. Those are the type of things we cannot see from Dexter Lawrence, not the vibe. And John came in with another super chat and said, how is it that every other 31 team have a dominant dog at inside linebacker and the Giants since Boley, Blackburn days haven't addressed that position? And he said it's restarted. I'm going to say restarted out of respect for my folks. I really think we need to take that word that you use right there and we need to dedicate it towards stupidity. We shouldn't be even using that word when it comes to referencing anybody or anything handicap. I really think that we should redefine that word, because that word can be used properly, and it needs to be used sometimes, I feel like. And it should never be used for the way that we typically use it today. But I do agree with you. You can't forget about Blake Martinez when we addressed it, bringing him in from Green Bay as well. And I thought he had some, a good first year with the New York Giants, but then it kind of went to shits when he tore his ACL the next year and then had the whole Pokemon card scheme and all that. But you're right. We need a leader at that position. And that was one thing I questioned about Bobby Okereke for sure, was the leadership at that position. And Bobby seems like a player that's getting old and aging, and kind of like, there's a bit of recklessness that you need to play that position. Really almost any position in the NFL, you really need, especially when you're in the trenches or linebacker core, you got to be a little reckless. And I think Bobby Okereke is losing a little bit of his reckless skill set that I thought put him in good position last year. I really want to say the year before that, for real, 2023. And then, during his time with the Indianapolis Colts. But big shout out to John, man, for, helping us raise the bar today, man. We appreciate that, fam. All right, let's get, what's this one from I Love God? I Love God said, I think it's safe to say Dable isn't a good coach. He says, my phone going crazy, y'all, sorry. I credit our 2022 season to Wink Martindale and not Dable. This whole notion that Dable developed Allen seems like they sold us a dream. I ain't mad at that. Matt is in the building, says, do you think Dable makes it through the season, and why are we playing soft zone defense? I do think Dable makes it through the season. I think that Mara's got a long leash on this coaching staff and on the general manager as well. I think he's going to make it to 2026 unless you see this kind of play week in and week out. I think Dable's going to be safe. What was the second part of your question? Why the soft zone defense is part of the Shane Bowen style and philosophy, which, man, sucks. I'm a big Wink Martindale fan. I still got people till this day that got me blocked from the time when Wink Martindale and Brian Dable were having their beef. And I was just telling people, like, look, if we're going to replace Wink, we need to bring in the right guy, and that was Denard Wilson. And I had a leak of information from a plug that I know was 100% for certain on this. This is a plug that is so close to Denard Wilson that I know it was facts. Denard Wilson was offered the job for the defensive coordinator position for the New York Giants. The reason why he declined the job and ultimately ended up taking the job as a defensive coordinator with the Tennessee Titans was because the New York Giants did not want to allow Denard Wilson to bring in his own staff. And don't forget, this is the same Denard Wilson that was with the Baltimore Ravens that had the Triple Crown winner defense the year that Denard Wilson got over there. With the Philadelphia Eagles, Denard Wilson took that secondary from being one of the worst, the bottom third defense in the league, pass defense, to then being a top 5 unit. More than capable defensive coordinator. And I knew that Denard Wilson was offered the job. And when I told people that he didn't take the job because he was not allowed to bring in his own coaching staff, a lot of people thought that it was bullshit. And ultimately, Denard Wilson ends up signing with the Tennessee Titans. And Wink Martindale was a guy that I was always in favor of. And I thought that if Brian Dable was a good head coach, which he was a young head coach, first-time head coach at the time, I thought that if he was a good head coach, he would have been able to salvage that relationship with Wink Martindale, understanding the asset that Wink Martindale brought to this defense. And like you said, John said it earlier, like Wink Martindale brought a lot to this defense, right? And was a big reason for 2022 success. I do agree with that. And I just thought that Wink Martindale was looked at as the bad guy when in reality we should have been looking at Brian Dable equally, at bare minimum, as the bad guy as well. And now look at it. We were on Hard Knocks during that whole situation, and you got Brian Dable going up to Joe Shane, and he actually put this in the cut, which I thought was one of the stupidest things the Giants ever did. He's like showing Joe Shane his phone, and he's like, look. He's like, Shane Bowen was like top 5 in rush defense. That's like some Twitter shit, man. Like, that's not how we assess coaches in the NFL. You should be doing deep dives on these guys. There should have been a whole film session with Brian Dable breaking it down and going, this is what I'm seeing on tape from Shane Bowen. But instead, it was in such a panic moment where they needed a defensive coordinator and they were running out of options that the only way to address it was to go look at a phone and probably likely went to teamrankings.com and looked up rush defense statistics and said that's our guy because they couldn't get their real guy, which was Denard Wilson. Silly. To me, it was silly behavior, and that fans across our fan base supported that shit was even more of just doubling down on the silly, stupid behavior. Shout out my dog, Sarah, in the building one time, representing those Minnesota Vikings. I got y'all defense and fantasy. Good luck tonight going up against the Chicago Bears, I believe it is. Chicago Bears? Division rival, I know that. Sarah says, did you see Daniel Jones on Pat McAfee today? I actually had to turn it off right before. It was right before I was going on air. I know they had said they had a clip. Daniel Jones credited KOC. She's talking about Kevin O'Connell, the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings, and his staff for showing him how to prepare for games. We all know, man, like, yo, quarterback go over there and get to be in that quarterback room with a Kevin O'Connell. It completely changes who he is from that moment on. I think Kevin O'Connell is one of the best offensive minds in the game right now. We saw it with Sam Darnold, who went over there after having a very lackluster career with the New York Jets and then going over with the San Francisco 49ers and got to sit and develop behind Kyle Shanahan, which I'm sure benefited him as well, and then went over there with KOC and put up a career year in Minnesota. I'm surprised y'all moved on, but y'all do got J.J. McCarthy waiting in the wing here, and it's going to be good to see him get to play tonight. KOC's a dog. He showed you with 3 lackluster quarterbacks that one year, the year before, where it was the astronaut quarterback, Joshua Dobbs, Nick Mullins, and there was one more guy too, that he was keeping y'all in games with guys that we know are average or below average quarterbacks. Great to see Daniel Jones credit that to him, because I know over here in New York, he definitely didn't learn much here in this system. And KOC is one of the GOATs. For me, KOC is above the Kevin Stefanskis of the world. But it seems in NFL communities, a lot of people hold Kevin Stefanski to a high regard with those 2 Coach of the Year awards that he won. But yeah, that's good to hear, man. That's good to hear. KOC, definitely a dog. Shout out to Sarah for helping us raise the bar over here too. Chaz G said the problem with Joe is he let too much talent walk. The replacements he drafted need more years to mature, like Nubin, etc. We won't know for another 3 years how these kids develop. Cheers to Chaz on that. And when this water run out, this show is going to run out because, all this speaking is definitely taking its toll. But that's another one that a lot of Giants fans gave us pushback on, right? Like, we don't need Saquon Barkley. We don't need Xavier McKinney. And now look at us. We're still trying to fill those holes till this day. We're trying to fill those holes, waiting for Javon Holland to turn into what Xavier McKinney is already. Tyrone Tracy's never going to be Saquon Barkley. Ain't going to happen. And if you wanted to commit to the rebuild, fine. Allow Saquon and these guys to walk, right? But when you commit to winning the way that the Giants did by paying Daniel Jones, you don't let those kind of players walk. You just don't do it. And then you topple that with Darren Waller retiring, and the Giants lost hella weapons, man. They just lost hella weapons. They weren't a good team with Darren Waller and Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones. And then you lose all of that. You supplement it with Malik Neighbors. That's it. Not a good look. 4A Street Uno said, being from Jersey/New York, once the owner feels pressure from the media, this will get handled ASAP. It's true. That's true. The Illa said Wink was by far the best coach on this team during his time here. Wink is at a point in his career where he's just tired of being shafted for head coaching jobs, and I don't blame him. I think he deserves a job. Totally agree with you, Dilla. Love God said, do you think we got too excited preseason? Week 1 felt like a bad nightmare I can't get out of. I think so, but, I said this during those streams and talked about this scenario with the beard where when we first saw Jaden Daniels, which was in a regular season Week 1 game, Week 2 was actually when it happened against the Giants because Week 1 he had a very average performance. And I told him, man, just be in the moment, man. Like if your young quarterback's out there playing good, enjoy it. Root them on, cheer them on, and have fun with it. Because those times right now seem like they're going to be few and far between for the New York Giants. So enjoy it while it lasts, And then until Jaxson Dart gets the keys to the offense, we'll have to just be dealing with praying to God that Brian Dable can somehow find a way to salvage this offense. JDJ said Kafka went from the box to the field to call plays and nothing changed. He keeps this performance up, he's going to be calling plays for the MetLife blimp. And we could argue, JDJ, that his play calling from up top was better because 2022, we got off to a great start. The week one performance in 2022 is the best week one performance underneath this entire tenure, this regime's tenure. So, maybe he needs to go back up there to the booth to be able to see the whole field. But I do agree with you on that. Matthew Kelly says, looking back, that makes hella sense. That was about 4 or 5 minutes ago. I'm not sure which one he was talking about. Let's see. I think we got another super chat here. Shout out my dog, East Coast Gridiron. That's my dog, Dante, over there, man. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe. If you're one of those people that really want, like, the real, true quarterback information, like, I go to Dante and East Coast Gridiron streams to become a more knowledgeable content creator. These guys put me on to so many quarterbacks that were under the radar for me. And this is what he's saying about some early draft players to look out for. He's talking about Parker Navarro, the quarterback out of Ohio. He's talking about, I'm not sure how to pronounce this name here, Pofele Ashlock, the wide receiver out of Hawaii. Austin Romaine, the linebacker out of Kansas State. Kansas State definitely produces dogs. They got a dog mentality over there. He said, those are my nuggets of the day. So I got a little bit of work to do. I might even reach out to you, Dante, and trying to get a little sample of small 22 from these guys. But definitely go out there and subscribe to Dante and them, man. They underrated channel. They're one of the most underrated channels out there. I don't even know how y'all got on my radar, Dante. I'm not sure how I pulled up to your first stream. I can't remember, but I remember y'all were talking about Curtis Rourke, and I was like, damn, this boy got game right here. And y'all put me on, and from that point on, I went and looked at a bunch of all 22 on him. And, yeah, Curtis Rourke lived up to the bill. San Francisco 49ers drafted him. So, yeah, I'm encouraging you guys, man. 200 of y'all are in the building right now. Go out there and subscribe to East Coast Gridiron on YouTube. They doing fantastic stuff over there, man. And, I like to say, like, real recognize real. And East Coast Gridiron is looking absolutely familiar, man. I love what they got going over there on their channel from a cinematography standpoint, the high quality that they bring, the takes that they give, the willingness to, one, not be fearful of being wrong, and also to go against the typical narrative that you hear. Like, East Coast Gridiron is another content creator, Dante over there, that gave me confidence in my takes about the quarterback hierarchy. And it's not that we had the same hierarchy as far as the prospects coming into the 2025 draft, because I know they weren't as high on Jaxson Dart as I was, but just their willingness to be, like, different, and put in the work and look at the tape and not just go and just say, oh, Todd McShay said this, well, we got to go with this. That allowed me to be able to look at my quarterback evaluation as far as the prospects coming in and have confidence that Jaxson Dart was quarterback too, and to trust my eyes and not necessarily trust my ears when it comes to what we hear in the media. So I'm telling y'all, I'm not just saying this to go help Dante and East Coast Gridiron get more subscribers. I know a lot of people like to do that shit. I'm telling y'all because they present a bunch of valuable information. Take the time right now, pause the stream, whatever you got to do, come back, open up another tab, and just search East Coast Gridiron on YouTube and go show them some love. This is Wifey right here. She said, I didn't mean to delete anything. The cat got on the phone. Okay, I see. I got 2 cats up there with her, Paws and Smokey. One of them probably hit the phone one time. Tell them, calm the fuck down, Gretz. Let me see. 4A Street Uno said, authentic, I understand you will never agree on this take. We battled through the years with DJ, but I truly believe Dable ruined him when Barkley left and how they prepared for him for games. That could maybe be the case, but I don't think it started there, because you got to look back at some of the preparation with Jason Garrett, with Joe Judge, with Pat Shurmur as well. Daniel Jones, was just like a 15 or under a year touchdown type of guy. And going back to his performance where Word was talking about how he had the 1 touchdown in that performance and whatnot, that is what Daniel Jones is. From a passing standpoint, he is a 1 touchdown a game type of quarterback. So I'm waiting to see it. I do think he can have success over there. There's no doubt about it. Good surroundings over there. Running back, offensive line, tight end, wide receivers, weapons, all of that. Defense is good enough. He can win some games, I think. But it's all about the consistency. Let's see if Daniel Jones can remain consistent. And I want to see, I want to go back and look at the game in its entirety. I want to see how much they were running them, how many design quarterback runs they had for him as well. But listen, for a Street Uno, I will say this. The part where I agree with you is where they really ruined Daniel Jones was they paid him, right? And let's say he was ascending after 2022. You pay him in the offseason entering 2023. They did ruin his chances of being a great quarterback by removing Saquon Barkley, Xavier McKinney, Darren Waller retiring, all of that. And then allowing them to go to free agency and then trying to supplement that with Malik Neighbors. They definitely did Daniel Jones a disservice. I don't think there is I will never agree with that take because there is a part of that they kind of sabotaged him. Like, I didn't believe in Daniel Jones, but if you believed in him enough to pay him $40 million a year, you should have maximized the weapons that were around him. Instead, they tried to tiptoe around it and be like, yeah, we're kind of in a rebuild. We were kind of, looking at it through rose-colored glasses or whatever the fuck they were saying and all that, right? And then trying to recommit to a rebuild when you just paid the quarterback. I don't care what goes down across the NFL. There's no team that pays the quarterback and then goes, we're rebuilding. The Jacksonville Jaguars don't pay Trevor Lawrence and then they don't get the luxury of having an excuse to say, oh, but we're in the middle of a fucking rebuild. You just can't do that. Same thing goes for the Miami Dolphins, who are looking suspect right now after week 1. You can't pay Tua and then be like, oh, man, you know what? It's time to blow this shit up and we got to rebuild this. You got to build around your quarterback. You got to build around him, and not just from an offensive standpoint. Put the necessary defensive pieces around him so that it makes it easier for him to go out there and win games. So for A Street, who knows? Maybe I will be agreeing with that take. Jared says, do you think if Brian is let go, Jaxson will get a shot? Speaking on Brian Dable, yeah, I do think so. But there's always the possibility that he doesn't get the opportunity, right? It depends on how many games we see Jaxson Dart in before he gets fired. If Brian Dable ultimately gets fired, think of Sam Howell in Washington. We saw him for one game the previous season as a rookie, the last game of the season where he went out there and he beat the Dallas Cowboys, which gave the Washington Commanders enough confidence to be able to feel like they could start him going into the following season, which was, I think that was the 2023 season. Let me see, because he went to Seattle, Minnesota, and then back to Philly. I think that was the 2023 season where he became the starter for the year. And it was a debacle for him. It just didn't work out. He was under pressure, under duress, and that was with Eric Bieniemy calling plays for him. Now, they got to the next season, and I thought that the evaluation on Sam Howell was not finished yet. The next regime felt they saw enough games. They got in there, they said, send him to Seattle, traded him immediately. So, we don't really know. I think it depends on how many games we get to see with Jaxson Dart before Brian Dable is ultimately fired, if that ends up happening. Matt says that Hard Knocks left a bad taste, which is why I'm not high on Dable, and they better address the Neighbors situation because I see it coming. I'm with you. Chaz G said Dabes don't know how to prepare a team. We've seen this for multiple years now. Very true. The Illa said all the people that said McCarthy won't be anything in this Giants fan base are about to eat those words. I said before the 2024 draft, if Kevin O'Connell wants him, he's worth taking. He's in a perfect situation. Now, for me, I would not have drafted J.J. McCarthy at 6th overall in the 2024 NFL draft, but I would have done a situation kind of like what we did with Jaxson Dart, where you spend that 6th overall pick on a guy like Malik Neighbors, and then you try to trade back into the first round and draft your quarterback. J.J. McCarthy's skill set is very similar to Jaxson Dart, in my opinion. I think that they both possess that running capability and being able to throw on the run. I think they have good arm strength, good velocity. Can squeeze the ball into tight windows. I thought that J.J. McCarthy was the best quarterback in that draft as far as throwing on the run goes. I think Cam Ward probably takes the cake here in this one. But I like Jaxson Dart throwing on the run. Very similar quarterbacks. I think McCarthy can succeed. Gonna be really good to get to see him perform tonight. I'm probably going to do a quarterback compilation of J.J. McCarthy tonight live during the game and probably upload that immediately following the conclusion of the Vikings game. But yeah, a lot of people going to eat their words for sure. I still thought that McCarthy was a bit of an average prospect, but he's so young that he has so much time to develop, and he's in a perfect system. Michael Hahn is in the building, says, this is a terrible NFL team. I agree, brother. John Mara is our Daniel Snyder. Damn, that's tough to hear, but there's some reality to that for sure. He says, without the personal baggage, until he either loses day-to-day control or gets an epiphany like his dad did in 1979, this team goes nowhere. This is a great point by Michael Hahn. I don't know if Michael Hahn is a triple OG old enough to remember back in 1979 when that all went down. That was right before my time. I'm 1983. But what ultimately ended up happening was the NFL had to intervene and bring in the general manager for the New York Giants to be able to start to make the correct decisions. And then the New York Giants changed their ways and, turned the corner in the 80s. And then after drafting guys like Lawrence Taylor and Carl Banks, Phil Simms, I believe, was drafted in 1979. I believe it was 79 or 80, bringing him in and just revamping that team. They finally found a way to win games. And the 80s was, probably the most it's one of the most historic, performances by the New York Giants as a team. I mean, they were just a really good team in the middle 80s. And a lot of that was predicated on defense and running the rock. And then by the time we got to the 90s, that team kind of trickled into the 90s. And some of those veterans passed the torch. And in the 90s, we were still a pretty good team early on in the 90s as well with, guys like Rodney Hampton and whatnot that came in and ultimately ended up winning another Super Bowl. Great point by Michael Hahn here. Chris D said, Darren who? We talking about Darren Waller, a guy who led the NFL in receiving at the tight end position before he ended up being hurt against the Jets in the Week 7 matchup. Contributor. Right now, I would take Darren Waller on this team right now. Like, honestly, the only reason why the Giants probably traded Darren Waller was because he probably didn't want to fucking play for us, one. And two, they had already addressed the tight end position just way too much. 4 times now in the last 3 seasons. So, yeah, I mean, Darren Waller still, in my eyes, better than everything we have in our tight end room right now. Let's see. We got one from Lax044 in the building. I ain't seen Lax in a minute. What's going on, man? Hope all is well with you, Lax. He said, new year and we still suck. I'm glad I didn't buy into the offseason hype like I usually do every year. Go Giants, LOL. Yeah, Lax, you was definitely one of them ones that was, you buying into the hype a lot. I like the hype from this preseason for sure, but it wasn't enough for me to go into the season thinking that the Giants were going to be a team that was going to be a true competitor this year. I didn't rule it out, but I look at the New York Giants as a 6-win team. That's how I viewed them coming into the year. I think the floor is probably somewhere around 4 wins probably after we saw the way that the performance panned out yesterday against the Commanders. But it's good to see you here in the building, Lax, rocking out with us today. And thank you for contributing to helping us raise the bar over here, man. Definitely means a lot. Sarah says, authentic. We're developing Max Brosmer to be our cheap backup quarterback. What do you think? Listen, that boy went out there and straight flat out balled out in the preseason. And I am a guy that doesn't look at the box numbers as much. I'm more, especially in the preseason, reps over what you seeing from the stats. I got a chance to look at the entire QB school breakdown from JT O'Sullivan on Max. Yo, this kid was playing with incredible anticipation. He might be one of them guys that if KOC develops him, could turn into a bit of some kind of trade bait, maybe a Jimmy Garoppolo type of situation if he could see the field, because he seems to have the goods. Love what I saw from him. And KOC is just the best at it, man. He can just develop these quarterbacks in a major way. He's great at it. H-Town says the Giants allow talent to waste and young players to not develop. People just collect unearned paychecks while fans lose millions supporting a franchise that doesn't deserve it, stealing our money. H-Town says Waller is injured, didn't even play. Waller retired, and now when he came back off of retirement, he was on the they automatically placed him on the IR, so he can't play. That they were predicting the injury was going to linger on into the season. But at the end of the day, Darren Waller, when healthy, is a contributor. He's a guy that no one's going to sit up here and tell me that Theo Johnson is a better option at the tight end position than Darren Waller. Shout out my dog, Richie Westcott, in the building, man. What's going on, my G? I'm going to hit that right there. This one of my day ones right here, man. We go back to, let me see. I met Richie Westcott all the way back in the 6th grade. So we go all the way back to 1994. This is my fam right here, man. Shout out to my dog pulling up. He says, I liked y'all draft. Yeah, the draft is, it's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. I think the positions that were addressed might have been a little bit of an issue. And then the style of players. For me, the one pick is Cam Scatterby, who I think can be a contributor and be productive. But for me, at the end of the day, for Cam Scatterby, it's just the explosivity I think is not there. Marcus Bowe in the 5th round, great pick. Abdul Carter in the 1st round, great pick. Trading back into the 1st round to get Jaxson Dart, love that. I love the Darius Alexander pick in the 3rd round. Defensive tackle out of Toledo, love that. He was inactive in this game versus Washington. I think Thomas Fidone can be a contributor. It's a bit of double dipping at the tight end position, but I liked our drafts as well too, man. Hope all is well with you, Rich. Been a minute. Who knows? I'm thinking this is my day one right here, Richie Westcott, but that is kind of like a general name, but I'm pretty sure that's the family right there, man. Hope all is well, my dog. Lax says my projection was 5 wins, and I was being very generous. Being terrible for 14 years has taken a toll on me, yet I still watch every week, and I still get excited every offseason. Yeah, man. It's been tough, man. It's been tough. Shout out Brian Porras in the building. Daniel Jones, biggest fan. Y'all already know what it is. Representing them Duke Blue Devils, says hope all is well, authentic. Hang in there. All is not lost just yet. Don't misread the room here, man. Like, y'all know I'm a realist here. We have a saying over here on Authentic in the Beard. We're not going to be pessimistic. We're not going to be optimistic, but we're going to keep it funky and be realistic. That's what we've done through the whole entire time that you've been over here rocking out with us, Brian. This season is a beta test for the New York Giants. No one in their right mind, and I know Brian is one of the people that can sometimes get a little bit overly optimistic, and maybe some of that comes from just being a Duke Blue Devil and having Daniel Jones be the quarterback of the New York Giants, but I'm never like that. That's not – you're never going to see me selling false hope. I always tell y'all I'm not a mascot for the New York Giants. I come up here to tell y'all and give y'all realistic takes and have a track record of that, and I enjoy talking ball, especially living here in the DMV. Don't get a chance to talk a lot of New York Giants ball outside of talking ball with the Beard. But this is not a season where I came into it with hope, right? This is a season that is more about trying to build upon the belief that the Giants are a team that's going to go out there and win games and have the necessary personnel that when we do switch over the quarterback, we can then compete. Right now, there's a lot to be desired, but you're not going to take one off season here and not address the offense and have a team that is going to have somebody like myself expecting a lot of wins. Preview show, we presented a lot of points on the preview show, but at the end of the day, there was no true conviction behind me thinking the Giants were going to win that game. So we'll see how they fare against the Dallas Cowboys going up, in week 2 here on the road. But like we talked about right before we saw this comment, man, the Giants look like a 5-6 win team right now. And they looked like that before we got off into the preseason. There was that 1% of hope maybe in the back of our minds, like, if we can get this offense clicking like the way we saw it in the preseason, then the Giants scoring points, then that can yield to some more victories. But they didn't address the offense, man. So tough for the Giants to go out there and win games. I know it was good for you to see Daniel Jones go out there and perform well with the Indianapolis Colts. And for me and you both, I hope Daniel Jones can go out there and be consistent, because that's been the problem. No consistency from Daniel Jones. Shout out to New in the building one time, said, we draft wide receiver that was running back, and we draft running back that was a wide receiver. I hear you, bro. He said, using Robinson in the backfield and Tyrone Tracy in the slot. Yeah, it's crazy. It really is crazy, man. It really is crazy. That's a great point you bring up there, man. Shout out to New one time. New Jersey Justin said, I was upset and angry we lost, but somehow I don't think it's over. I don't know if it's because I'm used to losing or that I think there is hope with Dart in the future. Definitely hope with Dart in the future. Dart looks like he can be a guy. I'm looking forward to seeing him get out on the field. And it's just one game. It's just one game, man. Like, we've seen this before, and we're starting to feel like this trend is just trickling into that direction that we tend to be in when we're losing games. And the Giants are just a team that, over the past couple of years has been terrible. And I think we're all feeling that doom and gloom vibe approaching. 4A Street Uno said 3 games this year. I'll be shocked if we get more with Russell. And I think he's talking about victories. Yeah, man. Rich Westcott said, snap that VR on Dart and let him run. I totally agree with you, bro. And I think that's a good transitional statement to get to the next Giant overreaction and then get y'all up out of here. Bookend Tackle said the Giants fans have PTSD. That's a damn fact. That is a damn fact. All right, we had one more. And let's get off into it, man. The last Giant overreaction of the day. All right, this one comes from CGF Sports on Twitter, and it was a response to a fellow content creator in the Giants world, Nikki, who does some Giants content, who was saying, like, you know, do we start Jaxson Dart pretty much? And CGF Sports said, Jaxson Dart shouldn't see the field unless Andrew Thomas is 100% healthy. Let me just give you my easy, short analysis of this. There's no way you should be coddling a quarterback and make him dependent on what other players are healthy. The more NFL reps that Jaxson Dart can get, the better. And if Brian Dable and Joe Shane come to an assessment that, okay, we feel that Jaxson Dart gives us the best opportunity to win games, or it's time to evaluate the kid. In my opinion, Andrew Thomas not being healthy should not be a reason to put a stop to that. This is the NFL. They're getting paid big bucks. We need to evaluate Jaxson Dart as much as we possibly can. So in my opinion, this statement on the screen is an absolute overreaction, in my opinion. Let me see what y'all talking about. I'm going to try to get these coming in live as well. Shout out to C Cuts in the building, says, I agree about it being the first game, but damn, I had my hopes really high for this team. Coaching staff hasn't done nothing to prove we're going to be better, is what he added here. I agree, bro. I agree, man. Like, don't have that false hope. Don't have blind faith. You know, my thing is wait to see it. And if we can see some good performances from the New York Giants, I think it'll give us a little bit more confidence that they can go in there and they can compete in some of these ball games. But I feel you, bro. I definitely feel you. Sebastian says, easiest take of the day, massive U. And it's funny, he says the easiest take of the day. For me, I think it's an overreaction. I don't want my mobile. Think about this. So we're willing to play our immobile quarterback without Andrew Thomas, but we're not willing to play the dual threat mobile quarterback that we know can run like a damn horse because of Andrew Thomas. We don't want to play the guy that we all know is better as far as pocket manipulation goes and pocket awareness and seeing it in front of him and gaining yards and getting big chunks on the ground without our left tackle. But we're okay with seeing the guy that is 36 years old that is clearly a shell of himself, not in a drastic way, but clearly can't operate the pocket the way that a guy like Jaxson Dart can. So I got to disagree with you, Zoe. I got to disagree with you on this one. I know, you my Haitian folk, but I got to disagree with you on this one. Welvin says it's an overreaction. AT is never 100% healthy. Yeah, and like, what if this lingering injury keeps Andrew Thomas out for a good chunk of the year? Are we going to just wait and wait and wait and wait? To me, it makes no sense. Deilla says exactly authentic. It's an overreaction. Lou Mateo said, no, Jaxson Dart shouldn't see the field unless Dable asked over play calling. I don't know what he's saying there. But look, I see a lot of people that are saying Jaxson Dart shouldn't see the field. I'm all about fuck that. I'm sorry, y'all. Jaxson Dart showed us in the preseason that he is capable, that he can go out there and at least be a serviceable quarterback against 2s and 3s. There's nothing in my mind that should stop the New York Giants from playing Jaxson Dart except wins. If Russell Wilson can go out there and get you W's, okay, keep Jaxson Dart on the sidelines. If not, there's no circumstance stopping me from playing Jaxson Dart. JDJ said it's an overreaction. Thomas won't be here forever. Shit, he's not even here now. 4th Street Uno said, I noticed the camera is on Dable a lot. Stay woke. These signs are showing Dable is definitely on the hot seat. That seat is gonna waver. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be hot. You're gonna see that happening a lot. The more and more Dable loses, the more hotter that seat's gonna get. New Jersey Justin said, it's an overreaction. Dart can make moves. He seems to have superior pocket presence. In my opinion, Dart gives us the best chance to win. Listen, like, if we had solid weapons on the outside, if you had Malik Neighbors on the outside, but let's say you had a George Pickens on the right side, you had like JSN in the slot. Let's go Bijan Robinson in the backfield. You know, you had Trent Williams at left tackle. You had Andrew Thomas over there on the right tackle. You know, you had solid interior offensive line play. You get the point here? I think Russell Wilson maybe gives you the best chance to win under ideal circumstances. But when you got the quarterback out here running for his life, injuries up front, lack of weapons, barely have a running game, I got to agree right here with my dog, New Jersey Justin. I think Jaxson Dart gives us the best chance to win underneath the circumstances presented here in New York. Right there with you. Shout out Red Rum 22 in the building. He said, I completely agree. Overreaction. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets said it's an overreaction. What are we talking about? Even when AT returns, he most likely won't be 100%. Word says it's an overreaction. Hyphen Wade said he's taking the push. I feel like both have truth to them, but like you said, I really think you need to not hinge your quarterback's development on our all-pro offensive lineman, who's never healthy. I am Jarrell. Said he's taking the overreaction. He said we have no idea what that time frame will be, scratching my head. B-Rog said, I said it before, so I'm going to say it with you. I just want to keep Dart upright and healthy. It doesn't matter for me. What is the point of keeping this quarterback upright and healthy right now when we're trying to develop him? Other than seeing more snaps. I can agree with that part of it, right? But like the fear to keep him upright will keep him off the field. Think about what we're saying here, B-Rog. Think about what we're saying here. We want to keep him healthy. Why? So that he can stay on the sideline. Think about what we're saying here. Like, I want to see the kid get evaluated. I'm not saying rush it, but I also think that Jaxson Dart is ready. I do. I'm not saying go play him right now, week 2 entering Dallas. But I am saying that you need to start considering putting the best players out there on the field. And what I'm more than anything, what I'm saying is everything that has to do with Andrew Thomas should have nothing to do with Jaxson Dart. JDJ said it's an overreaction. If all goes well, Dart will be here well after Andrew Thomas is gone. Agree. Lax said, I'd rather see Dart sit for a season and learn. I think it is more beneficial to a prospect to sit and learn. Look at Jordan Love and Mahomes. I think starting early is bad when we suck. Mahomes, remove that out of the whole discussion, because the only reason why Mahomes was sitting on the bench is because Alex Smith was out there taking the Kansas City Chiefs to the playoffs. Jordan Love was sitting behind Aaron Rodgers, who was in the process of winning back-to-back MVPs in the league, right? So in my eyes, those are anomaly situations. I could say the same thing about, look at Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow hit the ground running. He's a starter from day one. You could say the same thing about a guy like Josh Allen. From the second half of the first game, they put Josh Allen out there. And did you see that man last night? That man looked incredible. The Buffalo Bills don't even sniff a victory without Josh Allen out there on the field. And there are countless other situations. You could look at it and find an anomaly to support each side of the argument. But for me, if Dart is better than Russell Wilson, why are we waiting? So that he's more ready? But to me, you'll be able to see Jaxson Dart going into his second season more ready if he gets more reps. Think about Eli Manning. Eli Manning in his first season played 7 games, I believe it was, and he went 0 for 7 in those 7 games, and he looked like dog shit in every one of those games. But then when he came back that next sophomore season, Eli Manning was ready to go. And from that point on until we got to the Super Bowl, the New York Giants did not have a single losing season underneath Eli Manning. I don't want to have Jaxson Dart developing on the sidelines to then come out in his rookie season not his rookie season, but his sophomore season, but his first season as a starter, and still be figuring out the speed of the game. If we're going to lose games with Russell Wilson and we're in a position where we're not a viable option for the playoffs, I'm done with Russell Wilson. Bring in Jaxson Dart. I don't need to see a whole season of Russell Wilson stinking up the joint if the Giants are going to be eliminated from the playoff contention by the time we get to the beginning of November. That's how I view it. I'm not telling anybody to change their opinion, but at the end of the day, I don't agree with that whole You got to sit the quarterback and watch him develop. I don't agree with that. There are so many. The average time that a quarterback who is drafted in the first round gets into the game is week 3. When you've evaluated all the quarterbacks that have been drafted since the collective bargaining agreement, the average first-round quarterback gets in by week 3. What quarterback do you see come in and go, oh, man, that guy didn't really look like the part. He didn't look like he was the guy, but then all of a sudden he turns into the guy. That is few and far in between. Maybe a Sam Darnold, and the verdict's still out. He had one good season, right? Geno Smith. I think Geno Smith fits that category. Looked like a train wreck with the New York Jets, and then got out of there, went to New York, got to Seattle, and we're seeing the quarterback that we see today. And if you know ball, you know Geno Smith is one of the better quarterbacks in this league. But these guys are anomalies. I'm okay with finding out what Jaxson Dart is truly about. I'm okay with it. Daniel said, it's an overreaction, but if the O-line is consistent in the way we saw yesterday, I'd rather see Jameis than Dart because at that point, we would be hurting his development. How? Do you think it hurt Joe Burrow's development playing behind a bad offensive line his first year outside of blowing out his fucking knee? Yeah, that part definitely stunted the growth because now you're not on the field or on the sidelines, right? But in the 8 or 9 games, I believe it was, that Joe Burrow played, he was playing behind a bad offensive line. And then when he came back off the knee injury for his sophomore season, this dude went out there and was beating Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs and dragging the Cincinnati Bengals to the NFC Championship, I believe it was. Maybe that was the Super. Was it? No. I think it was the AFC Championship. Sorry about that. And he won 2 playoff games where in one of those playoff games, he was sacked 9 times in that playoff game. How is Jaxson Dart supposed to learn how to deal with pressure if we're trying to wait until we have an ideal offensive line situation before we put him in the game, which if you've been paying attention to the New York Giants over the last 12 years, their offensive line has been dog shit for 12 years. You know what I mean? So it's like, if we wait, we're going to be waiting a real long time. A real long time. But if Russell Wilson can go out there and win games, then we can all have our cake and eat it too. And then we can watch Jaxson Dart develop on the sidelines because he's going to be forced to do so. And then when it's his time, hopefully he's ready to go. But I see positives to both sides of the debate. Like for the people that are like, man, put Jaxson Dart out there right now. I don't got too much pushback for that. For the people that are like, oh, we can't start him week 2 against Dallas. You got to give Russell Wilson a longer leash. I respect that as well too. Word said Dart was doing pretty damn good without Andrew Thomas against first teams. Didn't play a lot against first team, actually, though. If you look at Jaxson Dart's preseason performances, there wasn't a lot of first team defenders out there when he played. Kareem, you said it's an overreaction. We can't wait on someone who's consistently out of the lineup. Find a quality backup and let Dart let it rip. That's where I'm at with it. I like that. Rich Westcott said it's an overreaction. What happens when Dart is starting and the offensive line sees injuries? Do you pull Dart? Wild. It's just if you use your critical thinking, you cannot attach Andrew Thomas to Jaxson Dart's development. You can't say, oh, we got to wait for him to get on the field until the circumstances are ideal. I actually think you'd be doing your evaluation a better service by seeing him without Andrew Thomas so that you could then compare it to Russell Wilson. Because then you know what's going to end up happening? If you see him with Andrew Thomas, it's going to be the same shit we dealt with when we saw Daniel Jones and then we saw Tommy DeVito and we saw Tyrod Taylor, and people were like, well, you know, Tyrod Taylor and Tommy DeVito got a chance to play with Andrew Thomas, when in reality, Tyrod Taylor only had 2 games with Andrew Thomas in 2023, but was leaps and bounds the better quarterback on that roster than anyone we had on that roster. It makes the evaluation more clear-cut if you put the quarterbacks in the same circumstances. So for me, I'm not attaching it to Andrew Thomas, but at the same time, I'm not rushing the process of getting Jaxson Dart in the game. Sebastian says, the way I see it, Dart shouldn't see the field until at least after the bye. Let him learn. For me, it's if the bye situation, I'm cool with it, but man, you got to win games, man. You got to go out there and win games, bro. That's what's going to save all of this. Lou Mateo said, takes over play calling. Sorry, I'm working and listening, multitasking. I got you. I know how that be, bro. I know how that be. John said, traded up for him to sit on the bench, play him. Right, man. I'm with you on that. Daniel says, I'm convinced Giants are going to start Dart once AT is healthy. Personally, I think putting Marcus Bowe out there as well And Evan Neal at guard will help a lot more. Move Van Roten to the other side, but I agree with you. So the thing about moving Van Roten to the other side is you're going to put $10 million on the bench if you bench John Runyon Jr. My thing is, let me go back to this. So you were saying put Marcus Bowe out there, put Evan Neal out there. The way I would do it is I would monitor what's going on with the center situation. I'd move Evan Neal to right guard. I'd move Greg Van Roten to center. I would use Marcus Bowe as a swing tackle and get him some reps. But once AT is healthy, I don't think I want to see Marcus Bowe on the interior portion of the offensive line. I actually want to see Joshua Ezedu actually get a few more snaps on the interior portion if it was up to me. D. Jackson said, get Dart out there expeditiously. That reminds me of T.I. Dominic Hickman says the game wasn't as bad as it seems. The only reason why the game wasn't as bad as it seems is because the Commanders shot themselves in the foot. The Giants looked like dog shit. They looked bad. 4A Street Uno said, I almost went you until you mentioned that. It's O. If Dable wants his job, no matter who's blocking, Dart, he should play. C. Cut said, do you think we putting up points if Dart had started this past week? I think we scored a touchdown. I do think we scored a touchdown. Ronnie Rivers is in the building. What's going on, fam? Ronnie Rivers says, Dart will not make it better if there is no pocket to protect him. We have no protection and solid coaching plan. I guess you're saying we don't have a solid coaching plan as well. There are multiple instances on the tape that show Russell Wilson bailing from a clean pocket. When it comes to operating the pocket, Jaxson Dart would be better. And this is the thing. You'll never see me speak in definitives in a hypothetical situation, Ronnie. I don't know if Dart will make it better, but I can't sit up here and tell my chat he won't make it better. When we saw Jaxson Dart in the preseason and we saw Russell Wilson in the preseason, Jaxson Dart looked better in the pocket. Much better. Jaxson Dart looked better pushing the ball down the field. Jaxson Dart looked better extending plays. Jaxson Dart looked better on design runs. Jaxson Dart even had his own offense catered to him. Did you notice in the preseason, right? Jaxson Dart, on every one of his second half drives, the Giants were running tempo, hurry up offense. How many times we see the Giants running hurry up offense in the first 3 quarters of that game on Sunday? None. And I don't know why that's the case, because I'm not sitting up here saying that Russell Wilson can't run an up-tempo offense. But why is it that in the preseason, Jaxson Dart has this offense that's catered to him, that has designed quarterback runs, that has tempo built into it, that has vertical route concepts down the middle of the field and on the intermediate level? So I can't sit up here and say that Dart will not make it better. I just can't do that. Everyone is entitled to speak on, the New York Giants the way that they want. But that's something I got to disagree with, Ronnie. Like, I can't say Dart will not make it better. If I'm going off judging the hypothetical situation from what I've seen and the data and the evidence that I have in front of me thus far, Dart absolutely is better in the pocket than Russell Wilson. I want to get the confirmation so that I can come up here and say it in a definitive fashion. But right now, I can't say that. I can't take a hypothetical situation and say Dart will not make it better. These were the kind of things that people were saying about Daniel Jones, right? They'd be like, if Daniel Jones had an offensive line, then he'd be great. We never got a chance to really see that. Dominic Hickman, polar opposite here, says Dart makes the team better. And this is what I think would happen, but I don't know. I really don't know. And he also said it was an overreaction on the statement on the screen. 100%. I'm right there with you on that. Micah Alexander says, I think we're only good for the preseason. Yeah, that's what it's looking like, yo. That's what it's looking like. Facts, that's what it's looking like. Darnell D said overreaction. Ronnie Rivers said we need a O-line. Linemen that can do their job. Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, I'm going to upgrade the offensive line and things will be better. But I think that Giants fans have been so conditioned. This goes back to the PTSD we were talking about earlier. Like, Giants fans have been so conditioned with poor quarterback play from Daniel Jones and not seeing how a decisive quarterback truly operates, and we didn't see it on Sunday from Russell Wilson, that they think that fixing the offensive line is what's going to make the New York Giants a good team. I don't know if that's the case. They can't run block. They can't pass block. You got quarterbacks out there that aren't decisive. You got wide receivers that aren't utilizing their skill set and stretching the field. You got a lack of weapons. You got your second best wide receiver's 5'7" and has the wingspan of a yardstick. Like, you got to put the ball right on him. To me, the Giants just don't have the dogs, to be honest. But I know this. At this point in his career, Russell Wilson is not going to be an elite quarterback. We know that. We absolutely fucking know that. That Russell Wilson has not shown you that he is going to be an elite quarterback. With Jaxson Dart, we don't know that. That's the difference right there. So I understand the fans that are pressing the issue, and I understand the fans that want to see Jaxson Dart play more so that they can come to a better conclusion on their evaluation. Not come to a better conclusion on the hypothetical situation that's being presented that, we got to keep him on the sideline because we got to protect him, man. Like, he's going to get fucked up out there. We don't know that. We don't know that. What if on all these three-step drops, Jaxson Dart gets out there and finds a way to create room and gets more rushing yards, or throws the ball away, or takes less sacks, or pushes the ball down the field, or makes a guy miss? We know that Russell Wilson's not going to make a guy fucking miss. We don't know that about Jaxson Dart. And I think that's the big difference. New Jersey Justin said, remember the first time in the end zone that game, Russ had a free lane to run into the end zone. If that was Dart, he runs it in for a touchdown there. I do remember that play. And I do think that Russell Wilson tries to showcase his escapability. And at times, that's why people say, oh, Russ walks into sacks. It's because he's trying to, like, step up in the pocket and find a lane to be able to gain some yards. That's how Russ got the 44 rushing yards that he got on the day. But you're right. In those situations, and just think, go back to what I was saying earlier about Jaden Daniels, right? That when the New York Giants were even getting pressure on Jaden Daniels, he still appeared to be extremely comfortable in the pocket. That wasn't the case with Russ. When that pressure is starting to get close, I saw panic. And I'm not saying that he's operating, like a guy that's panicking, but I just saw a little bit of like urgency. Let's not even use the word panic. Let's use the word urgency. Like, it's just stiff and it's so rigid and it's so like, I got to get it. Whereas when I saw Jaxson Dart facing pressure, granted against the second team and the third team, he looked like a guy that was more in the lane of the Jaden Daniels vibe of comfortability. It wasn't getting to him. Escape the pocket, like very chill. I don't gotta ramp up my running to 100%. I'm at 75% and y'all ain't gonna catch me. That's what I saw in the preseason. And I'm anxious to see that in the regular season a little bit as well. Sebastian says, I think the Giants fans have so much quarterback trauma from the DJ era and watching Eli be a punching bag for that's basically what we were just talking about, right, Sebastian? Like, straight up. 4A Street Uno says, Russ comes off fake to me. Sorry, it's something about him that isn't hitting. Pause. I understand where you're coming from, because sometimes when you make a conscious effort to be the right guy, it comes across like you're showcasing that, like you can see that on the person, like he's trying to be a nice guy. I appreciate that though, and I think Russ is he's just a constant professional. And sometimes you kind of got to do those things. Like, you go to the job and you got to put on the vibes. You feel me? And Russ does that. I see how that could rub people the wrong way. I get it. Brian Perez says, I don't know that Andrew Thomas being back would fix everything on the offensive line. That ain't even something that I don't know about. How can one position fix 5 positions on the offensive line? It can't. It can't. And all too often, I think people during the Jones era, like, we need AT so Daniel Jones can play good. Look, if you good, you good. Malik Neighbors didn't need a good quarterback to show y'all he was good, right? He went out there with Daniel Jones, Drew Lock, Tommy DeVito, who are all fucking average to below average quarterbacks. And Malik Neighbors showed you that he is an elite wide receiver as a rookie, right? Quarterback's the same thing, man. Like, I don't need all these weapons around my quarterback to find out that Daniel Jones is average. I don't need all these weapons around my quarterback to find out who Jaxson Dart is, which is why I'm very willing to go out there and start Jaxson Dart in any one of these games. Bookend said it's a big O. 4A said, I'll take Jameis over Russ. Micah said, 4A Street Uno, slight pause. I got the pause police in the building. I play the pause game too. I think it's funny. A lot of people don't like getting paused. Sebastian said, we don't want to subject Dart to an absolute trash roster. The dude is a first-round drafted quarterback, Sebastian. What did we expect? The Giants are trash when they're healthy, bro. The Giants offense, did you think the Giants offense last year was trash when Andrew Thomas was healthy? I did. He's going to be out there with trash. That's what it is. This is the 31st ranked offense that averaged 16.1 points per game. The year before, they averaged 15 points per game. He's a first-round drafted quarterback. He's not a guy that is in a situation like a Jordan Love where they're like, why the fuck did the Green Bay Packers draft this guy when Aaron Rodgers is out here making bids for MVPs? It's not like Jaxson Dart is in that situation where he can sit back and watch the New York Giants win games. This is a bad roster. It's a bad team. Now, defensively, we've cleaned up some things. You got to give Joe Shane his props, give him his kudos. He's done a great job with the defense from a personnel standpoint, from a starter perspective, right? Offensively, this is the same trash we've had for 2 seasons. Andrew Thomas don't change that. He's a first-round quarterback, man. He's going to go out there and play with trash. Joe Burrow played with trash. You know, some guys are fortunate enough to be able to get into a situation where they actually have decent weapons. Like I felt like Justin Herbert came into a pretty ideal situation with the Chargers. I felt like Caleb Williams came into a pretty ideal situation. When you look at Jaden Daniels coming into the Washington Commanders last year and you look at the roster that they put around him, that shit was cheeks, bro. They had Terry McLaurin. That's it. Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler in the backfield. That's not that much different than Cam Scatterbo and Tyrone Tracy. And then you had a wild old veteran in Zach Ertz coming in and reviving his career. Why do you think Zach Ertz has played so well? Do we think that has something to do with Jaden Daniels at the quarterback position? Absolutely, bro. But when you look at that Washington Commanders roster, offensive line, dog shit. Most of the people in the chat here probably couldn't even name one player on the offensive line for the Washington Commanders last year. But they went out there because they had a quarterback that gave them that belief that they could win games. And they were like, you know what? We're not playing no games. We're not doing this Marcus Mariota's the starter until Jaden Daniels proves he can, understand the NFL offense. They came out there. They kind of told y'all, all right, the best quarterback's going to get the job. Listen, I went to the first open practice for the Washington Commanders. There was no fucking way that they were not going to start Jaden Daniels week 1. He was the poster child from day one. And I watched it the year before at Commanders training camp with Sam Howell and how they treated him like a star. They did the same thing for Jaden Daniels. And maybe we should be taking a page out of that book. Like, be proactive. Why we got to wait for Russell Wilson to stink the shit up and eliminate our playoff hopes before we got to move to Jaxson Dart? I don't think that we have to. And subjecting him to a shit, absolute trash roster, it's inevitable, bro. It's inevitable. It's what it is. Most first-round quarterbacks normally get to start in their first year. They're going to do that on a trash team unless they're in a lucky situation. And a lot of times people are going to ignore the roster, right? Like when you looked at C.J. Stroud in his rookie year, we expected struggles. But then when he balled out, we're like, oh, yeah, coaching, D'Amico Ryans, Tank Dell's success as a rookie wide receiver. And then they try to put the necessary weapons around him, and he kind of had a bit of a step back this past year. And week 1 didn't really give anybody much confidence either. So for me, it's like he's going to play with bad players, man. That's part of it. That's part of it, yo. Matt says any timeline when they start Dart any given week, including week 2. My guess is as good as yours. I'm going to go ahead and say we're going to see Jaxson Dart before week 8. That's what I think. I thought week 8, week 9 was that sweet spot, which was, let me see. I think I got the schedule in a graphic here. Let me go back to the stat joint real quick. Let me take this off the screen and let me see if we do. This is your 2025 schedule right here. You got the L versus the Commanders. Our next games are Cowboys, Chiefs, Chargers, all tough games, and then the Saints, a weaker game. And then you're going to get Philadelphia 2 times in a 3-week span, one of those games being on Thursday night. That week 9 matchup, in my opinion, is probably the sweet spot to bring in Jaxson Dart. Going up against the 49ers. And then you give him a streak of games that you got a couple of games I feel like the Giants can compete in. That Packers game looking crazy now with Micah Parsons over there. But If he came in against the 49ers and the Bears don't scare me. That's how I'm going to word it. They don't scare me. Packers and Lions kind of scare me. And then you get the Patriots and the Commanders again. Do the Commanders really scare y'all? They don't scare me. I think that they're a team that definitely, shot themselves in the foot in this week 1 matchup, but the Commanders don't scare me. If we play to our strength, I think that we can compete with the Commanders. So that gives you a game against the Patriots, the Commanders, where you can compete. Vikings, tough one. We'll find out tonight what they're really about with J.J. McCarthy. Excuse me. And then you get the Raiders and the Cowboys. I think that's the time. As tough as this schedule is, y'all, the back half of the schedule after week 8, week 9, that's when the Giants are going to have a few opportunities, I think, to go out there and win a couple of games. But as far as it goes with this, like, I just can't attach the future of the New York Giants to, the availability of Andrew Thomas. I just cannot do that. I cannot do that. And let me see where we left off. Okay, so we're right here in the chat. 4A Street Uno said coaches are delusional. They really thought the line was better and tried playing normal. Yeah, it was tough. It was tough, man. Let's see. Ronnie Rivers said, look at Fields. He played yesterday. Played well. Yeah, he did play well. And what does Fields – go look at the way that Fields was manipulating the pocket in that game yesterday. Fields gives you that extra option, which is why Justin Fields right now, not at the incentive portion of the contract, he's getting paid double what Russell Wilson's getting paid. And Russell Wilson played 11 games of the 17 games last year with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Come on. We got to look at this for what it is. I think you bringing up Justin Fields doesn't support the point, Ronnie. Like, we're looking at Jaxson Dart as a dual-threat mobile quarterback. We can't compare Russell Wilson to Justin Fields because Justin Fields is a guy that doesn't have the arm talent that Russell Wilson has. But when it comes to those legs and buying time and extending plays and doing those things, Justin Fields is great at that. He's definitely great at that. Lou Mateo says, who do you want calling the plays for Dart, or it doesn't matter? Don't matter to me. Stay with Kafka. Kafka did a good job in the preseason with Jaxson Dart. And, you can't just mid-season go, Kafka's calling the plays for Russ. Let's go back to Brian Dable. We don't have that choice. So it's going to have to be Mike Kafka calling the plays. Richie Westcott said RW is not the future. And he's talking about Russell Wilson, not Rich Westcott. He said, of this season or of the franchise, seems like a safe bet for head coach. Safe isn't it. That's true. I agree with you on that. No Mets, no Nets, no Jets said exactly. The line won't be fixed anytime. It's not. Andrew Thomas don't fix the line. Andrew Thomas does not fix pushing Jaxson Dart out there with a shitty roster. That's inevitable. That's going to happen. The longer you wait, the worse you might make it. To be honest, D. Jackson says, if you have a smart mobile quarterback, he can make the offensive line look better than they actually are. We've seen it before. Like, how many times I got to keep saying on this channel, a decisive quarterback is an offensive lineman's best friend. I don't know why that doesn't stick for some people. Like, if Jaxson Dart can go out there and manipulate the pocket and give defenses the threat and the fear that he will run the ball and be a problem running the ball, it changes the way you got a game plan going up against the New York Giants. 4A said a great offense has a leader who can run the plays with what they see on the field. And I'm not doubting that Russell Wilson can't do that. I'm not doubting that part of it, But at the end of the day, the circumstances got to be right. There's no way that you guys can expect the New York Giants to go out here and win a lot of games if Russell Wilson does not have a capable rushing attack behind him. No way. Dominic Hickman said that Russell Wilson didn't play that good in the preseason. Am I right? It looked very average. A lot of check downs, short throws. He had a couple of big throws as well. But when you saw Jaxson Dart coming in, it was like, yeah, them big-time throws. I mean, in the last game, Jaxson Dart had a big-time throw rate of 25%. So 1 out of every 4 throws was a big-time throw. Like, yeah, the kid was doing it. But it was up against, inferior competition. One moonball. Book and Tackle said one moonball. Lax 044 coming in with the $4.99 super chat one time. He said, not signing or trading for any offensive lineman has killed us yet again. it has been atrocious since 2011. I mean, you got to think about all the work they put into that offensive line already, though. They spent draft capital on that offensive line in the 2025 NFL draft. A year before that, they brought in Jermaine Illuminor, John Runyon Jr., Greg Van Roten. They spent money on Mark Glowinski the year before that, where they paid him $18 million over 3 years. Like, yo, this is not necessarily just bringing in a talent issue. This is a developing the talent issue. And I remember, I don't know if you remember, everybody was pointing the finger at Bobby Johnson, right? That's the reason why our offensive linemen, especially Evan Neal, are not developing. You watch Bobby Johnson go over there to the Washington Commanders and look at how their offensive line looks since Bobby Johnson got over there. Why? Half of that reason has to do with Cliff Kingsbury and his creativity at the play caller position, but also it's the fucking quarterback, man. Like, I don't know how many times I got to say it. Like, do you think Cincinnati Bengals fans are sitting up there going, man, we got to repair this offensive line every fucking game? They aren't. They're like, man, I know we need more dogs up front, but Joe Burrow got us. T. Higgins, Jamar Chase on the, they got us. We're going to score fucking points. Where we need to really address this team is the defense, right? So Giants fans, the PTSD, I think it just makes us look at the offensive line with a bit of grain of salt. It's why in the 2022 NFL draft, you literally had Giants content creators and Giants fans saying, go out there and spend 5-6 draft picks on the offensive line. Like, yo, we don't have a dominant running back. We don't have a dominant wide receiver too. Every wide receiver on this roster, when you go past guys like Darius Slayton, when you go to Jalen Hyatt and Bo Collins, those guys are not contributors. And Brian Dable and them are showing you that by not even letting them get on the field. When you look across the league and you look at other teams, when you look at the Houston Texans, when you look at the Jacksonville Jaguars, when you look at the Indianapolis Colts, when you look at all these other teams, they find a way to get the ball into playmakers' hands. And when those playmakers are not on the field, their threes, their fours, those wide receivers are still going out there and making plays. You got to think about this. The Houston Texans have Christian Kirk and Jaden Higgins right now as a wide receiver 3 on that roster. And the New York Giants wide receiver 3, I guess, is Darius Slayton. We're behind the 8 ball. This is why I encourage people, go out there, watch as much football as you can from these other teams. Play fantasy football so you can see on a weekly basis how other teams are performing. Look at Keon Coleman. Draft picks, bro. Draft picks have to come into the league and pan the fuck out, man. You look at Jalen Hyatt in his rookie season in 2023, I think it was like 300 yards or something like that, and he showed you. He has a skill set that can be utilized in the NFL. Same thing as Keon Coleman. Keon Coleman went out there as a rookie, couple of touchdowns, couple hundred yards, nothing crazy. You see that guy yesterday, and you see the way that the Buffalo Bills entered the preseason with the emphasis that Keon Coleman is about to turn into our fucking wide receiver 1. And look at him yesterday. I was in a fantasy league where I had Derrick Henry and Josh Allen on my team, and I'm like just praying to God that Josh Allen don't throw the ball to Keon Coleman, because I was playing against Keon Coleman, and every time Josh Allen made a big play, it was Keon Coleman on the receiving end of that play. Now you're looking at Khalil Shakir as a wide receiver 2 now, and you still got James Cook in the backfield. You still got Ray Davis as a backup running back. We have to compare our situation across the league to the other teams. And these other teams are double dipping. Even go look at the New England Patriots and just watch how they play. And they're a bad team. But just go look at them and look at how many, a slew of fucking wide receivers over there, to the point where they just cut Javon Baker, who was drafted like in the 4th round, 5th round, just a year ago in that draft. They had Jalen Polk, who they drafted in the 2nd round, who's dealing with an injury. A lot of us were trying to keep our eyes on him. We don't have the depth at the wide receiver position. And yeah, the offensive line, I would love to see it bolstered up. But at the same time, I just think that Giants fans have this vision for the team that, oh man, if we can get an all-pro at left tackle, an all-pro at left guard, an all-pro at center, an all-pro at right guard, an all-pro at right tackle, that's going to be the formula that's going to make the New York Giants get another trophy back in that case. And to me, it's just the wildest thinking. It's the wildest thinking to me, because you need motherfuckers that's going to score touchdowns, Lax. In my opinion, the Giants got one dude that is a walking bucket, and that's Malik Neighbors. Outside of that, we got no buckets. You look at the Commanders, they got guys that are buckets, man. They got Deebo Samuel now, that's a bucket. Terry McLaurin is a bucket. And most importantly, their quarterback is a fucking walking bucket, man. That's why I want to see Jaxson Dart get out there so I can see, hey, do we got a guy that's going to be able to compete with the Jaden Daniels of the world, with the Jalen Hurts of the world, who's been to 2 Super Bowls now in 3 seasons? And I had to listen through 3 seasons of that where Giants fans were telling me that Jalen Hurts ain't shit. And then Dak Prescott, the wily veteran in the conference who went out there on Thursday night and balled out. I need to find out if my quarterback can compete with those guys. And then we can figure out how we're going to build around that quarterback. But right now, the Giants got no answers. You got bad special teams, bad defense, bad O-line, bad weapons, bad quarterback play. And most importantly, in my eyes, y'all know this is a RTDB channel, a poor rushing attack. And that is the opposite of New York Giants football. And yeah, you need some dogs up front. But I think that it's deeper than that as to why the New York Giants can't run the ball. How come the same unit, riddle me this, how come the same unit from last year that got Tyrone Tracy to be the second leading rookie rusher in the entire National Football League can't open up holes all of a sudden? It's not that these guys aren't capable. Jermaine Illuminor is a good offensive lineman. He is absolutely a good offensive lineman. We need Andrew Thomas back healthy. Ain't no disputing that. These interior guys got to get their shit together. And I don't know what it is. Maybe there's some scheme that has, to be blamed a little bit as well, because when you look at what the Philadelphia Eagles are doing with Jeff Stoutland and you just see the way that their offensive line moves, the way that the players are moving, guys being pulled, traps, people being set up, being able to pick up twists and pick up stunts. And the Giants just fail at all of that shit. It can't just be the personnel. It can't. And Carmen Bracillo was bought in to be that guy, to help develop this offensive line. And it just has not happened. I came into this year thinking that the offensive line should not be a problem this year with a healthy Andrew Thomas. Because we saw at the beginning of the year last year, the first 6 games of the year before we got to the Cincinnati Bengals game where Andrew Thomas hurt his foot, everyone was saying, oh, the investments are paying off. Look at this. Daniel Jones is not getting sacked. He's not being pressured. The running game is working. You got Tyrone Tracy going out there putting up 100 against the Seattle Seahawks. You even had Devin Singletary having success in those first couple of games outside of the fumbles. Then Andrew Thomas gets hurt and everybody was saying, oh, but now we ain't got Andrew Thomas. Our offensive line stinks. We can't operate like that. We just can't operate like that, in my opinion. And shout out to Lax for helping us raise the bar, though. Yo, this might be the most, and this was a long-ass stream, 4 hours long. This might be the most super chats we've ever gotten on a stream. Salute to y'all for helping us raise the bar. We had 38 super chats today, and there might even be a couple of them that we didn't get to. Let me make sure that we got to all of these. Okay, we got the Brian Perez joint. We got the Lax joint. Yup, we got the B-Rog joint, I think. Okay, no, I didn't get this one. Big shout out to B-Rog one time on this one, man, with the $2 super chat one time. He said it's just one game, but also a long 7 days. It is, and I'm going to do my best to help y'all speed through these 7 days, man. It's going to be tough, but you can guarantee it. Sunday's going to be here in no time, and you just got to hope that the New York Giants are just completely prepared for that game, man, because they came out flat against the Washington Commanders, and it's unacceptable from this coaching staff. Let's see. Okay, we got that one from Lax. Okay, we got one from Keith Wilson Jr. that I missed as well, too, man. Big shout out to the family one time with the $4.99 super chat. He says, salute, OG. Man, yesterday was the last straw for me on Dave's. I don't care no more. Why do they hate Daniel Bellinger? I got no use for Butterfingers Theo. I feel you, bro. I feel you, man. It's like they wanted to press that issue and force like Theo Johnson to be this immediate contributor and playmaker, and he's just not that yet. You know, I like Theo Johnson. I think got a decent skill set and can be a guy that can be productive. But there's no reason he should be playing over Bellinger. And we'll see. We'll see if the New York Giants pivot and adjust. I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, I'm feeling like Malik Neighbors at the press conference after the game where he's just like, no answers. I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. You just got to pray to God, to the football guys, that these guys find a way to correct some of these issues. But shout out Keith for helping us raise the bar. Along with Red Rum 22, man. Appreciate you pulling up, rocking out with us today, family. Coming in with the $4.99 super chat. He said, preach it, bro. It's frustrating, fam. It's frustrating. But it's good to be able to, like, not have to internalize all of these thoughts and be able to come up here and talk ball with y'all. Salute y'all for rocking out with me. And those of y'all that have been here from the beginning of the stream, 4 hours, you the real MVP, for real. Shout out to No Mets, No Nets, No Jets. One time, my day one with the 199 super chat. He said the Chargers looked good without their star tackle. Yeah, man, Rashawn Slater not out there, out for the year. And what do you know? Offensive line looks good. Number one reason, serviceable rushing attack. You can support your quarterback with that. And I think Justin Herbert is a little bit of a sneaky dual threat type of guy, man. He can extend some plays with his legs. A la Daniel Jones, kind of, I will say. Very, very similar to a Daniel Jones. Looks a little goofy doing it, but nonetheless can get it done. But we somehow just struggle to do that. And I do think that the Giants got to address the interior portion of the line. Like, I would experiment. The first guy that I would experiment with coming in and playing some interior offensive line would be Joshua Ezeudu. I liked what I saw from him when I did the compilation of all of Evan Neal's preseason snaps in the second game. And Ezeudu was out there. That dude was out there being productive, man. But we'll see. We shall see. I want to end it here at the 4-hour mark. Love y'all for being here and sticking this stream out and rocking out with me for 4 hours. I see my dog, G05, just pulled up in the building, man. He said, what we talking about here? Eli won a Super Bowl in 2011 with the 31st, 32nd ranked pass block, run block, PFF offensive line. If a quarterback got the it, he has it. Burrow has horrible O-line play every year. We all see what it is. Hard to disagree with that, Ja. And Ja, that's one of my dogs over there from the Bleacher Report side of things, definitely knows ball. And I'm glad you brought that up, man. Not only that with the offensive line, Eli Manning in 2011 had the 31st, 32nd ranked offensive line, but he also had a rushing attack that was ranked dead last in the NFL, averaging only 89 yards per game. That was with Amon Bradshaw and Brandon Jacobs on the roster. Great point right here. When you got that it, everything else going to be smooth sailing. You figuring out how to patch things up. You're not figuring out, we need to go out to the Home Depot and buy a brand new fucking whole system, a whole filtration system. You just patching a leaky patch. That's it. Shout out to Ja. 4A Street Uno said Tyrod Taylor versus Russell Wilson. I got Tyrod Taylor. After yesterday's performance, I agree with you 100%. JDJ said things aren't going well for Neal. At this point, move him to the fry station and never look back. I wouldn't be mad at that one either. Lax said that Tyrod Taylor would get hurt after 1.5 games. That was the big thing with Tyrod. Was the injuries. Never a major injury, but when available, Tyrod Taylor he's the best quarterback we've seen play for the New York Giants in the past 6 years. Ain't no doubt about it. No Met said I got Tyrod too. New said if we go 0-6, do Dable keep his job? I think so. I do think so, but damn. Staring at 0-6 is scary, man. He said let the young boy cook. A lesson learned said I'm putting a large portion of that game on bad play calling. Not mad at that. Execution wasn't good either. You could blame everything in that game. 4A said team Dart. Bookend said it's about getting Dart ready for the future. He'll only learn under live bullets. That's true. Not to say that you can't learn anything from holding a clipboard and looking at tape, but yeah, it's only so much you can learn from the sideline. Simeon Toko's in the building. What's going on, my dog? He said Russell leaves pockets to get better views. His height is an issue. Bar. Definitely a bar, man. Matt said if we go 0-2, the worst way I think it's going to be time to start Dart or probably at the half during the Cowboys game. Yeah, that's why I'm hoping for that blowout, man. Absolutely. 4A said we need a improvised quarterback. A lesson said my boy has been live for 4 hours. Keep grinding. Yeah, man, it go to show you that this is not even work for me, man. It's just talking ball, man. And y'all here, so yeah, I respect that. Y'all spending y'all time here with me. And it's a vibe, man. It really feel like it been about an hour and 45 minutes. H-Town said, it's like players get taken from Super Bowl teams. Why don't the Giants take coaching from Super Bowl teams and successful organizations or implement their schemes and play calling techniques? Bars right there. And I do think that if we move on from this coaching regime, whether it be sooner or later, that when John Mara or whoever is brought in to help hire the next head coach, they'll go with experience. Joe Judge, no experience. Brian Dable, no experience. Pat Shurmur, really not much experience either. As an offensive coordinator, he had some, but that's 3 coaches without a proven track record. When we hired Joe Judge, I want to say the Dallas Cowboys the same year hired Mike McCarthy. And I wanted Mike McCarthy at that time. And all these Giants fans were telling me, nah, Joe Judge. I'm like, I had never even fucking heard of Joe Judge. How do y'all know about this guy being better than Mike McCarthy? And Mike McCarthy went out there and ultimately was fired by the Dallas Cowboys. But listen, he won a lot of games with the Dallas Cowboys. Mike McCarthy is up there as far as the highest winning percentages with the Dallas Cowboys. Had a couple of 12-win seasons as well. So, you look back, I know it's hindsight. Definitely got to get some experience in the building. Kevin the PRF said no one expected Russell Wilson to be an elite quarterback, but just about every Giants fan expected Week 1 Wilson to be a huge leap from Week 1 Jones the past 2 years. Yeah. What was Daniel Jones' last Week 1 performance with the Giants? The Vikings game? Threw 2 interceptions in that game. Stunk it up. Go back to his game the year before that. Dallas Cowboys, opening day, 40-0 burger. You could make an argument that Russell Wilson was better than Daniel Jones on opening day, and Russell Wilson looked like straight dog water. It's crazy. It's crazy. 4A said, we lit. Authentic in the beard chat. Yeah, I love y'all, man. Y'all hold it down. Y'all know what it is. D-Dot said, so, to the point of Dart supposedly getting killed by the offensive line, what do we think of Cam Ward's situation? Is their O-line miles better than ours, or is Cam just mobile enough to make them look serviceable? This is why I love my chat right here. Because, truthfully, Jaxson Dart is more mobile than Cam Ward is, right? And Cam Ward's nobody's babying Cam Ward over there in the Tennessee Titans, right? I saw a play, and I forget who pointed this out. Cam Ward, they went to go run like a bubble screen to the wide receiver. All of the wide receivers went to block, and no one went to try to, be the receiver. So he just had to dirt the ball on the ground. It's going to be tough sledding for Cam Ward. But if he is who the Tennessee Titans think he is and who I thought he was coming out as a prospect, he will triumph, and he will be able to show you that a poor offensive line is not going to stop him. Lack of weapons is not going to stop him. A bad defense is not going to stop him. He's going to find a way to get over the hump. East Coast Gridiron said, good offensive line play starts with the quarterback. I used to coach my quarterbacks with this. If you can't step up and get the ball out, the O-line will always look bad. The biggest myth in football is bad quarterbacks have bad O-lines. This is why I love my chat, y'all. This is why I love my chat. Because you got a lot of people in this chat that know ball. Dante being one of them. Nova Nebula said, damn, dog, you had a lot to say, huh? Not just me. You see we running through the chat, bro. People going to stick it out for 4 hours with me over here on the Giant Overreaction. I got to give props when props is due. Shout out Nova Nebula in the building. 4A Street Uno. I got to come up with a nickname for 4A Street Uno. He said, when I saw the balls get batted down and he was making sidearm throws, I was like, nah, we need a taller quarterback. That third down empty set throw, the sidearm throw was the worst throw of the day. That was terrible. I Am Jarrell said, if that's the case, Dart shouldn't play unless JMS is benched. I like that. Dedicated. I like that. Let's see. The Boss Les said, put Dart in there if the team continues to play like this. Absolutely. Josh said, for young ascending quarterbacks, the game slid down. For aging descending quarterbacks, it speeds up. Okay, so he's saying the game sped down, kind of slid down as it slowed down. He says, Russ seeing happy feet and clean pockets is alarming. Dart needs to be ready Dart needs to be ready on the on-deck circle. Facts. And listen, if I remember this correctly from G05, he was one of the people that at the beginning of the year, was advocating that, he wanted Russell Wilson to win more games so that Jaxson Dart could sit the bench and learn, with the clipboard. But when you see it looking that way, there's no way that you can't even at least think about just speeding up the process and being like, man, let's move on to the future now. Red Rum said, can we not start every game with double tight, off tackle stretch just to see the running back crash into the line and gain half a yard? No imagination. Dable is wearing me out. I wish I didn't care so much. I'm right there with you, bro. It's frustrating. It's frustrating, bro. Cut said, I thought letting Jaxson sit behind Wilson was a good idea until we got dogged. Guess you were right. Just put his ass in and let him learn that way. Yeah, and, I'm one of the guys that's like, both sides, right? Like, I thought Jaxson Dart was ready, but we know that Russell Wilson is a serviceable, quarterback that can go in here and win a couple of games. Now you've seen it pan out a little bit more. I just think it's a situation that needs to be monitored. And when the time is right, I'm not mad at it. Go ahead and get Jaxson Dart out there on the field. Nova Nebula says, do you think Russell Wilson can play better than what we saw yesterday? Absolutely. Absolutely. Monique says, shout out to the graphics department all day long. Joe B said, do you think Jameis might get a shot before Jaxson? I don't. I really don't. The whole naming Jaxson quarterback 2 was the mistake, I think, that doesn't allow Brian Dable and the coaching staff to go out there and wheel out Jameson Winston as the quarterback 2 now. Lax said the Broncos game could be a win for us only because Denver is in London the week before and they do not get a bye week in between. Do agree with you on that. I always thought that the Denver Broncos are a little bit of smoke here. They only had one win against a team that was over 500 last year. That was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then they beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the last game of the season, which was the second team over 500, but the Chiefs rested every one of their starters. Broncos got better, though. That's the thing. I want to see if their running game can support Bo Nix a little bit more. We didn't see that from R.J. Harvey as well as we wanted to see it in the game on Sunday. But they're a team that I'm keeping my eyes on. And I do look at them as a winnable, not necessarily it's a possible win, and I think it could be a favorable matchup. That's how I'll word it. Deaton Shelton says we need to bounce back against Dallas, period. I'm not walking into that game optimistic, Deaton. I think the Dallas Cowboys are going to have our number. Nova says this team absolutely has the talent to compete with them, but it's hard to be encouraged and feel that they actually will. And with that, it's the offense, right? It's like if you can't score points, you're not going to win games. Nova said, would you move Van Roten to center and play Stinney at guard? Yeah, we talked about that a little bit before you got here. I'm monitoring the JMS situation, and I'm not going to let that get too far down the road of, seeing him play bad week in and week out before moving Van Roten to the center. I'm telling you, I wish Ben Harris was here today. My Bleacher Report folks know that we were the first people that were talking about that. All my Bleacher Report folks know. And then that became, and I'm not saying people is biting my shit, but we were the first ones to talk about moving Greg Van Roten to the interior portion, especially when Evan Neal was having a good camp. Chaz G said, Skins D-line looks legit in their first game together, didn't it? It really did. I always make it a point to call them the Commanders, man. Like, that's their name. I always try to call them the Commanders. So he's talking about the Commanders' defensive line. He said, I'm worried about them for sure. I think Philly better watch out, too. Listen, the NFC East right now, the New York Giants are still the weakest link. The Dallas Cowboys look like they are the same team that we saw when Dak Prescott was healthy a year before. The Commanders are a team that looks like they could be better if they can play to their capability, which they did not do on Sunday. And the Philadelphia Eagles obviously coming off a Super Bowl win. All three of those teams are teams that are going to be in the mix. You can only hope the Giants can find a way to get back on track in week 2. Solitary Camp says Russ ain't helping nobody. And if you look at the performance from Sunday, yeah, Russ didn't help nobody. He really didn't. Henry Brandon said, overreaction. He said, appointment for today. Abandoned plan after game. Man, look, that was a poor performance by Brian Dable and the entire coaching staff. I want them to be able to go out there and implement some new ideas quickly within this offense. We'll see what happens. Pal 11 says, hell, can't even guarantee Thomas will be healthy rest of the season. He most likely going to be hurt again, was ready for him to be traded this year, actually. That's another one. Look. This chair is kicking my ass now. So, on Bleacher Report, 2 years ago, I made a video that was just experimenting with players that the Giants had that were cornerstone pieces that could be traded for a haul to speed up the rebuild. And Andrew Thomas was one of those guys. Boy, were they calling me a dumbass back then. And you look at that today. If you could have got 2 first-rounders for Andrew Thomas, anybody would have done that today. He's been nothing but injury-prone the last couple of years. And it's crazy that an injury from week 6 of 2024 is lingering to the point where Andrew Thomas was not active for week 1. It's disheartening and puzzling. The Illa said this line has been bad for nearly 13 years. Is it going to become a better situation by next year for Dart? I'll say no right now. Based on odds, he said, hell no. Put him in there and see what he can do. And that's the Illa was a little skeptical about Jaxson Dart, and he's been one that's been here in the chats telling me like, man, like, yo, your evaluation might have been right, Authentic. Like Jaxson Dart looking like he got the goods here in preseason. I ain't mad at that take. I'm with it. Shout out Daniel one time in the building said, earliest Dart starts late in the Dallas game, the latest week 5 versus the Saints. Not mad at that take either. And we are a little bit behind in the chat because I am seeing that that super chat from Keith Wilson there. Got the one from Red Rum. Let me just kind of scroll down and get a little bit more caught up here. Do we got another one? Got the one from the Chargers. All right, let's go. We'll get to the shout out Dean, dog. Yo, shout out Dean with the super chat one time, man. With the $4.99 vibes one time. He said, Authentic is in hyper pod mode. I worked out, made dinner, and he's still rocking. Look, my camera's like, bro, like, can we, there we go. It's like, bro, I've been focusing on you for too long, Authentic. He said, much respect. We need the therapy today. Start Dart. Fuck it. Yo, I appreciate you for going through the dinner, going through the workout, all of that, and then pulling back up, and you still here, man, supporting the channel, helping us raise the bar. Shout out to my dog, Dean, in the building one time, representing for the New York Giants, man. I definitely appreciate that, fam. All right, let's see. I just want to make sure we all caught up on all the super chats. We are, because I hate missing those. I've done that before. The Illa said, man, you might as well just stay and do play-by-play vibes for the Vikings-Bears game. I know, right? I definitely want to enjoy that. And I still got to finish out the rest of this day looking at some of the All-22. So we are going to round this out here. I wanted to round it out at the 4-hour mark. We're 16 minutes over that. It's still a bunch of y'all in the building, so salute to y'all, man. Salute to the Giants Nation, man, rocking out with your boy today. It's been a tough one. Damn, Jay Gatsby coming in hot, said Jaxson Dart equals Jeff George on Jeff George's worst day. I know Gatsby kind of trolling here. This is my dog right here from Bleacher Report. Definitely knows ball. Put me on to a bunch of running backs. But, yeah, I don't know about that, bro. We'll see. We'll see, man. We'll see. Like I said before, I don't do the definitive shit. I try to evaluate the prospects for where they are at this particular moment in time. Jeff George, he was one of them dudes coming out. Listen, I remember it, for the culture, Gadsby, you might remember this. When, like, the jerseys was a big thing in the culture and we was all rocking jerseys and fitteds and all that shit, that Jeff George one from the Atlanta Falcons, that was one of them. That was a sought-after piece, kind of like the LA Kings starter jackets were. And I had a Jeff George jersey. Number 1 joint from Atlanta. I had one back in the day. But I get it. We shall see. Cut said, what's even the point of playing Russ? What do we even get out of it? 3 to 4 dubs? You said it, not me, right? We got this one from the Illa. I'll take a couple of more and then we'll get up out of here. This one's from, I think this is Derek. I think that's how you say that. Derek Garcia Arts said, why the hell were they putting Carter as spy 90% of the game? Let that man go in for the kill. Facts, bro. Facts, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Dinger Dong said Dallas film is interesting. I was a little scared to highlight this one for the last vibes that Dinger Dong brought here. Timmy Football said, holy shit, are you still going? I went to the pub and came back. I'm definitely going to make me a drink after this stream. I ain't got no IPAs in the fridge, so it's probably going to have to be tequila again. I was drinking some tequila last night, but yeah, man, it's been an interesting conversation, Tommy Foosball. We've been having a lot. We've been having a lot of fun talking about the New York Giants' lackluster performance. Bookend said, that's crazy talk. That take is trash. Let's see. Yes, bro, that Warren Moon jersey, because quarterbacks didn't wear one like that back in the day. So for the culture, we needed that one. It was a vibe. And when you wear one, you one of them ones. The Illa said Jeff George could play. He was just a bit of a head case. Yeah. And then the injury started to pile up as well. All right. So I think that's going to do it. And we're going to get some food. We're going to have a little drink. I hope that I helped y'all speed through your Monday a little bit. Get to this Tuesday. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And I see that my dog Dante is still in the building. He said great vibes. Tomorrow, Cannon has a an exclusive event where they're going to be releasing a cinema camera, and they're going to be going over the specs and the details of it at 9 a.m. The C50. It is a true cinema camera, and I'm definitely looking at possibly buying another cinema camera. I've spent way too much money on cameras, but if this camera has the specs that I'm looking for, yeah, this will be the one that I would. My girl hates when I say this, like, all I need, right? I just need this one lens. I hope she's listening right now, because I always say it like, yeah, once I get this lens, I'll be complete. And then 9 months to a year goes by, barely cooked up any content with that lens, and I'm talking about getting a new entire rig. So we'll see, man. Salute to you guys, man. I definitely appreciate y'all rocking out with me today. Today was just absolutely a vibe today. I feel better, getting to come up here, talk with the Authentic and the Beard family, and, just give y'all a little bit of some vibes on a Monday afternoon to try to boost up the way we feeling after that pathetic performance. Let's put it in the past. Let's work towards Dallas, see if we can find some openings that could present some opportunities for the New York Giants to possibly go out here and win some games. We'll see, man. It's going to be a interesting week. I'm going to try to make this week speed up for you guys by going live as much as I can. Tomorrow, don't forget to check me out on Ryan's podcast. He's one of my young bulls coming up. Content creator, hit me up in the DM on Twitter I want to say at the beginning of the off season, asking for some advice and whatnot, just on how to approach content creation. I gave him all the gems I could possibly give him, and then he asked me to come on the show. Absolutely. Still got to get a couple more of my dogs up here to talk just some things around the NFL, Dante being one of them. I want to get Big Dash up here on one of these Giant Overreactions as well. East Coast said I'm a Panasonic dude, but Canon has got my eye. Yeah, I like some Panasonic stuff, man. Lumix puts out some good stuff. This Canon camera it's going to be up there with the FX3. I don't know if you're familiar with the Sony FX3, but this is pretty much going to be the competitor for the Sony FX3 in a compact body, which that's what I'm looking for. And my rig right now is fucking crazy, man. I got too much camera shit, man. Like, I just got too much camera shit. I got to start cooking up some more stuff. But I also got to start finding some opportunities that can fund, some of these projects, because, man, like, real cinema takes so much funding, man. Like, and that's the tough part. It's like, I wanted to get out to the Commanders game and go do some interviews and stuff like that, but it's like, am I going to have the Beard come out and work for free? Like, I just can't do that. So, I'm working on trying to get some budgets and some funding for some of the cinematography projects that I got going. And yeah, I see Sebastian talking about Sony A7 IV user. Sebastian's got some great content. Sebastian, you don't promote your YouTube channel enough over here. Put that link in the comments before we get up out of here, man. I need to subscribe to your YouTube channel. I check most of your content out on Instagram, but put your stuff in the chat, man. Sebastian's been kicking ass with the content, and his stuff is super high quality, super motivational. I love what you're doing over there, man. So yeah, throw your stuff out there, man. He said, need to get some new lenses, and I'm working on some big cinema projects. I don't know if you're working with a kit lens with the A7 IV. Go out there and get yourself something 1.8, 50 millimeter 1.8. It won't even cost you that much money. It'll upgrade the look right off the bat. News said, are you going to any away games? I might. I'm going to keep my eyes on the schedule. It'd be nice to get to Philly and watch, see them slaughter our New York Giants. And there are a couple other matchups out there that I might want to check out, but I'm just kind of monitoring it and playing it by ear. I would love to get out to some games, but it is going to be tough because I am contracted with Bleacher Report to do the recap on every one of their Giants games immediately after the game goes off. Let me see. East Coast said, yeah, Sony got people in a chokehold. Yeah. Sigma's got some good lenses. I like their third-party stuff that they make. Canon, not so much, because they have the licensing for the lenses has been taken away once we went to the RF mount, and a bunch of camera nerd stuff. But all these cameras are great, man. They're all great. Jay Gatsby said, save your money, bro. Yeah, I am. I've been trying, bro. I've been trying. Everybody knows that, creating films, because ultimately, my goal with cinematography is to start, one, I want to create some big documentaries that have the money behind them, that have the credentials behind them, most importantly, to be able to be right there up close in person on the sidelines, being able to do these, film these type of situations. You need access, which when I'm at Maryland, it's amazing being like on the sideline, being able to see Malik Washington, the quarterback for the Terps, in person on the sidelines it makes my evaluation of him as a quarterback so much more easier. And then also just filming it, it's dope, you know, when you get a full frame of a quarterback and you're that close. I'm filming with the 400 millimeter lens, and I can get like in the helmet of Malik Washington when he's under center, you know, but not having that access with the New York Giants presents some hurdles and with other teams in the NFL. So that's what I'm, you know, that's where I'm looking forward to, is like getting on NFL sidelines and being able to get the credentials to be able to get the necessary footage. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, and the East Coast is telling me if I need some credentials or credential stuff, let them know. I absolutely will. And, you know, I got some credentials, but the process is tough. And then once you get the credentials, you need guys on the sidelines. I'm sure you know about this, Dante, like dudes helping you out, like sound, you know, like not having to deal with lavalier mics and being able to bring somebody in to boom the audio and get real deal audio, stuff like that. You know, having people, you know, when I'm filming out in broad sun, doing interviews, I need somebody that's going to be able to come in and set up diffusion and be able to, you know, diffuse the sun and things like that. You know, a car, like bringing a Sprinter van that has all the necessary gear in it. There's just so much stuff that goes into it. But I'm working my ass off to try to, you know, get in a position to be able to do that. And getting the job in Maryland was the first step in doing that. And now I'm able to at least film some of these quarterbacks. We get Dylan Raiola coming to town week 6, I believe it is. And I just cannot wait to film that game. But we'll see, man. I'm not going to bore you guys with camera talk and whatnot. We'll do that on I've been meaning to just do some lackluster, just chill streams where I pull up and we just hang and just Q&A. And maybe this week is a good time to start doing that. So we'll start looking into that. But, man, salute to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all rocking out with me. I see East Coast said, yeah, man, I'm solo now, but it is crazy going solo, but it's possible. I did that doc solo, and that doc was man, that shit was fire, bro. I love what I saw out of that. That was fire. And just the stability of your shots, the focus, the composition, good work, man. Great work. Make sure y'all go check out Dante at East Coast Gridiron. They do fantastic shit over there. But I do understand being a one-man band. I've been doing that for a while in multiple assets of my life. But it's now approaching 6 o'clock. We went live at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's still about 100 plus y'all in the building. Biceps in the chat if you've been here from the beginning. And that's going to do it, man. Damn, got mad love for y'all, man. 4.5 hours. Love that. And y'all know that when we go through the trenches in the offseason, that when we finally get to the regular season, we always get one of these, right? We always get about a 4-hour, 5-hour type of slow burn type of stream on a Giant Overreaction. And I know when people see this one, you know, on their feed on YouTube, and they see Authentic in the Beard Giant Overreaction thumbnail, and then they see 4.5 hours, they're going to be like, golly. Definitely a slow burner version of the Giant Overreaction. But salute to y'all for being here. I see one more from Dante. He said, yeah, after that talk, I was like, I love this shit just a little more than the normal dude. Can't hold them to that. You already know. And that's the thing, bro. Like, when you do love something the way that we love it, cinematography, sports, all of that, you got to understand that sometimes your journey going to have to be a solo dolo journey. And for me, I realized that early on in music and production and engineering. Like, if you want to get it done, you're going to have to do this shit yourself. And I've never, till this day, still never walked into a recording studio and paid for studio time. It started with the Beard. He had this little Ghetto Blaster boombox. I know all my folks know about the Ghetto Blasters. They were like little square recorders. And then we would play the instrumental in the back. And that Ghetto Blaster boombox only worked upside down. So me and the Beard actually had to lay down when we recorded the takes. So like whoever was rapping, we had to hang that Ghetto Blaster off the table and lay down and record those raps. And you had to go one take. This wasn't like, you know, y'all lucky youngins got it with the DAWs out here. You can go over, do 100 tracks over. With us, we had to record it all at the same time. So literally, I laid down, rapped the verse, got up, the Beard, as the instrumental playing in the background, ran down, laid down, rapped his verse. That's how this shit got started. So sometimes you got to start from humble beginnings until you get the necessary resources to be able to do what you got to do. And salute to y'all, man. I thank y'all for helping me in my journey, getting to where we need to go and helping us raise that bar that I can absolutely say we have done every year in and year out here at Authentic in the Beard. I see CT525 just put up. He said 5 hours. Much respect, bro. You a real one. I missed the show, but I'll rewind. And what I'm going to end up doing, I think, with this giant overreaction is I'm going to go in, because a lot of the stuff at the end, we just kind of going through the chat talking. I'm going to kind of just do maybe a highlight segment from this show to kind of condense it for some of the people that are going to watch it on the replay and whatnot, man. But shout out to all the new viewers here today, man. Salute to y'all. I hope y'all hit the subscribe button when y'all were here if you're not here anymore. But yeah, man, y'all support goes an extremely long way. I see Lax said, peace out, brother. I should be back in the chats more often this season. Was working like crazy last season. We appreciate that, man. Lax, you're one of the day ones that been here when it was only 15 people in that chat at times, man. So salute to you for rocking out with us, man. And yeah, man. All my chat folks, man. I see Jay Gatsby getting into it a little bit here, man. Be cool, my dude. Like we got this ain't Bleacher Report, right? Like I know we get the Bleacher Report. It'd be some fucking idiots over there in the chat. Everybody in my chat, especially 59, great people, man. Great people. And y'all welcome Jay Gatsby with open arms. He not used to this kind of shit, right? You know what I'm saying? So welcome him with open arms. And that's going to do it. We're going to catch y'all on the flip side. Shout out to B-Rog for bringing in that last $5 super chat, man. That goes a long way. He said, here's to you, Authentic. Salute to my dog, B-Rog, man. Been supporting us for a long time. I see Adam Costas just pulled up in the building. Cookie Monster just pulled up in the building. Look how long we've been going live, y'all. Y'all going to have to go back, rewind this one, check it out. The beginning of this show is a heater. Go back and check the beginning of this show leading up to the giant overreactions. I think that's where most of the meat and the potatoes is from this stream, but salute to y'all. Not Your Average Joe says, last time I made it to the chat was before I went to basic training for the Air Force back in April. Love that you still going, bro. This is something that I'm invested in, bro, and I enjoy doing. So we always going to be here. We'll always be here. And, hopefully this is something that'll go on forever, because when I choose, things that I love that I want to invest time in, I usually commit to those things for life. That story I just told you guys about me and the beard was back in, let me think, that was 1996. It was about 1995, 1996 when that all happened. And as you can see behind me, I'm still doing that today as my main profession. Still cooking up records, engineering records, and, mixing people's records, mastering records, and still cooking up music on my own. So, sometimes it's a slow burn. I see Barry just pulled up in the building. Y'all go back, rewind them vibes, man. Check them out. If not, we're going to be here tomorrow. We're going to be going live a lot. Y'all didn't miss too much, but if you want to check the replay out, I would say the first about a good hour and a half to 2 hours, it's a lot there. It's a lot there. It's definitely a lot of value in that first couple hours on the stream. But again, man, I can't thank y'all enough, yo. I really cannot thank y'all enough, man, for just being a support system for what me and the beard do over here on this channel. And also just bringing y'all wisdom and y'all knowledge to these streams, and being able to have me allow myself to talk New York Giants football with people across the country, man. And I hope I'm helping y'all in the same way, because y'all definitely make my Monday mornings, my Monday afternoons, my Monday evenings that much better, man. So big salute to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. Y'all already know what it is. Giants Nation is always in the building, man. And y'all know how we end every stream over here on Authentic in the Beard. Even when they go for 4.5 hours, we end them the same way. Keep raising that bar. Keep living those dreams, because the universe flows in Technicolor and surround sound. And a life without dreams is a life in black and white. Rest in peace to the podcast GOAT and a New York legend, Combat Jack. And that is a wrap, y'all. Y'all go get a drink. Go get some grub. Go roll you one up. Whatever makes you happy on a Monday after the New York Giants lose big the way that we did on Sunday. Do what you got to do to get through this week. I hope y'all have a speedy week at work. And I hope that Sunday is here in no time and the New York Giants are back to competing in these games at bare minimum. But if you're going to lose that game on Sunday by 2 scores, you make sure you turn that into a blowout so we can see Jaxson Dart get out there and get some reps. I'll catch y'all on the flip side, man. Y'all be easy. Love, man. Y'all stay blessed. Peace.
care.